Jen Psaki to talk about false claims. When the PM talks about a fake story, the White House is using the phrase false claims about alleged US biological weapons labs and chemical weapons deployment in Ukraine. And the White House has said we should all be on the lookout for Russia to possibly use chemical or biological weapons. Liz Truss earlier on today, she's in Washington, said we're very concerned about the potential use of chemical weapons. We've seen Russia use these weapons before in fields of conflict, and it'd be a grave mistake, a phrase the PM's used many times. The Prime Minister said in his interview with Beth Rigby there, you've seen it in Syria, you saw it even in the UK. That obviously is a reference to the Salisbury poisoning a few years ago. And this is a warning we are likely to hear reinforced in the coming days from Boris Johnson and indeed senior ministers like Liz Truss and no doubt the Defence Secretary Ben Wallace. It's a message we'll hear from both London and Washington, but the Prime Minister has spelled it out very clearly in his interview with Beth Rigby here on Sky News.
OK, John, thank you very much. Well, you can watch Beth Rigby's exclusive interview with the Prime Minister in full this evening here on Sky News. That's on her new programme, Beth Rigby Interviews, this evening at 9 o'clock. Let's go then to our security and defence editor, Deborah Haynes, who's here with me in Western Ukraine. And this issue of the potential use of chemical weapons, Deborah, how seriously will NATO be taking this?
Well, let's just sort of talk about what it could mean. I mean, in terms of chemical weapons, which are banned, remember, this is like it's a violation of international law to use chemical weapons on the battlefield. It was a red line that then President Obama drew during the Syria conflict and then allowed Russia and the Russia-backed Syrian regime to cross that red line with the use of chemical weapons, sarin gas attacks in Syria without the overwhelming consequences that should have ensured that violation of international norms wasn't allowed to go unpunished in a way that would deter future use. And that's one of the reasons, frankly, that we are where we are today, with ministers even talking about this. Interesting, talking about the possibility of it happening, but not offering any suggestion of a threat that would deter the use of that from happening, which I think really again underlines the difficulty that Western allies have with this conflict. They obviously are supporting the Ukrainian forces, but they aren't going so far that it would put themselves in direct military confrontation with Russia. And so it's a really difficult balancing act. And in terms of why we're even thinking about this, it has a lot to do with how badly the war is going for Russia. I mean, here we are, we're in the third week now of this invasion, and Russia has yet to capture and significantly hold territory. Yes, it has taken Kherson, for example, in the south, but you're still seeing Ukrainian protests on the street, anti-Russian protests. There's no sense of them making any significant, meaningful movement on the capital. And in desperation, in frustration perhaps, you escalate up the violence, and that's the kind of threat that we're seeing, and that's why you're getting these warnings.
OK, Deborah, thank you very much. Well, the most high-level diplomatic talks in the conflict so far have failed to make any progress today. Russia's Sergei Lavrov demanded that Ukraine be disarmed, denazified and accept neutral status. Ukraine said Russia's demands amounted to asking them to surrender. Meanwhile, bombardments have continued in several cities here. Aid authorities have tried to open several humanitarian corridors today to evacuate civilians from besieged towns and cities. The priority was to get people out of Mariupol, where 3 people, including a child, were killed in yesterday's strike on a hospital. The city has been blockaded by Russia for 9 days now, but no one was evacuated today at all, and the city was once again under attack from the air. Emergency services report that more than 12,000 civilians did manage to leave the region of Sumy successfully today. The governor of Izium, which has been under constant attack, reports that 1,600 people evacuated that town today, and people continue to escape fierce fighting in towns on the outskirts of Kiev. A steady stream of people has been crossing a makeshift bridge from Irpin towards the relative safety of the capital. Meanwhile, Ukraine's military says Russia is continuing its strategy of shelling major cities around the country. Well, today's talks failed to reach any significant announcements on ceasefires or humanitarian corridors. Our diplomatic editor Dominic Waghorn reports now from Turkey.
In the besieged city of Mariupol, there is no time to give the dead dignity. No respectful burial, thrown instead into a trench filling with bodies, one after another, in scenes we thought were consigned to the middle of the last century, but happening now in a European city.
The only thing I want is for this to be finished. I don't know who's guilty, who's right, who started this. Damn them all, those people who started this.
1,200 have been killed in attacks ripping apart the city's streets and homes, launched by one of the world's most advanced militaries, reducing living in this seaside resort town to a struggle to survive. In another resort, this one in Turkey, Russia's foreign minister arrives smiling for the highest level talks since the invasion began. But after just an hour and a half, they ended with Ukraine's foreign minister emerging sounding frustrated.
My impression is that Russia is not in a position at this point to establish a ceasefire. They seek a surrender from Ukraine, but this is not what they are going to get.
Then the Russians turn. Sergei Lavrov is a sharp operator who chooses his words carefully. But listen to this and wonder what planet he's on.
We're not planning to attack other countries. We did not attack Ukraine.
You said some time ago that Russia had no intention to invade Ukraine. I think today you said that Russia did not invade Ukraine when it clearly has. Why should the Ukrainians take you seriously, with all due respect? Why should they believe a word you say and the rest of the world?
This is not about Ukraine. This is about the aggression against anything Russian. Interests, religion, language, culture, safety. And of course now the reaction of the West to our actions, very aggressive reaction.
Russia has sent its foreign minister here to talk peace, but without a mandate to discuss ceasefires or a new humanitarian aid corridor, claim the Ukrainians. It's hard to see what these talks have achieved, apart from the fact that they have happened and could happen again. In Versailles in France, European leaders met to discuss Ukraine. But no, the West's strategy of using sanctions to deter Russian aggression has so far failed. Russia's advance is being blocked. Its tanks here picked off one by one. But the more its military fails, the more barbaric it seems its tactics, and the more the people of Ukraine suffer its onslaught. Dominic Waghorn, Sky News, Antalya.
Let's bring in our Moscow correspondent Diana Magne. And Diana, how have these talks today been viewed by the Kremlin?
Well, there's been no follow-up from the Kremlin on the talks between Russia's foreign minister and his Ukrainian counterpart. But we do know that Vladimir Putin had a phone call with the South African president later this afternoon and briefed him on the talks and also on what Russia insists on calling its special military operation in Ukraine. We've just heard from Cyril Ramaphosa that he has been asked to mediate, try and find a negotiated settlement to this crisis. So that means that you have Turkey, Israel and South Africa all offering a hand, a mediating hand in this process. But we certainly don't seem to be any closer to any kind of compromise, certainly as far as those talks in the morning went. We also know that Vladimir Putin spoke to his German and French counterparts in a joint phone call this morning, and both of them urged an immediate ceasefire and said a negotiated solution was the only way out of all of this. Further to what Sergei Lavrov said in that press conference about the bombing of a hospital in Mariupol, of the maternity hospital. Russia's Ministry of Defense has now said that that was a staged information provocation by the Kiev regime. Now, I'm sure that the Kiev regime will push back very hard on that. And we heard earlier from President Zelensky saying war crimes are not possible without propagandists who cover them up. So you can see the kind of rhetoric on both sides about that terrible bombing in Mariupol that we witnessed yesterday. We've also had interesting developments on the economic front. I mean, the last week in Moscow, just seeing all the foreign companies that have pulled up, the shops that have boarded up, and of course, foreign companies pulling out across the whole country. Vladimir Putin had a meeting with his cabinet and to discuss how to mitigate the effect of sanctions. And he said that Russia would have to adapt, but that it would come out stronger, and that he would continue to deal essentially with those countries that weren't cooperating with the sanctions regime on Russia. He also said that, and this is following a conversation that's been going on for a few days now, that Russia might place or would consider placing foreign assets, idled foreign assets here in Russia under external administration, effectively bringing in Russian managers to make sure that supply chains and Russian staff were kept in jobs. Now, that's a pretty dramatic proposition, essentially nationalising foreign assets for companies that have moved out. And Vladimir Potanin, who's one of the biggest businessmen in this country, interestingly turned around and said we should approach that kind of thing with extreme caution. It would set Russia back 100 years, and it would mean that investors would mistrust Russia for decades to come.
Diana, thank you very much. Let's go to our international affairs editor then, Dominic Waghorn, who is in Turkey. And Dominic, if Sergei Lavrov is saying that Russia has not invaded Ukraine, I mean, what kind of hope is there going forward?
Yeah, I mean, he's a well-respected diplomat. He's someone who chooses his words carefully. Was he there just sticking to the script? Because don't forget, Russia has banned describing this invasion as an invasion and banned the use of the word war, says it's a special military operation. Or was he engaging in something more sinister? Was this kind of Orwellian doublespeak where you say one thing but you mean the other? Because what he said there was that Russia has no intention of invading any other countries. In fact, he says Russia has not invaded Ukraine. So I think policymakers in the West will be looking at that and trying to read whether there's a further threat there. And if you look at Vladimir Putin's speeches, he has made it pretty clear that the grievance he feels is acting over on Ukraine is also a grievance he harbours over the Baltic states as well. And there is certainly a way of interpreting what he said about Ukraine, suggesting that he may well do the same in the Baltic states. But what we saw effectively in these talks were a complete failure to reach any ceasefire, any further humanitarian aid corridor agreements. The Russians kept saying, well, we have to refer back to Moscow, as they've been saying in Belarus as well. And on the Russian side, it was really a masterclass in misinformation. We had various conflicting stories about that maternity hospital in Mariupol, as Diana was saying there. The Russian Ministry of Defense now saying that this was staged by the Ukrainians. Earlier on today, Maria Zakharova, the Russian Foreign Ministry spokesperson today, said that these pictures were faked. Her boss then went on to say, no, he believed the attack did happen, carried out by the Russian military, but it was targeting Ukrainian Nazis who were basing their activities within that building. So two contradictory versions of the same event there, which is typical Russian misinformation. I think we're going to see more of that in the weeks and months to come. But I think the crucial fact that's come out of the talks today is they haven't achieved anything. There is an agreement to meet on this sort of higher level, if you like, again and again. But based on what we've seen today, I think hopes have to be managed as to whether this diplomacy is going to achieve anything.
Yeah, OK, Dominic, thank you very much indeed for that. Well, it was once a normal hospital on the outskirts of Kiev. Now it's the nearest medical facility to the front line and is given over entirely to treating wounded Ukrainian soldiers. The staff have no training in treating shrapnel injuries or gunshot wounds, but now find themselves part of the war effort against the Russian invaders. And a warning, our special correspondent Alex Crawford's report does show some distressing images.
They arrive stuffed into car boots. And on the back seats, they're taking some terrible hits trying to stop the Russian troops entering the Ukrainian capital, laid out on already blood-soaked stretchers. The soldiers have just been shelled on a front line which is creeping ever closer to Kyiv. And it's the nearest hospital, now entirely turned over to dealing with the war wounded. These aren't army medics, they're the town's doctors and nurses who 2 weeks ago were dealing with births and bone breaks. Now they're plunged into a new world, spent trying to save the lives of soldiers and civilians torn apart by bombs and bullets.
It's the World War III.
It's World War III.
It's World War III, and it could be stopped here, or it could move through all the world, through all the world. Please help us to stop this war.
They are shell-shocked and shaking. And so far, the politicians' peace talks have got nowhere. Hospitals are protected locations under international law, but no one here trusts that to be observed. Yet there's an astonishing resilience and perhaps a realization they have no option. It's not difficult for us to fight, he tells us. We're defending our land and will continue to protect it. But then he delivers a rousing call, not just to his fellow Ukrainian men and women, but also the rest of the world. Everyone has to stand together, he says. Glory to Ukraine, our army will win. This is on the northwest edge of the capital, and we found multiple vehicles and homes which had been hit, apparently indiscriminately. There seems to be no shortage of lucky escapes. He was on duty as an emergency worker.
So you just live close by?
His house 5 houses from here.
There are thousands of lives abruptly halted by this war. Pets abandoned in the rush to keep out of the way of the rockets and bombs. Families who've upped and left everything just to try to survive. There's a constant sound of artillery and shelling going on, and you can see the devastation that some of the attacks have already had. We know, according to the locals here, that the Russians are only a few kilometers down the road, and this is the constant backdrop. So those who can't or won't leave live in a shadowy underground world below the booming war sounds. About half of the capital's population has fled the city, according to the mayor.
Smells good. Smells good.
We're just waiting for victory, for everything to be good again, she says, and trying not to cry. These are the bravest of women, tending to some of the community's most vulnerable and most frightened. We've already learnt how to tell the difference between our side's shooting and the enemy's, Natalia tells us. We can identify everything, and we're just trying to keep everyone calm. They're already living under siege here, with sons and partners fighting and their homes bombed. For sure, this is a crime, and Putin has to be punished, she tells us.
Hi, Dan.
Hi, how's it going?
Those fleeing include a former British soldier who'd been living in Bucha, had to pass through Russian troops to escape, and saw dozens of civilian targets had been attacked.
I saw a lot of vehicles, civilian vehicles, destroyed on the road. Dead bodies still inside are strewn onto the road. Even vehicles, people have been marking their vehicles with the Ukrainian or the Russian word for child on their vehicles if they have children. A bunch of those vehicles were also destroyed with children markings.
They're engaged in the fight of their lives to stop the Russian troops advancing any further. But their president's warning, much more of their blood will be spilt unless his nation gets international military support. Alex Crawford, Sky News, on the edge of the capital, Kyiv.
Well, Chelsea Football Club is facing huge restrictions on the way it operates after its owner, Roman Abramovich, was sanctioned by the UK government. Mr. Abramovich is one of 7 Russian billionaires to face new curbs, which include asset freezes and travel bans. Ministers say it's part of a move against those linked to the Russian regime. The restrictions mean games can still go ahead, players can be paid but not bought or sold, and no new tickets can be sold. Sky's Ali Fortescue reports.
He is Britain's best-known oligarch. But Roman Abramovich's 2 decades at Chelsea, an enviable London property portfolio, have been undone by his links to Russia and to President Putin. Abramovich's assets and the club that he transformed frozen, his name added to the list of billionaires sanctioned by Britain.
It is important that he doesn't benefit from the club. Our priority is to ensure that the club is protected, that the fans are protected and the national game.
It's an extraordinary moment for foreign policy and for football. Chelsea will now have to operate under a special licence. That means season ticket holders can go to games, but fans can't buy new tickets. They'll be subject to a transfer ban, blocked from negotiating new contracts. The club can't sell merchandise. 3 have already suspended their sponsorship. And whilst reasonable travel costs for players will be covered, longer trips abroad could be difficult.
All the fans all over the world are devastated right now.
Do you think they've gone too far with this?
I think they've, obviously there's a massive issue in Ukraine, but him leaving, it's just, I feel like the club's just dying.
Right now, the value of our club in terms of achievements, quality of players, location, I'm not worried. A little setback, but we'll bounce back stronger.
The government will have been making sure their case was absolutely legally watertight before sanctioning Roman Abramovich. It is a big move. It means he faces a UK travel ban and his assets, including Chelsea, are frozen. And that makes the process of selling this club much more complicated. The billionaire had already confirmed that Chelsea's being sold. The profits, he said, will go to victims of the war in Ukraine.
It effectively would have to be sold via the approval of the government, or the government appointing someone to work alongside the sellers to ensure that any sale proceeds went into an account which could not be accessed by Roman Abramovich. I think it does call into question the Premier League's approach to allowing individuals to come in and buy football clubs without having any form of human rights clauses.
6 others have also been sanctioned today, among them Mr. Abramovich's former business partner, Oleg Deripaska, and Igor Sechin, whose yacht was seized by the French last week. But for the man so deeply entwined in British football, lauded, even recently, by some of the most high-profile players, whose name less than a week ago was a rallying cry from Chelsea fans at Burnley. It is a moment many believed wouldn't come. Chelsea's game tonight against Norwich will go ahead. What happens next for the club is much less certain. Ali Fortescue, Sky News.
This is Sky News Tonight. Coming up, will a new digital visa application scheme make it easier for the thousands of refugees desperate to reach their families in the UK?
I am there to speak truth to power. Well, the question to ask questions that people want answered. Yeah, good to see you. When I'm interviewing a politician, it's more rapid fire, but this is not. This is a conversation. The format of the show, so we're going to have an hour-long interview show once a week on a Thursday night. It's at 9 p.m. It's a moment to press pause on this frenetic pace of news and just reflect on things. And when we do have a politician on the show, you might see them interviewed by me in a different way than you perhaps normally see it. What they do, why they do it. If I can find some of that and bring it onto Sky News, I'd be really happy.
Welcome back to Ukraine. There's to be a change in the UK's visa scheme for Ukrainians seeking sanctuary in Britain. From Tuesday, the process will go digital, so people with a passport won't need to go to an application centre in Europe. It should speed up the process, but it still excludes anyone without a passport. The Home Secretary has faced fierce criticism that the UK dragged its feet in response to the refugee crisis. Sky's Laura Bundock reports from Lille in northern France.
A fortnight ago, they had jobs, schools and homes. Now they are refugees. 3 cousins and their 4 children.
In the port? Yeah. We sit on the floor. We wait in 10 hours with kids.
They have family in the UK, but 7 long visa forms, all in English, took hours.
Every time it's different information. Every 2 hours. Some change, and need plus new documents, plus new translators, everything's new. Some family help in Ukraine and send, and now we make everything and translate, and yeah.
So you've had to have family in Ukraine send you information?
Yes, my mom is her mom,
It is unbelievably difficult. With their husbands in Kyiv now fighters, they just want somewhere safe to stay.
We don't need some benefit, we don't need nothing because we have his family. We need some 1, 2, 3 months, I don't know, when the situation in Ukraine will be good, we are just back.
And everyone here has a similar story.
Things aren't just complicated, they are constantly changing. A day ago, people were brought here from Calais, where they were told there was a visa centre opening nearby in Lille. Now they're told it'll open on Friday, not here, but in Arras, and that's an hour away.
Some have made it through. In the early hours, Maria brought her Ukrainian mum to Edinburgh.
People have nowhere to go. Some people run out of money. People they have no home. They just want to make to their family, and the whole process is too long, too complicated.
After days on the road, they're all off to Paris to finish the applications.
Does it feel welcoming to you, the UK?
No, he not say welcome. No. Yeah. But we try, we're strong. Yeah.
They've left their hearts in Ukraine, but their hope now lies in Britain. Laura Bundock, Sky News in Lille.
This is Sky News Tonight. Coming up, the former head of NATO, Anders Fogh Rasmussen, tells Sky News nothing should be off the table when it comes to dealing with Russia. That and more after the break. Welcome back to Western Ukraine. The former NATO Secretary General Anders Fogh Rasmussen has told me that NATO may need to act sooner rather than later to intervene in this conflict. Mr. Rasmussen said the decision to rule out a no-fly zone is encouraging Vladimir Putin to commit more atrocities. I spoke to him a little earlier and asked him whether the situation on the ground could further deteriorate.
I think they will get worse because the Russians are not advancing as planned, so Putin will get more desperate, and that will lead to more devastating warfare.
How do you think Putin can be stopped? What more must be done, do you think, to stop him?
First of all, I think we should step up our delivery of weapons to the Ukrainians. They have demonstrated great bravery, and we should help them all we can. So we should help them with drones, with anti-tank equipment, better air defense systems, etc., etc.
We've seen the attacks on civilians. We've seen the attack on the hospital. Is there not now a moral case, a humanitarian case for a more significant military intervention, given what is happening here now? Maybe a no-fly zone or something like that?
It is indeed heartbreaking to watch the images of Russian bombings of civilians. So at this stage, I would not exclude anything. I think it's a mistake that Western leaders are busy excluding this and that action. We are confronted with a political gangster in the Kremlin, and in defense against gangsters, you should not exclude any action.
So would you be thinking seriously now about something like a no-fly zone or some other military intervention here?
First of all, I would declare economic war against Russia. I think that's what is needed here and now to stop the revenue from oil and gas purchase in Russia, to completely cut Russia off the international economic system. But concerning the no-fly zone, I think it should still be on the table. It could be to protect humanitarian corridors. It could be to protect Western Ukraine. But let's be clear-eyed about this. The Russians would consider it a declaration of war.
Absolutely. But by ruling it out, you think, do you, that it is in some ways encouraging Vladimir Putin?
Absolutely, because Vladimir Putin only respects one thing: force and determination and unity. So we shouldn't exclude anything. He should be kept in doubt about our intentions. But here now, I think we should stop the revenue that finances his war. So I would suggest that the European Union immediately stop all purchase of oil and gas from Russia.
So what is the red line for you militarily? If NATO is not going to act now, and they've acted before in places like Libya and so forth, if NATO is not going to act now, what does it take for NATO to act militarily?
I think we should follow the development very closely, and if Russia continues to target civilians, bombing of hospitals, as we have seen, not to speak about if they use chemical weapons in Ukraine, I would consider that crossing a red line.
And that would mean military action, which could lead to a broader war, but you would still go ahead with that, would you?
Of course, we have to think this through very thoroughly, because a no-fly zone might make more harm than good by expanding the conflict beyond Ukraine's borders. And of course, we don't want that. And that's why I think here and now, my preferred option would be actually to declare an outright economic war against Russia by stopping the purchase of oil and gas, and actually we can handle it in Europe. It will be tough. It will come at a price, but that price would be very low compared to the current suffering of the Ukrainian people. And it would be a tiny price compared to the loss of freedom if we do not act now.
I think you've met Mr. Putin. How far do you think he is prepared to go in all this?
I'm concerned that he won't stop in Ukraine. If he succeeds in Ukraine, next step could be Moldova and Georgia, and in the worst case, also against the Baltic states. So we may have a choice between confronting Mr. Putin now or later. And history has taught us that the suffering and the losses might be less by confronting such dictators at an early stage rather than too late.
And if NATO did act now, maybe militarily, do you think that Putin would back down?
Yeah, at least I think if he gets good advice, he would realize that Russia has no chance whatsoever against NATO. But again, let me stress, I do not want a military confrontation with Russia. I think a declaration of economic war would be more efficient.
Do you think that Vladimir Putin is behaving irrationally? Do you think he's behaving delusionally over all this?
Mr. Putin is definitely behaving irrationally, because rational thinking wouldn't have led him to attack Ukraine. And he has been through an incredible change of mind. I met him first time in 2002. At that time, he enthusiastically argued in favor of a strengthened cooperation between Russia and the West. Since then, he changed his mind, attacked Georgia, attacked Ukraine. So he has changed his mind over time.
And just finally, do you think there is a diplomatic way out of this, and soon?
It's hard to see because Russia has presented what I would call maximalistic demands that eventually would lead to the dissolution of Ukraine as an independent and sovereign state. Of course, we have to adhere to the principle that all sovereign countries have a right to decide their alliance affiliation themselves. And that's exactly what Putin tries to deprive Ukraine of that right. Putin is obsessed by the idea to restore the greatness of Russia. And that's why he wants to control the territory of the former Soviet Union, and we shouldn't allow him to do that.
Okay, Anders Fogh Rasmussen, thank you very much indeed.
You're welcome.
Well, as the refugee exodus continues out of Ukraine, Poland has so far accepted over 1 million people. Many Poles feel a sense of solidarity with their Ukrainian neighbours, fearing the dominance, of course, of Russia approaching their own country. Some have gladly offered to house families fleeing the war. The authorities have allowed people to cross the border with very little bureaucracy in contrast to the UK, but with so many flooding into Poland, the strain is now beginning to show. Sky's Lisa Holland reports from Warsaw.
It's just 2 weeks since Poland became a beacon of sanctuary for Ukrainian refugees. Now, by their own admission, the capital Warsaw is just about coping and close to being overwhelmed. At the central station, a sea of people, some just off trains from Ukraine, hungry, thirsty and tired. But the refugees are grateful to volunteers for the most basic of things, like a toothbrush and helping them get back on their feet.
I had to change the money for her because there is a queue. So we have to go and take the tickets.
You've got a lot of people that you need to help.
As you can see.
Just not stopping, is it?
It's not. Well, it is. It's just, I don't know how long it's going to be, but probably for a long time.
Warsaw has welcomed the equivalent of 15% of its previous population, and nobody knows how many are staying.
Where do you plan to go to?
We don't know. We don't know.
No idea. Poland?
No, we have no
Germany?
idea. No.
Having arrived safely from Ukraine, the refugees then need somewhere to go or stay. These people are queuing for a bus for Germany. They have no idea when it will leave or even which city they'll end up in. Some have slept rough for days, waiting for somewhere else to go. Others, like Gregory and his 87-year-old mother, who can barely walk, just want to reach a European country where they have friends.
We have no home, we have no cars, we have no nothing, only these 3 baggage. Oh, that's all.
This family would like to go to the UK but aren't eligible as they have no family ties. But they can see the pressure mounting on the authorities in Warsaw.
We are going to Germany because too much our citizens in Poland, we don't want to bother Poland people.
Warsaw says it needs help, calling on the rest of Europe and the UK to step up.
I am afraid that this is just a beginning. So I think you could today think about your offer for them. If you could provide something, it would be really welcome.
The refugee crisis is getting worse by the day, which means it's likely to be a long time before any of these people truly find some peace. Lisa Holland, Sky News, Warsaw.
This is Sky News Tonight. Coming up, it'll make life difficult for Chelsea, but what else will freezing Roman Abramovich's assets achieve? We'll talk to an anti-corruption activist next.
Independent, United Kingdom.
These last few years have seen some huge stories. And these stories have been driven by politics, by politicians, the people in power.
You must stay at home.
And it's my job to figure out how these decisions made by politicians impact all of us in our everyday lives.
This is the worst thing I've ever been through in my life. People turn up here with their child stuff in a black sack and just say, I don't want to.
And that is what it is. It's first-class poverty.
Is this an example of the welfare state failing?
We take you to the heart of the stories that shape our world.
These are stories that affect us all. Millions of children are now having to catch up. Some stories have changed all of our lives. Because like the residents, the staff are being infected. Politicians, they make decisions all of the time, and it's our job to hold them to account. I wonder if you will take this opportunity to apologise to those families. But in the end, the real power doesn't actually lie with the politicians. the real power lies with the people. I'm Nick Martin. I'm the People and Politics correspondent at Sky News.
We're going to talk more now about sanctions and the decision to freeze the assets of Roman Abramovich. It's left Chelsea Football Club in a kind of suspended animation, still functioning but unable to sign new players, negotiate new contracts, sell new tickets or sell any merchandise. Well, I'm joined now by Roman Borisovic, who's a political campaigner and anti-corruption activist. Thank you very much for being with us. The government statement is an extraordinary one, clear about Abramovich's links to Putin, but also suggesting that he may be linked through one of his companies to this destabilization of Ukraine.
Anyway, Mark. Well, I guess, Putin is the real owner of Abramovich's assets, and this is finally the realization is finally coming to the West that whatever you want to call him, trustee, wallet, but the money that Abramovich is managing is not entirely his, and that's been very clear from the moment when he bought Chelsea. The transaction that was viewed as making him a very rich person was really legitimizing Russian kleptocracies, Putin's money in London.
So what impact will this have then on him as an individual, and do you think other countries may act as well?
I would sincerely hope so, because UK is not enough, and the efforts with regard to these oligarchs need to be truly global. Abramovich has properties and assets in France and in the States, all over the globe. So freezing of assets has to be truly global. We can't really freeze Chelsea here and let him enjoy his palaces in France and his Gouvernement Beach property in St. Bart's.
So what happens then to his homes in London, his yachts and so forth? What will happen now to all that?
Well, now his assets will be frozen, as this is the measure that the government has taken due to the military conflict in Ukraine. Technically, if the conflict stops tomorrow, it has to be unfrozen and returned to Abramovich. Well, what happens to the assets after that entirely depends on the political will of Downing Street. If there is a will to investigate his links to Kremlin, if there is a will to prove that this is Putin's money, it has to be confiscated and most likely given back to the people of Ukraine.
So just explain how he was benefiting from his close links to Vladimir Putin.
He was, as I said, a trustee, if you want to think about in these terms. He was managing money that is not entirely his. He was allowed to have planes or maybe told to have planes to underscore the largesse of Russian oligarchs abroad and to create an image of a very successful independent businessman, which he is not. And this is going to be very painful for Putin to see his assets frozen and his proxy being not able to manage his money.
So what do you think he'll do now? I mean, will he just go back and live in Russia? What will he do you think?
I think he'll find himself some other place on earth. I don't think he wants to go back to Russia. Nobody wants to go back to Russia with these economic sanctions, and especially people who are used to the life of luxury.
So I think he's living in Israel at the moment, isn't he?
He'll probably stay there, and it's very convenient because Israel doesn't have extradition treaty, so he will be off limits to any law enforcement that wants to penalize him for his criminal kleptocracy.
And I'm sure his lawyers will be fighting it. Roman Borisovic, thank you very much indeed for being with us this evening. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
This is Sky News Tonight. Coming up in the next hour, all the latest developments on the conflict here in Ukraine, as the Prime Minister tells Sky News he fears Russia may use chemical weapons. Dermot Murnaghan is next.
It's 8 o'clock. This is Sky News Tonight. The top story, the Ukrainian civilians helping the injured in the conflict with Russia. Casualties of war, the wounded Ukrainian soldiers ferried away from the battlefield in the back of cars. We have a special report. Worlds apart, the highest level talks between both sides conclude with no agreement on a ceasefire. Boris Johnson tells Sky News he fears that Russia's president may deploy chemical weapons in Ukraine.
The stuff that you're hearing about chemical weapons, this is straight out of their playbook.
Victims of strikes in Mariupol are buried in mass graves as attacks continue. The former head of NATO says military action by the West shouldn't be ruled out.
we are confronted with a political gangster in the Kremlin, and in defense against gangsters, you should not exclude any action.
And unable to buy players or sell tickets, Chelsea feels the sharp end of sanctions on its owner, Roman Abramovich. Good evening. We begin the programme with what was once a normal hospital on the outskirts of Kiev. Well, now it's the nearest medical facility to the front line and is given over entirely to treating wounded Ukrainian soldiers. The staff have no training in treating shrapnel injuries or gunshot wounds, but now find themselves part of the war effort against the Russian invaders. Far from the front line, the highest level talks yet have taken place today between the two sides. We'll bring you more on that shortly. But our first report tonight is from our special correspondent, Alex Crawford, and we should warn you, it does show some distressing images.
They arrive stuffed into car boots and on the back seats. They're taking some terrible hits trying to stop the Russian troops entering the Ukrainian capital, laid out on already blood-soaked stretchers. The soldiers have just been shelled on a front line which is creeping ever closer to Kyiv. And it's the nearest hospital, now entirely turned over to dealing with the war wounded. These aren't army medics, they're the town's doctors and nurses who 2 weeks ago were dealing with births and bone breaks. Now they're plunged into a new world, spent trying to save the lives of soldiers and civilians torn apart by bombs and bullets.
It's the World War III.
It's World War III.
It's World War III, and it could be stopped here, or it could move through all Europe, through all the world. Please help us to stop this war.
They are shell-shocked and shaking, and so far the politicians' peace talks have got nowhere. Hospitals are protected locations under international law, but no one here trusts that to be observed. Yet there's an astonishing resilience and perhaps a realization they have no option. It's not difficult for us to fight, he tells us. We're defending our land and will continue to protect it. But then he delivers a rousing call, not just to his fellow Ukrainian men and women, but also the rest of the world. Everyone has to stand together, he says. Glory to Ukraine, our army will win. This is on the northwest edge of the capital, and we found multiple vehicles and homes which had been hit, apparently indiscriminately. There seems to be no shortage of lucky escapes. He was on duty as an emergency worker.
So you just live close by?
His house 5 houses from here.
There are thousands of lives abruptly halted by this war. Pets abandoned in the rush to keep out of the way of the rockets and bombs. Families who've upped and left everything just to try to survive. There's a constant sound of artillery and shelling going on, and you can see the devastation that some of the attacks have already had. We know, according to the locals here, that the Russians are only a few kilometers down the road, and this is the constant backdrop. So those who can't or won't leave live in a shadowy underground world below the booming war sounds. About half of the capital's population has fled the city, according to the mayor.
Smells good. Smells good.
We're just waiting for victory, for everything to be good again, she says, and trying not to cry. These are the bravest of women, tending to some of the community's most vulnerable and most frightened. We've already learnt how to tell the difference between our side's shooting and the enemy's, Natalia tells us. We can identify everything, and we're just trying to keep everyone calm. They're already living under siege here, with sons and partners fighting and their homes bombed. For sure, this is a crime, and Putin has to be punished, she tells us.
Hi, Dan.
Hi, how's it going?
Those fleeing include a former British soldier who'd been living in Bucha, had to pass through Russian troops to escape, and saw dozens of civilian targets had been attacked.
I saw a lot of vehicles, civilian vehicles, destroyed on the road. dead bodies still inside are strewn onto the road. Even vehicles, people have been marking their vehicles with the Ukrainian or the Russian word for child on their vehicles if they have children. A bunch of those vehicles were also destroyed with children markings.
They're engaged in the fight of their lives to stop the Russian troops advancing any further. But their president's warning, much more of their blood will be spilt unless his nation gets international military support. Alex Crawford, Sky News, on the edge of the capital, Kyiv.
The most high-level diplomatic talks in the conflict so far have failed to make any progress. Russia's Sergei Lavrov demanded that Ukraine be disarmed, denazified and accept neutral status. Ukraine said Russia's demands amounted to asking them to surrender. Meanwhile, bombardments have continued in several cities in Ukraine. Aid authorities have tried to open several humanitarian corridors today to evacuate civilians from besieged towns and cities. The priority has been to get people out of Mariupol, where 3 people, including a child, were killed in yesterday's strike on a hospital. The city has been blockaded by Russia for 9 days now, but no one was evacuated today, and the city was once again under attack from the air. Emergency services report that more than 12,000 civilians did manage to leave the region of Sumy successfully. The governor of Izium, which has been under constant attack, reports that 1,600 people evacuated from the town today. And people continue to escape fierce fighting in towns on the outskirts of Kiev. A steady stream of people have been crossing a makeshift bridge from Irpin towards the relative safety of the capital. Meanwhile, Ukraine's military say Russia is continuing its strategy of shelling major cities around the country. Well, today's talks failed to reach any significant announcements on ceasefires or humanitarian corridors. Our diplomatic editor Dominic Waghorn reports now from Antalya in Turkey.
In the besieged city of Mariupol, there is no time to give the dead dignity. No respectful burial, thrown instead into a trench filling with bodies, one after another, in scenes we thought were consigned to the middle of the last century, but happening now in a European city.
The only thing I want is for this to be finished. I don't know who's guilty, who's right, who started this. Damn them all, those people who started this.
1,200 have been killed in attacks ripping apart the city's streets and homes, launched by one of the world's most advanced militaries, reducing living in this seaside resort town to a struggle to survive. In another resort, this one in Turkey, Russia's foreign minister arrived smiling for the highest level talks since the invasion began. But after just an hour and a half, they ended with Ukraine's foreign minister emerging sounding frustrated.
My impression is that Russia is not in a position at this point to establish a ceasefire. They seek a surrender from Ukraine. But this is not what they are going to get.
Then the Russians turn. Sergei Lavrov is a sharp operator who chooses his words carefully. But listen to this and wonder what planet he's on.
We're not planning to attack other countries. We did not attack Ukraine.
You said some time ago that Russia had no intention to invade Ukraine. I think today you said that Russia did not invade Ukraine when it clearly has. Why should the Ukrainians take you seriously, with all due respect? Why should they believe a word you say and the rest of the world?
This is not about Ukraine. This is about the aggression against anything Russian. Interests, religion, language, culture, safety. And of course now, the reaction of the West to our actions. Very aggressive reaction.
Russia has sent its foreign minister here to talk peace, but without a mandate to discuss ceasefires or a new humanitarian aid corridor, claim the Ukrainians. It's hard to see what these talks have achieved, apart from the fact that they have happened and could happen again.
In Versailles in France, European leaders met to discuss Ukraine. But no, the West's strategy of using sanctions to deter Russian aggression has so far failed. Russia's advance is being blocked. Its tanks here picked off one by one. But the more its military fails, the more barbaric it seems its tactics, and the more the people of Ukraine suffer its onslaught. Dominic Waghorn, Sky News, Antalya.
Well, our Moscow correspondent Diana Magnay has the latest on how today's talks have been viewed by the Kremlin.
Vladimir Putin had a phone call with the South African president later this afternoon and briefed him on the talks and also on what Russia insists on calling its special military operation in Ukraine. We've just heard from Cyril Ramaphosa that he has been asked to mediate, try and find a negotiated settlement to this crisis. So that means that you have Turkey, Israel and South Africa all offering a hand, a mediating hand in this process. But we certainly don't seem to be any closer to any kind of compromise, certainly as far as those talks in the morning went. We also know that Vladimir Putin spoke to his German and French counterparts in a joint phone call this morning, and both of them urged an immediate ceasefire and said a negotiated solution was the only way out of all of this. Further to what Sergei Lavrov said in that press conference about the bombing of a hospital in Mariupol, of the maternity hospital, Russia's Ministry of Defense has now said that that was a staged information provocation by the Kiev regime. Now, I'm sure that the Kiev regime will push back very hard on that. And we heard earlier from President Zelensky saying war crimes are not possible without propagandists who cover them up. So you can see the kind of rhetoric on both sides about that terrible bombing in Mariupol that we witnessed yesterday. We've also had interesting developments on the economic front. I mean, the last week in Moscow, just seeing all the foreign companies that have pulled up, the shops that have boarded up, and of course, foreign companies pulling out across the whole country. Vladimir Putin had a meeting with his cabinet and to discuss how to mitigate the effect of sanctions. And he said that Russia would have to adapt, but that it would come out stronger, and that he would continue to deal essentially with those countries that weren't cooperating with the sanctions regime on Russia. He also said that, and this is following a conversation that's been going on for a few days now, that Russia might place or would consider placing foreign assets, idled foreign assets here in Russia under external administration, effectively bringing in Russian managers to make sure that supply chains and Russian staff were kept in jobs. Now, that's a pretty dramatic proposition, essentially nationalising foreign assets for companies that have moved out. And Vladimir Potanin, who's one of the biggest businessmen in this country, interestingly turned around and said we should approach that kind of thing with extreme caution. It would set Russia back 100 years, and it would mean that investors would mistrust Russia for decades to come.
Diana Magnay in Moscow there. Well, now, the Prime Minister has told Sky News that he fears that President Putin could deploy chemical weapons as part of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Mr. Johnson has been speaking exclusively to our political editor, Beth Rigby.
I'll make you one other prediction, by the way, which is that the stuff that you're hearing about chemical weapons, this is straight out of their playbook. They start saying that there are chemical weapons that have been stored by their opponents or by the Americans, and so when they themselves deploy chemical weapons, as I fear they may, they have a sort of a maskirovka, a fake story ready to go. And you've seen it in Syria. You saw it even in the UK when.
This is what you expect next, then.
Look, I just note that is what they're already doing. It is a cynical, barbaric government, I'm afraid.
John's there. Well, let's join our chief political correspondent, John Craig. And John, that is the great fear, isn't it, that as the Russian army advance stalls, they resort to more and more extreme tactics.
Well, this warning first emerged in a briefing by Western officials yesterday following that dreadful attack on the maternity hospital. Officials were warning of a Syria-style chemical attack and saying it was a serious concern. Earlier today, the Foreign Secretary, Liz Truss, who's in America, was asked about it. She was saying, we're very concerned about the potential use of chemical weapons. And this is not just the UK warning about this. Over in Washington, the White House are equally concerned. The press secretary to the president, that's Jen Psaki, talked about false claims. Now, You heard the Prime Minister there talk about a fake story, false claims, the White House says, about alleged US biological weapons labs and chemical weapons development in Ukraine. We should all be on the lookout for Russia to possibly use chemical or biological weapons in Ukraine. So this is a warning now coming from both the Prime Minister here and Washington. Now, in his interview with Beth Brigby, the PM talks about, he said, you've seen it in Syria, you saw it even in the UK. That obviously is a reference to the Salisbury poisoning a few years back. And the PM, when he talks about the playbook, basically what he's saying is that the Russians have form for using chemical weapons in Syria, and the West and indeed Ukraine needs to be on its guard as the Russian president seeks to try and recover some of the losses that we've just been hearing about. But this is no mere propaganda. This is a serious warning, serious concerns are phrases you're hearing from senior politicians now. And as the PM was saying, a cynical, barbaric government. So we're likely to hear more from Boris Johnson and indeed UK ministers and indeed President Biden about this over the coming days.
OK, John Craig, many thanks. And you can watch Beth Rigby's exclusive interview with the Prime Minister in full later this evening here on Sky News. That's on her new programme, Beth Rigby Interviews, this evening from 9. And now our security and defence editor, Deborah Haynes, is in Lviv and gave us her analysis about the threat of chemical weapons being used in the conflict.
Let's just sort of talk about what it could mean. I mean, in terms of chemical weapons, which are banned, remember, this is like it's a violation of international law to use chemical weapons on the battlefield. It was a red line that then President Obama drew during the Syria conflict and then allowed Russia and the Russia-backed Syrian regime to cross that red line with the use of chemical weapons, sarin gas attacks in Syria without the overwhelming consequences that should have ensured that violation of international norms wasn't allowed to go unpunished in a way that would deter future use. And that's one of the reasons, frankly, that we are where we are today, with ministers even talking about this. Interesting, talking about the possibility of it happening, but not offering any suggestion of a threat that would deter the use of that from happening, which I think really again underlines the difficulty that Western allies have with this conflict. They obviously are supporting the Ukrainian forces, but they aren't going so far that it would put themselves in direct military confrontation with Russia. And so it's a really difficult balancing act. And in terms of why we're even thinking about this, it has a lot to do with how badly the war is going for Russia. I mean, here we are, we're in the third week now of this invasion, and Russia has yet to capture and significantly hold territory. Yes, it has taken Kherson, for example, in the south, but you're still seeing Ukrainian protests on the street, anti-Russian protests. There's no sense of them making any significant, meaningful movement on the capital. And in desperation, in frustration perhaps, you escalate up the violence. And that's the kind of threat that we're seeing. And that's why you're getting these warnings.
Deborah Haynes in Lviv. Now, the former NATO Secretary-General, Anders Fogh Rasmussen, has told Sky News that NATO may need to act sooner rather than later to intervene in the conflict. Mr. Rasmussen said the decision to rule out a no-fly zone is encouraging Vladimir Putin to commit more atrocities.
Concerning the no-fly zone, I think it should still be on the table. It could be to protect humanitarian corridors. It could be to protect Western Ukraine. But let's be clear-eyed about this. The Russians would consider it a declaration of war. We are confronted with a political gangster in the Kremlin, and in defense against gangsters, you should not exclude any action.
We're sure to feature in tomorrow's papers. We'll have our extended press preview and news review from 10:30 this evening with tonight's news and tomorrow's headlines. Joining us for it will be the columnist Carol Malone and the political editor of the Liverpool Echo, Liam Thorpe. Now, Chelsea Football Club is facing huge restrictions on the way it now operates after its owner, Roman Abramovich, was sanctioned by the UK government. Mr. Abramovich is one of 7 Russian billionaires to face new curbs, which include asset freezes and travel bans. Ministers say it's part of a move against those linked to the Russian regime. The restrictions mean that games can still go ahead, players can be paid, but not bought or sold, and no new tickets can be sold. Sky's Ali Fortescue reports.
He is Britain's best-known oligarch. But Roman Abramovich's 2 decades at Chelsea, an enviable London property portfolio, have been undone by his suspected links to Russia and to President Putin. Abramovich's assets and the club that he transformed frozen, his name added to the list of billionaires sanctioned by Britain.
It is important that he doesn't benefit from the club. Our priority is to ensure that the club is protected, that the fans are protected and the national game.
It's an extraordinary moment for foreign policy and for football. Chelsea will now have to operate under a special licence. That means season ticket holders can go to games, but fans can't buy new tickets. They'll be subject to a transfer ban, blocked from negotiating new contracts. The club can't sell merchandise. 3 have already suspended their sponsorship. And whilst reasonable travel costs for players will be covered, longer trips abroad could be difficult.
All the fans all over the world are devastated right now.
Do you think they've gone too far with this?
I think they've, obviously there's a massive issue in Ukraine, but him leaving, it's just, I feel like the club's just dying.
Right now, the value of our club in terms of achievements, quality of players, location, I'm not worried. A little setback, but we'll bounce back stronger.
The government will have been making sure their case was absolutely legally watertight before sanctioning Roman Abramovich. It is a big move. It means he faces a UK travel ban and his assets, including Chelsea, are frozen. And that makes the process of selling this club much more complicated. The billionaire had already confirmed that Chelsea's being sold. The profits, he said, will go to victims of the war in Ukraine.
It effectively would have to be sold via the approval of the government, or the government appointing someone to work alongside the sellers to ensure that any sale proceeds went into an account which could not be accessed by Roman Abramovich. I think it does call into question the Premier League's approach to allowing individuals to come in and buy football clubs without having any form of human rights clauses.
6 others have also been sanctioned today, among them Mr. Abramovich's former business partner, Oleg Deripaska, and Igor Sechin, whose yacht was seized by the French last week. But for the man so deeply entwined in British football, lauded, even recently, by some of the most high-profile players, whose name less than a week ago was a rallying cry from Chelsea fans at Burnley. It is a moment many believed wouldn't come. Chelsea's game at Norwich went ahead tonight, but what happens next for this club is much less certain. Ali Fortescue, Sky News.
And this is Sky News Tonight coming up. Some refugees are making it to the UK, but will a new digital visa application scheme make it easier for the thousands more who are desperate to reach safety?
I am there to speak truth to power. Well, the question to ask the questions that people want answered. Yeah, good to see you. When I'm interviewing a politician, it's more rapid fire, but this is not. This is a conversation. The format of the show, so we're going to have an hour-long interview show once a week on a Thursday night. It's at 9 p.m. It's a moment to press pause on this frenetic pace of news and just reflect on things. And when we do have a politician on the show, you might see them interviewed by me in a different way than you perhaps normally see it. What they do, why they do it. If I can find some of that and bring it onto Sky News, I'd be really happy.
love my job because I get to do something that is contributing to a better future.
Now, there's to be a change in the UK's visa scheme for Ukrainians seeking sanctuary in Britain. From Tuesday, the process will go digital, so people with a passport won't need to go to an application centre in Europe. Now, that should speed up the process, but it still excludes anyone without a passport. The Home Secretary has faced fierce criticism, but the UK dragged its feet in response to the refugee crisis. Sky's Laura Bundock reports from Lille in northern France.
A fortnight ago, they had jobs, schools and homes. Now they are refugees. 3 cousins and their 4 children.
In the port, yeah, we sit on the floor. We
10 hours.
We wait in 10 hours with kids.
They have family in the UK, but 7 long visa forms, all in English, took hours.
Every time it's different information. Every 2 hours. Some change, and need plus new documents, plus new translators. Everything's new. Some family help in Ukraine and send, and now we make everything and translate and yeah.
So you've had to have family in Ukraine send you information.
Yes, my mom is her mom. Yeah.
It is unbelievably difficult. With their husbands in Kyiv now fighters, they just want somewhere safe to stay.
We don't need some benefit, we don't need nothing because we have his family. We need some 1, 2, 3 months, I don't know, when the situation in Ukraine will be good. We are just back.
And everyone here has a similar story.
Things aren't just complicated, they are constantly changing. A day ago, people were brought here from Calais, where they were told there was a visa centre opening nearby in Lille. Now they're told it'll open on Friday, not here, but in Arras, and that's an hour away.
Some have made it through. In the early hours, Maria brought her Ukrainian mum to Edinburgh.
People have nowhere to go. Some people run out of money. People stay. They have no home. They just want to make to their family, and the whole process is too long, too complicated.
After days on the road, they're all off to Paris to finish the applications.
Does it feel welcoming to you, the UK?
No, he not say welcome. No. Yeah. But we try, we're strong. Yeah.
They've left their hearts in Ukraine, but their hope now lies in Britain. Laura Bundock, Sky News in Lille.
And time now for a look at the weather.
Look forward to brighter skies. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Well, the next few days are going to be unsettled with strong winds taking rain across most places tomorrow. It's largely dry this evening, but eastern Scotland, western England and Western Ireland will have outbreaks of light rain. Britain will see patchy rain then spreading north overnight, becoming mainly confined to Scotland later on. More general rain will move into the southwest later. It'll be mild and a bit windy with coastal gales developing in the far northwest. The cloud and rain in the southwest will then spread to many areas tomorrow morning, but northern and eastern Britain will stay mainly fine. A few showers will affect Scotland. It will be mostly mild, but it probably won't feel it in the wind and the rain, with coastal gales possible. The afternoon will take outbreaks of rain across the rest of Britain.
The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
And you're watching Sky News Tonight. Coming up, I'm going to be talking about the Ukraine conflict with a former special advisor to the United States' top general in Europe. Welcome back. You're watching Sky News Tonight. The top stories this evening, and Sky News has seen how wounded Ukrainian soldiers are being taken from the battlefield in the back of cars and treated by civilian medics. The highest level talks between Ukraine and Russia have ended without significant progress after Russia demanded that Ukraine should be disarmed and accept neutral status. And the Prime Minister has told Sky News that he fears Vladimir Putin may use chemical weapons in Ukraine. Let's get more on what's happening in Ukraine now and the position that the United States and NATO are taking at the moment. I'm joined now by Mark Voyager, who's a former Special Advisor for Russian and Eurasian Affairs to the Commanding General of US Army Europe. Very good to talk to you, Mr. Voyager. A lot to get through. Let's start then, first of all, with the NATO approach. And this takes in no-fly zones and other issues as well. And it's through an interview that you may have seen Sky News conducted today with the former NATO Secretary General Anders Fogh Rasmussen, who more or less, I paraphrase, more or less says that the NATO is going to have to confront Russia now or later, perhaps sooner than many people in NATO at the moment imagine.
Well, this is absolutely true, and the sooner the NATO nations come to this realization, the better. Mr. Rasmussen is not the only voice out there. There are many other former senior NATO officials, both on the US side and the European continent, who actually advocate for NATO to take a more direct role. Of course, as we all know, NATO needs a consensus of 30 nations. So sometimes, quite often, unfortunately, it's quite difficult to gather, to garner this consensus, especially on a controversial issue such as this. But after all, NATO is the most successful alliance of democracies, and if we are to protect and spread democratic values, we need to, put our, to really pull our act together and be, be ready to engage in some form. It doesn't have to be, obviously a full-scale military action, but there are many nuances. There are many modalities in which NATO can contribute. First, to the defense of its Eastern European members and NATO as a whole, and of course, in preventing the humanitarian catastrophe which is quickly evolving before our eyes in Ukraine.
Well, expand on that. You say NATO will or may have to take a more direct role. I mean, the most obvious one being discussed at the moment is some form of no-fly zone, perhaps one to enforce humanitarian corridors.
Correct. Those corridors can take many forms. I mean, it could mean establishing a no-fly zone over Kiev, some of the other major cities, especially Western Ukraine. This is an area which the Russians will never penetrate in terms of ground forces, and therefore, it's of utmost importance to keep Western Ukraine at least, shielded in some form against potential Russian missile and airstrikes. Obviously, in order to protect the population there, but also to protect the potential supplies, actually supplies that are coming from Europe into Ukraine. We should not forget that Russia also controls the largest nuclear power plant in Europe, that in Zaporozhye, and then, of course, the Chernobyl reactor, which, if compromised, could lead to a catastrophe of global proportions. There's no exaggeration in saying that. Therefore, we have an obligation not only on humanitarian terms, but really on pure rational terms. I mean, Europe is not such a large continent. We have to keep in mind that the Russians are acting extremely irresponsibly around and playing with fire, dealing with those nuclear reactors. And of course, every day we see terrible scenes of barbaric attacks against children's hospitals, against civilian targets, which is completely unacceptable. And if we don't act now, we'll be forced to act in the future, just like we did in Yugoslavia and elsewhere.
And what about the threatened use of chemical weapons? Some dire warnings. We heard them again today from the British Prime Minister, Boris Johnson. We've heard them from the State Department and indeed from the White House. If Russia deployed chemical weapons in Ukraine, would that be a red line that merited a response from NATO?
Absolutely. I mean, I know that red lines were not, complied with in Syria, but chemical weapons, WMD used on the European soil, that would be more than a red line. That would mean that really we have to go all in any way we can to actually prevent that.
All in. I mean, does this? I mean, taking out the units that drop that, whatever form they come in, that means attacking Russian forces.
That would not be of our own. That would not be an action of our own choice. The Russians will, if they go that route, they will force us to act. I mean, remember, NATO acts by consensus, but ultimately it's also prone to, obviously the public opinion is able to change the calculus within NATO. Something that may have looked, really not very rational until some, certain period of time. Think of Yugoslavia. Think of how the decision-making within NATO evolved in a direction to actually launch strikes against Yugoslavia and ultimately take down Milosevic.
Well, I mean, just to end this, because we've been talking about escalation and escalation in horrifying ways, what about de-escalation? What do you read into the various diplomatic contacts that are taking place today, the most visible in Turkey between the foreign ministers? We know that there are other contacts between Israel and Russia, now South Africa. We hear that the former German Chancellor Gerhard Schroeder who has connections, obviously, with Russia. He's in Moscow tonight. Do you have any hopes of something developing there?
Remember, Russia did not launch an invasion of Ukraine in order to sue for peace. Unfortunately, peace negotiations are part of Russia's hybrid warfare tactics. That is, they are tactics to delay and regroup. I mean, obviously, they've had serious problems on the ground. So the only terms that Russia would accept, the only peace terms, are its own terms. That is, depriving Ukraine of its sovereignty. That is, not allowing it to join NATO. Demilitarizing, which its military is trying to do it by hitting also military targets in Ukraine, and ultimately forcing it to become neutral, which the public opinion won't accept it, especially those attacks. So ultimately, those negotiations will fail. They keep failing. I don't see a situation in which the current Ukrainian government agrees on what Russia is trying to foist upon them.
Mark Forger, really good talking to you. Thank you so much for joining us on Sky News tonight.
My pleasure.
Well, let's continue with that issue of diplomatic contacts, because as we heard earlier in the programme, there's been little progress in the talks between Russia and Ukraine. But China is also seen as one possible mediator, given its strong ties to Russia. And our Asia correspondent, Tom Cheshire, has been examining the likelihood, the possibility of Beijing getting involved in any future negotiations.
China has been trying to take an apparently neutral stance so far, but in its media, one side narrative is being pushed over the other. Here in Beijing, discussion of the conflict is tightly controlled, online and offline. The only messages of support are hung from friendly embassies like Canada's. There are no protests against the war, not just because of China's characteristic control, but also because people have a mixed view of the conflict and who is to blame for it.
美国负责最大，因为美国人，你不能老是觉得你多少年前你是一个垄断世界。
我觉得也不是俄罗斯的问题，我觉得就是普京的问题，因为就是民众是无辜的嘛，就是如果就是发起战争的人是有问题。
That's partly because they're getting a very skewed version of the war, one where the term invasion is banned. Every day, this giant screen in Beijing shows China's most important daily news bulletin from state broadcaster CCTV.
It's almost like they're reporting a different conflict. You don't see any sort of devastation. When you do see it on TV here, it's a very sanitized version. You watch Russians handing out food to Ukrainian citizens. You don't see the cities that they have leveled. This is a big screen, but China is not getting the full picture.
Some experts have hoped that China might play a positive mediating role, given its relationship with Russia.
What we can do at this present situation and it is very, very limited.
Professor Shi Yinhong has previously advised the Chinese government.
It sounds like you're saying China doesn't have that much leverage.
China never, in the past, at present, and I believe in the future, and will support Russia's military attack against Ukraine, and will support Russia's any, adventurous, actions, and to disturb European security, as well as China will never support and American sanctions against Russia.
It means that for all Beijing's power and economic might, it has so far been defined by inaction. From the outside, it can look like indifference. Tom Cheshire, Sky News, Beijing.
And you're watching Sky News Tonight. Coming up, it'll make life difficult for Chelsea Football Club, but what else will freezing Roman Abramovich's assets achieve? I'll be talking to an anti-corruption specialist next.
Independent United Kingdom.
These last few years have seen some huge stories. And these stories have been driven by politics, by politicians, the people in power.
You must stay at home.
And it's my job to figure out how these decisions made by politicians impact all of us in our everyday lives.
This is the worst thing I've ever been through in my life.
People turn up here with their child stuff in a black sack and just say, I don't want to.
And that is what it is. It's first-class poverty.
Is this an example of the welfare state failing?
We take you to the heart of the stories that shape our world.
These are stories that affect us all. Millions of children are now having to catch up. Some stories have changed all of our lives. Because like the residents, the staff are being infected. Politicians, they make decisions all of the time, and it's our job to hold them to account. I wonder if you will take this opportunity to apologise to those families. But in the end, the real power doesn't actually lie with the politicians. The real power lies with the people. I'm Nick Martin. I'm the People and Politics correspondent at Sky News.
Right, we're going to talk more now about the sanctions and the decision to freeze the assets of Roman Abramovich. It's left Chelsea Football Club in a kind of suspended animation, still functioning but unable now to sign new players, negotiate new contracts, sell new tickets, or indeed sell any merchandise. I'm joined now by Dr. Susan Hawley, who's the Executive Director of the charity Spotlight on Corruption. Good to talk to you, Dr. Hawley. Well, straight up, your reaction to this news of what's happening at Chelsea?
Well, I mean, I think Roman Abramovich has been on the top of many anti-corruption activist lists for a while of someone who the UK should be sanctioning. So I think this is actually quite big news. There's a separate issue about how it's going to affect the fans of Chelsea, and I think something needs to be done pretty quickly to resolve that situation. But there's, to see the government, they've been caught off on the back foot in a way. We've seen the EU seizing mega yachts. The US have had some of these people on their list for several years. So actually, Abramovich is the only person of the people they announced they were going to sanction who has not been sanctioned anywhere else. So that is a pretty big, bold move by the UK. But we have to also remember that about 2 weeks ago, Boris Johnson promised to sanction 100 entities and individuals. And even with this latest list, we're only at a third of that number. So the UK still has some way to go on this sanctions route.
And what about the speed of it all, even the ones that have been sanctioned. I mean, they're incredibly intelligent, one imagines, or have intelligent people around them, and they've had time to get their assets elsewhere in many cases, haven't they?
Well, I mean, that's the disaster of announcing that you're going to sanction 100 people and then not doing it straight away. I think those of us who've been watching sanctions expected that list of 100 that evening. And that's what normally happens in those sanctions regimes. But it's just been a drip feed, which absolutely allows people to do what you're saying, which is transfer their assets out of the UK, or we've seen in other cases, including with Deripaska, that you just transfer the asset to your child or your secretary or a business associate. And I think, there are ways around it. But I think with this Russia regime, everyone now is going to be much more sensitive, and that will be harder. All businesses will be looking at, actually, is this person related to the sanctioned person? So I think it is actually going to have quite a significant impact on these people, but obviously more in terms of their ability to kind of move in and out of the UK. For a very long time, the UK has been their playground, one of their stop-off places to come and enjoy life and have his multi-million-pound property portfolio. And they're not going to be able to do that anymore, the people on this list. So I think that it will have implications, but absolutely, whether it's going to get all their assets is absolutely not. They will have cleverly stashed away bits here and there around the world out of reach.
And that's a very good point you make there, Dr. Hawley, isn't it? I mean, why has it taken the Ukraine crisis for this to happen? If these are ill-gotten gains, why does it need a conflict for the UK to crack down on them?
I think it's absolutely the case. There's been a level of complacency about Russian money in the UK for a very long time, and a lot of people warning about it. And, in a way, it's chickens coming home to roost. And I think it is a shame it has taken so long, and that the government waited till the invasion happened to send this signal. I mean, we were certainly saying, when Russia was threatening and building up forces on the Ukraine, now is the time, to send the signal. So it has taken the UK a long time to come to terms with they have to do something, and then a long time to get out of the block, so to speak, on the sanctions list after the invasion.
And the UK's been really good at enabling it all, so-called, hasn't it? These armies of accountants and lawyers and estate agents and others, and also then the overseas territories in which to squirrel some of the money away.
Absolutely. And I think this is what is very interesting, whether we're going to see a real shift in the debate now, and whether someone put it to me today that basically this is like the financial crisis was for banks. This is the kind of crisis it should be for those lawyers and accountants who, for years and years, have been helping Russians take money out of Russia, invest it all around the world. And I think it's a sign of just how intricately linked the UK is with that, a lot of dirty Russian money, that it took the government a long time to really feel able to do anything about it. And you're absolutely right to mention the overseas territories, because we've got the Cayman Islands, the British Virgin Islands. They have been the absolute engines of kind of secret places to stash money. And the really powerful thing about UK sanctions is that they are meant to come into effect immediately in all those territories as well. And that means it's harder for them, the Russian oligarchs, to have their money there. And what we'd really like to see is those territories also showing the list of assets
just on that, and very briefly, weren't we promised that years ago by David Cameron?
Yes, that they would open up their registers and their companies. Yes, that has still not happened. And it's not due to happen until next year, and it has been way too long coming. And I think that's the thing. We've seen a lot of foot dragging about cleaning up London. Let's remember, it was only 3 or 4 weeks ago when Lord Agnew resigned that they had literally torn up the economic crime bill and thrown it in the bin. And that...
You make a very good point there to be explored further when we've got the time. Dr. Hawley, very good talking to you. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Thanks.
Out of time, I'm afraid. Just time for a quick look at the weather for you.
Look forward to brighter skies. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Yeah, next few days unsettled with strong winds and some rain in most places tomorrow. It's largely dry, though, this evening, but the east of Scotland, Western England and Western Ireland will have some light rain. Britain then seeing patchy rain spreading north overnight, becoming mainly confined to Scotland later.
The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
And you're watching Sky News. Coming up at 9 o'clock, our political editor Beth Rigby's exclusive interview with the Prime Minister on her new programme.
It's 9 o'clock. Welcome to our new show on Sky News, where I'm going to interview people who have something to say about the world and how it's changing. They'll be from politics, business, entertainment, public life, or they'll be everyday people caught up in the events of our times. But the main question tonight is What now for the future of Ukraine? Will this war continue taking more and more victims, or could there be a way to stop it? And with reports now of streets lined with bodies and millions of people being forced to flee their homes, should NATO countries be doing more? Questions I'll be putting to tonight's special guests. Good evening. Just 2 weeks ago, families in Ukraine lived a normal life. They did the school run, they went to work, they had dinner around their kitchen tables. And now whole towns are left flattened with bombs and missiles raining down from the skies. At least 3 people died after a maternity hospital was hit yesterday in Mariupol. Normal life turned to hell on earth. For 2 weeks, people have been desperately fleeing their homes with the simple hope of not getting caught up in the fighting. The UN is estimating that nearly 2.5 million people have left Ukraine. That's the biggest mass movement of refugees ever. And now life in Russia gets darker too. Unprecedented sanctions imposed by governments from around the world, and private firms from oil and gas companies to McDonald's and Mothercare stage a mass exodus. Journalism is criminalised and the police roam the streets, intimidating and scaring the population. Still, today the two sides met in what is the most significant meeting since the start of the war. The Russian and Ukrainian foreign ministers sitting down together in Turkey.
Those who are pumping Ukraine with weapons, they need to understand that they have responsibility for their actions.
A war that upturns decades of peace in Europe and will redefine this century. In all my time in the political arena, I've never before seen our leaders presented with such a consequential moment in history.
I've got a massive admiration for Volodymyr Zelensky, and I think any leader in his position would be saying exactly the same thing. They'd be saying, why can't you provide that air cover?
The once unimaginable is now a lived reality for all of us. I'll be asking, what does the West do now? Well, tonight we'll have my exclusive interview with the Prime Minister, and we're going to be joined here in the studio by Marina Litvinenko, the widow of former Russian agent Alexander Litvinenko, who was poisoned by radioactive polonium in London. And finally, Labour MP and mother of the House, Harriet Harman, speaks to me in her first televised interview since announcing she's stepping down at the next election. But now let's turn to our first interview. I travelled to Birkenhead in Merseyside today to speak to the Prime Minister, Boris Johnson. Here's my exclusive. Prime Minister, I'd like to start this conversation with the bombing in Mariupol yesterday of the Children's Hospital. Putin appears to have committed a war crime. What will it take for the West to get directly involved in this? Is killing children and pregnant women not enough?
I think what happened in Mariupol in that maternity hospital really shows that Putin is prepared just to reject, to abandon all norms of civilized behavior, and the sort of cynicism with which the Russian Sergei Lavrov admitted that they'd attacked that maternity hospital shows the depths to which they will stoop. And what we will do, of course, we already are involved, Beth, in the sense that we are, from the beginning, the UK was the first European donor of defensive military equipment. We've massively ramped that up, and what we're doing now, as you can see, is tightening the vice, tightening the pressure on Vladimir Putin's regime through economic sanctions, and targeting not just SWIFT, not just his banks, but as many of his people who are known to be associated with him as we possibly can.
And I will come to that. But
I think that, you know, when you look at something like the Mariupol, I mean, I don't know, but I think many of our viewers must have been absolutely shocked.
Lavrov said concerns over civilian casualties were, to quote him, pathetic shrieks.
You know, but I'm afraid that is just where they are, and that is what we're dealing with. And I'll make you one other prediction, by the way. which is that the stuff that you're hearing about chemical weapons, this is straight out of their playbook. They start saying that there are chemical weapons that have been stored by their opponents or by the Americans, and so when they themselves deploy chemical weapons, as I fear they may, they have a sort of a Maskirovka, a fake story ready to go. And you've seen it in Syria. You saw it even in the UK when.
This is what you expect next, then.
Look, I just note that is what they're already doing. It is a cynical, barbaric government, I'm afraid. And so, on your point about Beth, on your point about war crimes, I think it's the right question to ask. And as it happens, the Lord Chancellor, the Deputy Prime Minister, Dom Raab, has a lot of experience in this. He was one of those who was involved in putting Slobodan Milosevic before the Hague for trial, the Serb leader, for war crimes. And he will be going off to the Hague to see what they need, what evidence we can help to supply.
But in the meantime, Prime Minister, the bombing of a maternity hospital, at least 516 civilians have been killed, the use of cluster bombs, thermobaric weapons, the threat of chemical weapons, troops opening fire on fleeing families, shelling of civilian humanitarian corridors, airstrikes on residential blocks. Is it not on your conscience every time you speak to President Zelensky and he asks you for that no-fly zone? It must...
It is.
How can you not?
It's terrible. I've got to say, it's absolutely terrible. And I've got a massive admiration for Volodymyr Zelensky. And I think any leader in his position would be saying exactly the same thing. They'd be saying, why can't you provide that air cover? Why can't you, as the West, simply help to clear our skies of Russian planes and stop us being bombarded from the air, stop this evil going on in Europe? And we've had some very frank conversations, and ones in which have been deeply upsetting.
You won't
because
do it.
The difficulty is the difficulty is that there is a line beyond which, quite frankly, the UK and NATO would be deemed to be in conflict, direct conflict with Russia.
So no circumstances. If as you say, they could drop chemical weapons, is that not the red light? Nothing. Well, is there nothing that could happen that might make you change your mind?
It's agonising. It's absolutely agonising, and I've had this conversation at least a couple of times now with Volodymyr. But I think the difficulty is that it would require me to order RAF jets, UK pilots, into the air with a mission to shoot down Russian fast jets. And that is something that all my life, literally all my life, all my childhood, I remember something that we did everything we possibly could to avert, because that would be conflict between two P5 nuclear powers,
just to be clear,
two members of the Security Council.
No circumstances can that happen? Is that what you're saying?
I think we've got to be realistic, and we're going to do everything we can to support the Ukrainian people, to support the amazing, heroic Ukrainian resistance, and we're doing more and more with support with air defences, with anti-tank weaponry, and all that kind of thing. I don't want to go into the details, but I think our viewers know roughly what we're doing. It has been ramped up, but that is effectively a defensive measure. But I just want to stress that there's no Western country where that is on the agenda.
When you speak to President Zelensky a lot, every time you put the phone down to him, do you wonder whether that might be the last conversation that you'll have with him?
So look, I think Volodymyr has been one of the most extraordinary leaders of recent times in the way he's rallied. He's not only rallied his people, he's rallied the whole world to the cause of Ukraine. And he's made us all wear yellow and blue flags. And he's got everybody mobilized on his side. I think because he's so clearly and brilliantly delineated the difference between right and wrong in this case. Everybody can see that this is an unjustified act of aggression
he did
by
an
Putin.
interview on Sky News last night, and he said he thinks millions of people could die. Do you think millions of people could die in this conflict?
I think that it depends on Putin, and it's up to him and to him alone, and that everybody can see that things aren't progressing in the way that he hoped.
Prime Minister,
and his best bet, I think, is to withdraw, to cease the violence, and to allow a peaceful negotiation to begin.
Let's go on to Vladimir Putin. 2 weeks into this war, it's already unbearable to see the images coming out of the Ukraine. Your Foreign Secretary said it could last a decade. Do you agree with that?
I think that, again, that depends on Putin. But what I certainly think is that the Ukrainians themselves and the will to resist in Ukraine will never be extinguished.
I get that, but how long is it going to go on for?
You heard that from Volodymyr Zelensky
But we're in for
himself.
the long haul.
I think that
Months,
my
years?
own view is that Vladimir Putin can either choose to accept that he's made a catastrophic mistake now, or accept that he's made a catastrophic mistake a bit later on.
But when?
And that's the difference between the two options he faces.
But how long?
That is, I'm afraid, up to the Kremlin. Like, you know, Beth, I wish that I could tell you how long it will be. I think that he has said that he wants to give the military operations till the end of this month. You've heard what Putin's own narrative is. I myself don't believe, and I don't think most people looking at the situation believe. I don't think that he can conquer Ukraine. Ukraine is a country of 45 million people.
But Prime Minister, you keep saying that Putin must fail.
I do.
But do you acknowledge that Putin in his mind must be seen to win? That's the problem. You keep saying he's going to fail, but he has to win. So how do we get out of this?
I think that he needs to understand that his options are not good now.
But you accept that he needs to have some sort of victory. What's the off ramp?
Well, when you say needs, that I don't know what you quite mean by needs.
What's the off ramp for
what
him?
I think is that the best way out for Russia, for the Russian people, is for withdrawal of the Russian forces and for total cessation of hostilities, for reparations, and I think we will all have to work together to rebuild Ukraine, be in no doubt. But that's just the beginning.
But you accept the point that he won't be able to fail.
I think you've put your finger on something very important, which is that I think that Vladimir Putin has himself made it very difficult to find an off-ramp, and he has, I think, driven his tanks, so to speak, down a cul-de-sac from which it will be very hard to extricate himself, but he must.
But in the meantime, millions of people are going to die, so how do you help him get an off-ramp? I mean, what's the compromise? What's the compromise? Should Ukraine say, OK, we'll withdraw our application for NATO? Or, I mean, I guess what I'm saying is all I see is escalation, and I understand the sanctions, but it's escalating, there's no de-escalation, and in the meantime, millions of people could die.
I think what needs to happen, first of all, is that Putin needs to understand that he's made a catastrophic miscalculation, and he needs to withdraw, he needs to stop killing innocent people in Ukraine. I then think that there is certainly space for a conversation about the future, but it's got to be in that context, and it's got to be something that the people of Ukraine and the Ukrainian government actively want, Beth. And I think this is the crucial thing. I don't think that you can have a conversation about Ukraine without Ukraine. They've got to be at the table.
But it does seem to me that
they've got to be willing to
But you can't see a way out at the moment.
You
can't see a way out at the moment.
I can't see a way out that doesn't begin with the realization by the Kremlin that they made a catastrophic mistake and that it's time to begin to withdraw. It's time to withdraw immediately.
So let me just move on to sort of domestic response and your leadership over that. In terms of sanctions, today you finally sanctioned Roman Abramovich and 6 other oligarchs, something people have been calling for a couple of weeks now. It's been welcome, but do you acknowledge you could have moved more quickly on this, and do you wish you had?
I think the UK has been absolutely out in front in the whole sanctions process, and don't just listen to me, listen to what the Ukrainians have said, look at what the Kremlin themselves have said about the UK's role in this. We drove the sanctions
why didn't you go
on SWIFT
sooner, though, on Abramovich? Was it
on the
just
central
because
bank, on
why
Aeroflot.
didn't you go sooner,
but on those individuals, don't forget that we've already done 200 or 300 individuals, and in the UK we have pretty tight protections of property rights. From Tuesday, we'll be able to go much further and faster because we're changing the law under the Economic Crime Bill. What we've been able to do with the individuals who've been sanctioned today is to look at their relationship with the Russian regime. The due process has been gone through, all the evidence has been assembled, which is the right thing to do, and they've been sanctioned and in a very tough way. But that's the way we've had to do it.
When you campaigned to take back control, was it so that when we have issues like the Ukraine crisis, that you can be more restrictive than the European Union when it comes to visas?
No, because if you look at what we're doing, we're historically and by nature a very, very generous and open, welcoming people.
But
people
we've only issued 1,000.
People want to. Well, that was the number yesterday,
visas, yeah.
and it's rising the whole time, and it will rise
very sharply. Have you personally intervened to try and fix it?
Very sharply. So
have you had to personally intervene?
On Monday, you'll get from the Levelling Up Secretary, you'll get the programme that will allow people to come in. So people want to welcome it into their own homes. They can do so. Now you ask about.
Well, I know you've said
checks.
I know you've said about checks and the need for biometric testing, but half of the 2 million refugees estimated to be are children. You don't need to biometrically test a child. I mean, it seems a bit heartless. Someone actually said to me yesterday, a cabbie, he said it's really heartless. Why don't they just waive the visa checks?
I'll tell you why. So for younger people, we're not being we're not making those requirements. But what we are doing is ensuring that. And I think this is the best thing also for refugees, because they want a scheme that is safe, that is welcoming, and that works. And if you've been to war zones, and as I'm sure you have, as I have, you'll know all sorts of things are going on there. And you'll find that there are people coming out of them who perhaps, for one reason or another, don't have the papers that they need, and may even have false papers. They may have a good reason for that, but it is sensible, given the attitudes of the Putin regime towards the UK. It is sensible to have checks.
So by the end of the year, will we have 20,000 refugees?
They are light touch checks, but I think that most people can see the case.
Prime Minister, I've got so many more questions,
and
but I'm going to have to wrap up.
On the numbers, it could go up.
Yeah.
Just on the family reunion thing, you could have a very large number indeed, because there are so many potential beneficiaries of that scheme, and that's great. Look, I mean, as I said in the Commons yesterday, I'm proud, as is Dom Raab, as is the Deputy Prime Minister, as is the Home Secretary. We're all the direct descendants of refugees.
PM,
and our government has done a lot. If you look at the people we took from Afghanistan, the numbers we've taken from Hong Kong. So I know what our viewers will want to know, because what the British people want to know is, are we going to be generous? And my answer is overwhelmingly yes.
Okay, well, we'll test you on that when we, because at the moment we haven't done very well on it, and I think the public are a bit annoyed.
I also think people want us to have checks.
Yeah, but I think people are annoyed that we haven't done more.
I think people
you must accept that's a fair point for me to make.
People want us to be generous, but they also want us to be careful.
The final question I had for you, and this is about you levelling with the British people about the cost at home of this.
Yes.
Okay. Energy bills could go up to by £3,000. oil prices, I mean, do you even know what the cost of a litre of petrol now is?
It's high as ever.
It's 160 pence.
It is.
How bad is it going to be? Can you just level with people about the pain they're going to have to take?
So we will do everything. So we've frozen the fuel duty, for instance, for 12 years, and we will continue to do that. We will do everything we can to help households, help people with the cost of fuel, particularly elderly, vulnerable people. And you know all the packages of support we're putting in, even more that the Chancellor announced the other day. That's not going to be enough on its own. So the best thing for dealing with the cost of living, I mean, big picture, is to have a strong economy, good high-wage, high-skilled jobs, such as the ones that we're creating with our shipbuilding strategy, which you haven't mentioned, even though we're in this shipyard.
I'm sorry about that.
You could have done, but I'm going to mention it for you.
You're doing it for me.
I'm going to just slide it in there. We are launching our national ship. We're here in Camel Laird in Liverpool, but what we're also going to do, and this is absolutely vital. Not just have a high-wage, high-skill economy with record employment and almost record low youth unemployment, which is a great thing. What we're going to do is look at our energy supply. And what Putin is doing is proving how wrong we were in 2014 not to move away as Europeans, and the UK did more than other European countries, but we could do still more, to move away from dependence on Russian oil and gas. And so what I'm saying to you, Beth, is that now is the time, and it may be a bumpy period, but we will get through it as fast and as well as we possibly can. Now is the time to unleash an extraordinary program of energy independence.
A bumpy period.
Through massive investment in renewables, in more nuclear, a lot more nuclear, and also in sensible use of our own hydrocarbons with our own oil and gas without busting our carbon budget.
But we're all going to have to take the pain in trying to defeat Putin, aren't we?
And so, yes, I think that is right. I think that the West, and absolutely right, Beth, I think that the West is going to have to learn the lesson of indulging and appeasing Putin and failing to wean ourselves off Russian oil and gas. And we are now going to do the dramatic steps that we need to take to have independent energy supply so that we're no longer capable of being blackmailed by Putin. And that, I think, is the right thing to do.
Okay. Prime Minister, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The Prime Minister there with a deeply concerning warning that Russia might use chemical weapons next in Ukraine doesn't bear thinking about. Stay with us, because coming up next, I'll be joined live by Marina Litvinenko, the widow of ex-Russian agent Alexander Litvinenko, who died in London from radioactive polonium poisoning.
I love my job because I get to do something that is contributing to a better future.
Welcome back. When former Russian spy Alexander Litvinenko died in London in 2006 from radioactive poisoning, it shocked the world that such an attack could happen on British soil. Since then, Russia has been found responsible for his death. Well, with me now is Alexander's widow, Marina Litvinenko, who is in exile living here in London. Marina, thanks so much for joining us tonight on my first show. I really appreciate it. Now, let's kick off with your recent holiday. You were in Ukraine, as I understand it, just in the run-up to the invasion. I think you left just after the invasion. You were with your friends. What was the atmosphere like, and how are your friends?
And first of all, very good evening. And shall I start with a very special words, glory to Ukraine, Slava Ukraini. This is very important to all Ukrainians to hear it and to all people who support Ukraine now. When I went to Ukraine, I know it's a very tense situation in a board from side of Russia was very much unexplained and unexpected, and everybody discussed would be this war or not. But I decided to go 16th of February because I thought it's a good time to have a nice time in the very west of Ukraine, what is a very peaceful, very beautiful area. And I didn't think I would be in Ukraine and I received this news, war has started. And at the same moment, all this small town was mobilized. It was not panic, it was not hysteria. Everybody tried to receive news from their relatives in the east of part in Ukraine, from Kyiv, from Kharkiv. It was shocking news. And this small town expected these all refugees immediately and started to think how they could accommodate them, how they could bring them to the port if they decide to travel to Poland or to another country.
So they started to wonder, how could they help refugees? Did they start arming themselves? Did they...
This was all just, I would say people were ready for something worse, but of course they didn't want it, but they've been ready for this because this was a lot of organizing of self-defense organization when all men were ready to go to this. People went to special station to give their blood. Even I went to do this.
So you gave blood? So everyone went to build up the blood supplies for the army?
Yes, and this was so many people. It looks like this whole town was ready to give their all blood to these soldiers, to casualties, to anybody.
Did Putin miscalculate the Ukrainian people's spirit?
100%. I think 2014 gave them to Putin and to his alliance just this is wrong message. Ukrainian people soft, they're not going to fight, and like in Crimea, just will say welcome and would be happy to be part of Russia, but it was wrong.
And how are your friends now?
It's still quite serious, but this part is okay.
It's in the west, so they're
very
not
west,
in the areas of conflict yet.
Yes, it's even not Lviv. This is more close to Slovakia border, to Poland, to Hungary. But people in Kyiv in a very serious situation. I have a very good friend of mine, a member of Ukrainian Rada, and she's a woman and a young, very promising politician. She's fighting with Kalashnikov.
Okay. And Marina, let's talk about your late husband, Alexander Sasha, as you knew him or spoke of him. I think we've got a wedding photo, actually, of you. There you are. Can you see it there, Marina? It's on the screen.
Yes.
Isn't that a lovely... That's gorgeous, huh? I just want to ask you about a letter that Sasha wrote, an open letter to Putin 2 days before he died. You'll know this off your heart. He said, "You may succeed in silencing one man, but the howl of protest from around the world, Mr. Putin, will reverberate in your ears for the rest of your life." When did Sasha realise that Putin was bad for Russia?
From very beginning. And when he stand up in 1998 against of all this corruption and security service, it was his first fight against Vladimir Putin, because he was put to prison and spent almost 1 year. And then when he escaped, he published a book, Blowing Up Russia, about apartment bombing, when he openly accused of security service to do this crime against Russian people, because they want to show Putin as a strong man and he will defend all ordinary Russian people, what was not true. And his second book was just explained everything what happened in FSB, successor of KGB. And was all what he tried to prevent.
And Marina, you obviously have friends in Russia still that you talk to. Do you think that Russian people understand what's going on, or do you think that because of the media restrictions that they don't really know what's happening in Ukraine, from your experience of talking to people?
It's not even restrictions, it's completely brainwashed. Yeah. And some people just afraid to think about truth. They maybe understood something very bad happening in Ukraine, but they're afraid to talk about this.
What, because they can't believe that this is really happening, they're afraid of the truth?
Because you need to accept you live in a country who's aggressor. And this is very difficult. And sometimes they started to defend Putin, defend all these actions.
Marina, do you think that the Russian people might eventually overthrow Putin, or is it so repressive there that it's not possible?
We don't know. Soviet Union collapsed in 1991 when nobody believed it, because it was the strongest country and opposition to all other world. And now, yes, it's a different one, but I don't think it's as strong as it was Soviet Union. Yes, they try to control everybody, every individual, but we still have people outside in the street with this all protest.
And Marina, can I just ask you as well, you've lived in Britain, your adopted country, since 2000, so over 2 decades now. Are you happy with the way that Britain has responded to the crisis?
Now, of course, it's much better than it did happen before. And we every time cry for this, you have to do something. Now it's a huge international support, and it's this united country in European Union, United Kingdom, America, and other countries. What is very important for Putin, it was always very important to make these all countries to work separately.
To divide everyone.
Exactly.
And so now he will be confounded or confused by the fact that the West is united. He might not have anticipated
It's another surprise for him.
Do you think that we're taking enough refugees?
I don't think so.
Right.
And we know this picture from Calais in Paris when people need to go back to apply for visa.
Yeah.
It's a shame, because I saw these people spend hours and hours to get through Ukrainian border and then go to see maybe their relatives here in UK. And I would like to say, these people don't want to get out from Ukraine. They pushed from Ukraine.
Yes.
And they're not looking for better life. They definitely come back when it would be all finished.
So you would like our Prime Minister to follow the European Union and introduce visa waivers for the people of Ukraine?
Absolutely, because you will save these people and they will all time grateful for this.
And just finally, do you think that politicians here made a mistake in welcoming Russian oligarchs so warmly to the UK in the past?
Of course, we need to learn all mistakes of what we did. And of course, politicians play this, I would say, ruthless, because it should be checked, and money and people who've been accepted here. And now we should talk about not a past, we should talk about present and about future, not to make more mistakes.
OK. Marina, I'd love to carry on, but I've run out of time. Thank you so much for coming on. It was a pleasure.
Thank you.
Well, look, stay with us, because coming up next, the mother of the house, Harriet Harman, on why she's stepping down as an MP and the reflections on losing her husband, Jack Dromey. Welcome back. This week's been one to celebrate women. With International Women's Day on Tuesday, it's a time to recognise the achievements of women around the world. In politics, it's been, and often still is, a fight to get women's voices heard. And one of the women who's been leading that fight in British politics for 4 decades is Labour MP Harriet Harman. She's the mother of the House of Commons, which means she's the longest-serving female MP still sitting. And earlier, I spoke to her in her first television interview since announcing her retirement. Harriet, thanks for coming on the show. You became an MP in 1982, and it was against the backdrop of mass protest against nuclear weapons. The women at Greenham Common, it ended up with thousands of people protesting across the UK. And now, as you prepare to stand down as an MP 40+ years on, we've got this moment where President Putin has put his nuclear weapons back on alert. And I wondered what that made you think, as if we've gone back 40 years, back to the Cold War, back to a world that we thought maybe was in our past.
Well, I think that the path we've tried to go on since then is to stop the proliferation of nuclear weapons, of having more and more countries becoming nuclear countries, and to reduce the nuclear arsenal of those superpowers that did have nuclear weapons. But it is one of the most frightening in amongst the horrific things that's happened with Putin's invasion.
And Harriet, you've been a lifelong supporter of Labour values of internationalism. What do you think is the principal position to take on Ukraine? That they should fight tooth and nail to liberate their country, that there should be an immediate ceasefire and talks leading to a compromise? What should we be doing?
Well, I think what we should be doing is what we are doing, which is saying that they are absolutely right and entitled to defend themselves, and Putin is absolutely wrong to invade. We just have to be absolutely clear about that, and do everything we can to support them in their fight against Putin, which is a defence of themselves, a war that, as President Zelensky said to us in the House of Commons yesterday, a war that they did not start and they did not want.
What was it like in the Commons yesterday?
Well, it was a bit chilling, really, because it drew to your attention how safe and secure we are in the House of Commons, in London, in the UK, and we saw President Zelensky in such a position of jeopardy, with hundreds, if not thousands, of his people being killed and millions fleeing under attack from a nuclear power. I think it just showed the stark contrast.
And Harriet, you obviously support Sir Keir Starmer's position, but it has stoked division in the party. 11 MPs signed a letter accusing NATO of sabre-rattling, and then Keir Starmer threatened those MPs with suspension. Labour's always been a broad church. Do you think it was a bit aggressive to sort of threaten people with suspension?
Oh, not at all. I think that if you're the leader, you have to have a clear position, and you need to make sure the party has a clear position. And the Labour Party does have a clear position, which is we support NATO and we support Ukraine. And we couldn't have people who were Labour MPs somehow qualifying that. So I think he was right. I mean, one of the things about leadership is, yes, listen to and include a broad range of views, but in this sort of situation, you have to be decisive, and that's what he was.
The reason I wanted to get you on the show was it was International Women's Day this week. You have been the most prominent feminist campaigner in politics for many decades, actually. You're the longest-serving female MP. You're the true trailblazer. And I remember a few years back when I was talking to a Conservative MP about getting more Conservative women on the benches, they said, we need a Harman figure because you drove through such change. And I think we've got a picture somewhere of 1997 and Blair's Babes. Do you remember that? Can you see yourself there?
Oh,
Do you remember
I'm
that
in the
day?
green, yes.
Yeah. With Tony Blair, and there's the late Mo Molan in front of you. You were behind All Women Shortlist. What was it like back then when you had this breakthrough?
I think it was incredible because it was a time when women were just saying we're fed up with being regarded as second-class citizens. You know, we're fed up with the idea that, you know, men should run the show and women should abide by everything that men say. And that we were fed up with being excluded from, you know, all walks of life, including political journalism. And so to have that breakthrough and to have women in the House of Commons representing a country which is 50% women was a very important moment. And, you know, as we went around, you know, if you went to the supermarket or you just went out and about in the street, people would come up and say, it's fantastic. Women would come up and say, it's fantastic to see you there in the House of Commons, because otherwise, previously, it had just been a sea of grey suits. There was 97% men and only 3% women, and Parliament was just downright unrepresentative.
Yeah.
And that affected the public policy agenda. You know, we've still got a way to go. We've still got a way to go until women are really on equal terms.
There's the obvious question. There's ever been a female leader of the Labour Party. The Conservative Party had 2 female prime ministers. You know, some people might say that Labour has a bit of a woman problem. Is that fair?
Well, we've certainly got a woman problem in terms of never having a woman leader, which is downright embarrassing. And next time, although we're not going to be having a leadership election anytime soon, next time we do need a woman leader.
And
but that
who
doesn't...
would your money be on?
Oh, honestly, I'm going to let the future MPs and, party members choose that. But the other thing is it can't be taken away from Labour that we did lead the way, and we did by ensuring we had all those Labour women MPs. Then the other parties began to look quite old-fashioned as men-only preserves, so they followed in that path.
Let's move on to another area which I know you've campaigned on and care deeply about, which is violence against women and girls, because, again, this is a very poignant and relevant issue at the moment. We've recently had the anniversary of the abduction and murder of Sarah Everard, that moment that lit a touch paper in this country where thousands of women came out to protest against violence against women and girls, rape cases at a record high, prosecutions a record low. When I interviewed the Home Secretary, she said all of us at some stage in our lives have been subject to all sorts of harassment. Is she right? Have you?
I think there's not a woman in this country who hasn't, at some point, at some part of her life, been followed down the street, been harassed on public transport, been sexually harassed at work. I mean, it's just every woman's universal experience. And what's happening now... Harriet? Oh, I mean, I was sexually harassed at work when I was a trainee solicitor. Like every schoolgirl, if I walked down the street, I was always looking over my shoulder and, men would follow along in cars. And that's still happening today. But what is different today is that women are rightly saying, we're not going to put up with this anymore. We want curb crawling to be an offence. We don't want there to be impunity for men who rape women and say, well, she said no, but she actually meant yes. So I think that what is really important now is that women are no longer prepared to put up with what all of us have put up with. And also that when I was being sexually harassed at work in my 20s, there was no question of any complaints procedure.
What did you do about it? Did you...
Absolutely did nothing, said nothing to anybody.
What did you do to the man? Or what did you just try and avoid him, or...? What?
Well, I shrieked because he kind of came up and grabbed me from behind. But it wouldn't have occurred to me to be able to complain because he was senior and was, my sort of line manager, and my future career completely depended on not being chucked out, and all the partners would have sided with him and I would have been regarded as a troublemaker. It's the same old story that every woman...
What did you do then? Just avoid him?
Just be... Well, it's sometimes very difficult to avoid somebody, especially you have to work in the same room as them, just the two of you on your own. But I think the thing is now that there's an expectation there should be complaint systems, that they should be independent, that women can complain anonymously so that they don't expose themselves to victimisation, and that they shouldn't have to be frightened on the street. And people talk about women not feeling at risk, but it's women are at risk. So what needs to be tackled is the sense amongst men that they can harass women and that's just banter or they can get away with it.
And Harriet, finally, let's come on to you and your decision to step down. You announced in December you were going to step down after 42 years of being an MP. And then since you took that decision, obviously your world was turned upside down with the sudden loss of your husband and fellow MP, Jack Dromey. And I want to say again how sorry we all are about that, Harriet. A week ago, there was the by-election in Birmingham Erdington, which was Jack's seat. Was that really difficult for you? How was that?
I think it would have been really difficult if we hadn't have won the seat and returned a Labour MP. I mean, Jack was born and brought up a Catholic, and he always said he was lapsed, but he never quite got beyond the notion of an afterlife. And I'm sure he certainly would be thinking he was up there looking down, and he would have been horrified if there'd been anything other than a Labour MP following in his footsteps. So it's good to welcome Paulette as the new Labour MP.
And just on your on Jack, your enduring decades of a long partnership. You've got 3 children, you've got 5 grandchildren. You just told me you've got a 6th on the way, so you're going to be very busy. Jack described you quite rightly as the outstanding parliamentary feminist of her generation, and he said he was in awe of you. While you in the House of Commons, you talked about Jack being a superpower who made us all walk taller and feel stronger. Does the strength of what you had together kind of give you the strength to face the future now? Because it must be very discombobulating.
But I think if you've lived with that sort of domestic propaganda, it can't help but, you know, reinforce your confidence. And all of us get imposter syndrome from time to time and think that we can't do things. So to have that relentless positivity and belief is incredible. But it wasn't just me that was the beneficiary of that positivity and belief. That there are, you know, women in the trade union that he worked in, other women in Parliament, that he would always be encouraging, because he believed that a role of men was to support and encourage women and not to stand in their way and hold them back. So I am left with surely that confidence that has been built up all of those years. But, you know, we were together for 47 years, which is an incredibly long time to share your political journey and your life's journey with somebody. And the thing about being a widow after a long marriage is that, I mean, my mum lived till she was 100, so I might have another 30 years left. So this is a new chapter in my life, which I've got to figure out how to crack on with the things that I'm going to be doing for the next 30 years. And, you know, people say, oh, now that you're on your own. But I'm not with Jack anymore, but I'm not on my own. I've got my children, I've got my friends, I've got my work colleagues. And I don't agree with the notion that somehow that's out there that when you're a widow, your life is effectively over, that the best years of your life are behind you and somehow you're a lesser person. I think that we've got to recognise that it's a different stage of life. And obviously it starts with great grief and loss. But people can be, you know, they are themselves in widowhood, same as they are themselves the rest of their life.
And has it changed how you approach stepping down as a parliamentarian? Because presumably your next 30 years are going to be different now. Did you think about carrying on working?
No, I haven't changed my mind about standing down. I've been an MP for decades, and for each day of those decades, I felt a great sense of responsibility for my constituents, for my role in Parliament. But at the end of the day, you can't carry on indefinitely. And I want to go when I'm still fully committed and doing the job to the best of my ability. And, you know, I'll see what's on the other side of stepping down from having those magic letters MP after my name.
Well, I'm sure that you will be doing many more interesting things, and I think your grandchildren are going to be keeping you very busy anyway. Harriet, thanks so much for coming on the show. Well, that's all for today's show. Thank you to all our guests, Harriet Harman, Marina Litvinenko, and of course, Boris Johnson. And thank all of you for joining us tonight. Later tonight, you'll be able to get the Beth Rigby Interviews podcast with all the highlights of this show and a few behind-the-scenes bits too. And you can find that on the Sky News app, or you can subscribe to it wherever you get your podcasts from. Coming up on Sky News at 10, Mark Austin is live in Lviv with more on the war in Ukraine.
love my job because I get to do something that is contributing to a better future.
It's 10 o'clock. This is Sky News at 10, live from Ukraine. Our top story. Casualties of war, the wounded Ukrainian soldiers ferried away from the battlefield in the back of cars. We have a special report from a makeshift hospital close to the front line outside Kiev. The dead of Mariupol buried in a mass grave as diplomatic talks fail. Putin could use chemical weapons, Boris Johnson's ominous warning.
The stuff that you're hearing about chemical weapons, this is straight out of their playbook.
Chelsea out in the cold after the UK freezes the assets of Russian owner Roman Abramovich.
Keep calm and carry on winning. Chelsea, the club that Roman Abramovich transformed, is now in special measures. The kind of sanctions the Premier League has just never seen before.
And we'll take a first look at tomorrow's front pages in our press preview. That's from 10:30. Good evening then from Western Ukraine. It was once a normal hospital on the outskirts of the capital. Now it's the nearest medical facility to the front line, given over entirely to treating wounded Ukrainian soldiers. The doctors and nurses have no training in treating shrapnel injuries or gunshot wounds, but they are now part of the war effort against the Russian invaders. The highest level talks yet took place today between the two sides as the dead from the shelling of Mariupol were buried in mass graves. We'll bring you more on that shortly. But our first report tonight is from our special correspondent Alex Crawford, and a warning that it contains some distressing images.
They arrive stuffed into car boots and on the back seats. They're taking some terrible hits trying to stop the Russian troops entering the Ukrainian capital, laid out on already blood-soaked stretchers. The soldiers have just been shelled on a front line which is creeping ever closer to Kyiv. And it's the nearest hospital, now entirely turned over to dealing with the war wounded. These aren't army medics, they're the town's doctors and nurses who 2 weeks ago were dealing with births and bone breaks. Now they're plunged into a new world, spent trying to save the lives of soldiers and civilians torn apart by bombs and bullets.
It's the World War III.
It's World War III.
It's World War III, and it could be stopped here, or it could move through the all world, through all the world. Please help us to stop this war.
They are shell-shocked and shaking, and so far the politicians' peace talks have got nowhere. Hospitals are protected locations under international law, but no one here trusts that to be observed. Yet there's an astonishing resilience and perhaps a realization they have no option. It's not difficult for us to fight, he tells us. We're defending our land and will continue to protect it. But then he delivers a rousing call, not just to his fellow Ukrainian men and women, but also the rest of the world. Everyone has to stand together, he says. Glory to Ukraine, our army will win. This is on the northwest edge of the capital, and we found multiple vehicles and homes which had been hit, apparently indiscriminately. There seems to be no shortage of lucky escapes. He was on duty as an emergency worker.
So you just live close by? His house 5 houses from here.
There are thousands of lives abruptly halted by this war. Pets abandoned in the rush to keep out of the way of the rockets and bombs. Families who've upped and left everything just to try to survive. There's a constant sound of artillery and shelling going on, and you can see the devastation that some of the attacks have already had. We know, according to the locals here, that the Russians are only a few kilometers down the road, and this is the constant backdrop. So those who can't or won't leave live in a shadowy underground world below the booming war sounds. About half of the capital's population has fled the city, according to the mayor.
Smells good.
Smells good. We're just waiting for victory, for everything to be good again, she says, and trying not to cry. These are the bravest of women, tending to some of the community's most vulnerable and most frightened. We've already learnt how to tell the difference between our side's shooting and the enemy's, Natalia tells us. We can identify everything, and we're just trying to keep everyone calm. They're already living under siege here, with sons and partners fighting and their homes bombed. For sure, this is a crime, and Putin has to be punished, she tells us. They're engaged in the fight of their lives to stop the Russian troops advancing any further. But their president's warning, much more of their blood will be spilt unless his nation gets international military support. Alex Crawford, Sky News, on the edge of the capital, Kyiv.
Well, the most high-level diplomatic talks in the conflict so far have failed to make any progress. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov denied his country had anything to do with the bombing of a hospital in Mariupol, and even told Sky News his country had not invaded Ukraine. In Mariupol itself, the Red Cross warned of a humanitarian disaster with the dead being buried in mass graves. Our diplomatic editor Dominic Waghorn reports now from Antalya in Turkey.
In the besieged city of Mariupol, there is no time to give the dead dignity. No respectful burial, thrown instead into a trench filling with bodies, one after another, in scenes we thought were consigned to the middle of the last century, but happening now in a European city.
The only thing I want is for this to be finished. I don't know who's guilty, who's right, who started this. Damn them all, those people who started this.
1,200 have been killed in attacks ripping apart the city's streets and homes, launched by one of the world's most advanced militaries, reducing living in this seaside resort town to a struggle to survive. In another resort, this one in Turkey, Russia's foreign minister arrives smiling for the highest level talks since the invasion began. But after just an hour and a half, they ended, with Ukraine's foreign minister emerging sounding frustrated.
My impression is that Russia is not in a position at this point to establish a ceasefire. They seek a surrender from Ukraine. But this is not what they are going to get.
Then the Russians turn. Sergei Lavrov is a sharp operator who chooses his words carefully. But listen to this and wonder what planet he's on.
We're not planning to attack other countries. We did not attack Ukraine.
You said some time ago that Russia had no intention to invade Ukraine. I think today you said that Russia did not invade Ukraine when it clearly has. Why should the Ukrainians take you seriously, with all due respect? Why should they believe a word you say and the rest of the world?
This is not about Ukraine. This is about the aggression against anything Russian. Interests, religion, language, culture, safety. And of course now, the reaction of the West to our actions. Very aggressive reaction.
Russia has sent its foreign minister here to talk peace, but without a mandate to discuss ceasefires or a new humanitarian aid corridor, claim the Ukrainians. It's hard to see what these talks have achieved, apart from the fact that they have happened and could happen again.
In Versailles in France, European leaders met to discuss Ukraine. But no, the West's strategy of using sanctions to deter Russian aggression has so far failed. Russia's advance is being blocked. Its tanks here picked off one by one. But the more its military fails, the more barbaric it seems its tactics, and the more the people of Ukraine suffer its onslaught. Dominic Waghorn, Sky News, Antalya.
In an exclusive interview on Sky News, the Prime Minister has warned that Vladimir Putin may be preparing to use chemical weapons. But Boris Johnson says he is still against a no-fly zone, even in the event of the use of weapons of mass destruction. Here's our political editor, Beth Rigby.
Good afternoon. How are you doing?
A Prime Minister in war times trying to meet the moment and putting his navy on alert.
And we're going to need you out there doing a lot of stuff as fast as possible.
Camel Laird Shipyard in Merseyside, a base that's been building military ships for hundreds of years.
If I just push this forward, nothing will happen.
Nothing will happen. Nothing will happen on board here, perhaps, but grave warnings from this Prime Minister about what could happen next in Ukraine. As Russian officials today continue to dismiss military attacks on civilians. Lavrov said concerns over civilian casualties were, to quote him, pathetic shrieks.
You know, but I'm afraid that is just where they are, and that is what we're dealing with. And I'll make you one other prediction, by the way, which is that the stuff that you're hearing about chemical weapons, this is straight out of their playbook. They start saying that there are chemical weapons that have been stored by their opponents or by the Americans, and so when they themselves deploy chemical weapons, as I fear they may, they have a sort of a Maskirovka, a fake story ready to go.
The use of chemical weapons by the Syrian government, backed at the time by the Kremlin, devastated so many. But sadly, too, it became a powerful tool in the armoury of an aggressor.
I do share the Prime Minister's concerns in this area. It is very similar to what we've seen in Syria, and that is why I think we're all concerned of these irregular weapons. We've seen the vacuum bombs, the thermobaric bombs being used to devastating effect. And now we're hoping that we won't see chemical weapons, but they've been so successful in Syria. It's hard to see that Putin wouldn't do it.
2 weeks into the invasion of Ukraine, and this Prime Minister's not convinced there's much chance of de-escalation when it comes to President Putin. You can't see a way out at the moment.
I can't see a way out that doesn't begin with the realization by the Kremlin that they made a catastrophic mistake. I think that Vladimir Putin has himself made it very difficult to find an off-ramp. And he has, I think, driven his tanks, so to speak, down a cul-de-sac from which it will be very hard to extricate himself.
This week, the Ukrainian president told Sky News the West was indecisive, refusing to shut Ukrainian skies, ruling out implementing a no-fly zone. Is it not on your conscience every time you speak to President Zelensky and he asks you for that no-fly zone?
I've got to say, it's absolutely terrible. It's absolutely agonizing. And I've had this conversation at least a couple of times now with Volodymyr. But I think the difficulty is that it would require me to order RAF jets, UK pilots, into the air with a mission to shoot down Russian fast jets. And that is something that all my life, literally all my life, all my childhood, I remember something that we did everything we possibly could to avert. We've had some very frank conversations and ones in which have been deeply upsetting.
Frank conversations only likely to get more difficult. These moments now are without precedence and with no end in sight. Beth Rigby, Sky News.
Our security and defence editor Deborah Haynes is also here in the city of Lviv. Deborah, how seriously is NATO taking the possible use of chemical weapons by Russia?
Well, Western officials view this as a serious concern, and then you have to ask why. And the fact is that Russia has form, not just the Salisbury spy poisonings in 2018, when it was accused of using a Novichok nerve agent on the streets of the UK, but also via the Russia-backed Syrian regime that used chemical weapons, sarin gas, against its people in Syria. That was a moment when the Western world drew a red line, because chemical weapons in war is banned under international law. But when that line was crossed, the West failed to respond, so the deterrence effect was lost. And so you still have that threat today. And then you have to ask why. And the fact is that the more the Russian forces here fail to make advances, given the strong Ukrainian resistance, the greater the level of violence they seem willing to use. And that's why potentially escalating to chemical weapons is a possibility, and doing it by blaming perhaps the Ukrainian side for launching those chemical weapons as a way to justify the intervention. This is what people are thinking could happen. Hopefully, obviously, it won't.
Deborah, thank you very much. Now, they are a member of the world football elite, but the future of Chelsea Football Club is tonight extremely uncertain after the UK government placed sanctions on its oligarch owner, Roman Abramovich. Non-season ticket holders can no longer buy tickets. Away matches in the Champions League may be impossible. Merchandise can no longer be sold. Here's Sky's Ali Fortescue.
He is Britain's best-known oligarch. But Roman Abramovich's 2 decades at Chelsea, an enviable London property portfolio, have been undone by his suspected links to Russia and to President Putin. Abramovich's assets and the club that he transformed frozen, his name added to the list of billionaires sanctioned by Britain.
It's important that he doesn't benefit from the club. Our priority is to ensure that the club is protected, that the fans are protected, and the national game.
It's an extraordinary moment for foreign policy and for football. Chelsea will now have to operate under a special licence. That means season ticket holders can go to games, but fans can't buy new tickets. They'll be subject to a transfer ban, blocked from negotiating new contracts. The club can't sell merchandise. 3 have already suspended their sponsorship And whilst reasonable travel costs for players will be covered, longer trips abroad could be difficult.
I think for all the questions everybody has, players, fans, staff, we have to give the club time to work through that. And I know you hear this from football managers because ultimately this is the only thing I can control, the next 90 minutes. And I think it's only right for the players to be able to switch off for 90 minutes in what has been a difficult day.
The government will have been making sure their case was absolutely legally watertight before sanctioning Roman Abramovich. It is a big move. It means he faces a UK travel ban and his assets, including Chelsea, are frozen. And that makes the process of selling this club much more complicated. The billionaire had already confirmed that Chelsea's being sold. The profits, he said, will go to victims of the war in Ukraine.
It effectively would have to be sold via the approval of the government, or the government appointing someone to work alongside the sellers to ensure that any sale proceeds went into an account which could not be accessed by Roman Abramovich. I think it does call into question the Premier League's approach to allowing individuals to come in and buy football clubs without having any form of human rights clauses.
6 others have also been sanctioned today, among them Mr. Abramovich's former business partner, Oleg Deripaska, and Igor Sechin, whose yacht was seized by the French last week. But for the man so deeply entwined in British football, lauded, even recently, by some of the most high-profile players, whose name less than a week ago was a rallying cry from Chelsea fans at Burnley. It is a moment many believed wouldn't come. Chelsea's game at Norwich went ahead tonight, but what happens next for this club is much less certain. Ali Fortescue, Sky News.
So let's go to our sports correspondent Tom Parmenter, who is in Norwich, where, as Ali was saying, Chelsea have been playing tonight. So how have Chelsea fans there been reacting?
Well, once again, Mark, Chelsea fans singing the name of Roman Abramovich in the stands here at Carrow Road tonight. The man who has brought them, of course, unprecedented success, but who, as we've heard, named by the British government as someone who is linked in directly to the Kremlin and to the man who is bombing and killing Ukrainians. I think everyone at the club has been taken aback by today's announcements. They come on a day that is the 117th anniversary of this football club, formed in 1905. And fans here at Norwich and also at Chelsea women's game at West Ham tonight have been trying to weigh up just what it means in the long-term future of their football club and also for the rest of this season.
It's too far now, it's too far gone. We have to leave it to Liverpool or Man City, unfortunately.
Is this going to ruin it?
I'd like to think not. I'd like to think the club is bigger than that.
We always support Chelsea, doesn't matter what situation is going on, so nothing changes that.
This is why so many of us have come to this game tonight. Maybe the only way to see our team is away from home.
He's not the only person that may have questionable finances in the back that owns a football club. I just think it's a difficult situation at the moment.
Both Chelsea's teams, men and women, won their games tonight. And after the game here at Norwich City, Thomas Tuchel, the manager, said, as long as we have enough shirts and a bus to drive to the games, we will be there and will compete hard. And I think this really is a quite damning indictment on the Abramovich era at Chelsea, this step taken by the British government today. They are not, of course, the only Premier League team on questionable financial footings, but it is something of a jaw-dropping example of English football and where it finds itself in. How hard have these clubs raced to the top? How many millions and billions of pounds have been spent over the years? And whether or not, as a lot of critics say, the morals and the right way of doing things has perhaps been jettisoned in that race to the top. There are still interested buyers in Chelsea Football Club, but it will be more difficult to achieve that sale, but perhaps that is the quickest way out of this mess.
OK, Tom, thank you very much. And Ukraine is dominating tomorrow's papers once again. Here's the Metro with reference to a Russian billionaire, Roman Abramovich. Their headline, Blood on His Hands. And you can scroll through the front pages while watching our extended press preview and news review by scanning the QR code on your screen now. Joining us from just after 10:30 this evening will be columnist Carol Malone and political editor at the Liverpool Echo, Liam Thorpe. Well, let's return to the fighting here in Ukraine and the latest situation on the ground. Sky's Kamali Melbourne is at Sky News Centre.
Well, joining me now is Air Marshal Phil Osborne, a former Chief of Defence Intelligence and a Director at Universal Defence and Security Solutions. Phil, thanks for being with us again. So where are we as we enter week 3 of this Russian invasion of Ukraine?
So I think it's fair to say that at week 3, Russia's not where it planned to be. It's probably got more than 90% of its forces committed. That will be hard work to sustain. It means pulling forces in from the rest of Russia and perhaps the use of mercenaries. Probably one of the significant things today is Russia's declaration that it's used the TOS 1 Alpha thermobaric system to the north, just to the east and north of Kyiv.
Yeah, and just talk us through what that particular artillery piece is. I think we've got a shot of one that was used from a training.
So the TOS 1 Alpha is as you can see, it's a multiple rocket launch system. What makes it different is it's thermobaric, it's fuel air, so it produces incendiary and blast effects that are quite different, much more violent, much more effective in weapons terms than normal artillery. They're not illegal under the law of armed conflict as long as you use them against military and as long as they don't have a disproportionate impact. The use of these things in built-up areas would not in any way fulfil that law of armed conflict definition.
So concerning that it's been deployed and has been used. Let's take a look at the southern portion of the war, because there's been much more in terms of Russian gains. Just talk us through what's happening down in the south. We know that Kherson is the only major city to have fallen so far to the Russians.
So I think we can expect to see Russian forces continuing to the west, probably seeking to encircle and then take Odessa, cutting Ukraine off from the Black Sea. Fairly major economic impact on the country at that stage, and then moving off to the right and trying to join up a land bridge, if you like, between forces in Crimea and forces to the east in Donetsk and Luhansk. Those two things coming together around Mariupol.
Yeah, and we saw, of course, yesterday those shocking images of the strike on that maternity hospital in Mariupol. I mean, why would the Russians allow a strike like that to sort of happen? What kind of strategy do you think that is that's been employed?
So there's two things. It's Russian playbook. You know, the Ukrainian forces have gone into the cities. They've got to go and get them out or encircle the cities. But also it kind of demonstrates a lack of options as far as they're concerned. That kind of humanitarian pressure, you know, the loss of civilians in that scale, puts a lot of pressure on the Ukrainian government to settle. It also puts a good deal of pressure on the Western alliance to do something, that we must do something. That's a really difficult tightrope for them to walk, trying to deter without escalating. So a very, very difficult problem to solve.
And that idea of must do something may well be tested very soon, because, of course, just yesterday and for the past few hours, this talk of there being some kind of chemical or biological weapons factories in Ukraine, of course, dismissed by the Ukrainians and the Americans. But what does that mean in terms of the ratcheting up of the potential use of weapons?
So what we're seeing is a narrative type thing. Russia talking about chemical weapons already being in Ukrainian in the US, and the US declaring up front they think Russia's going to use this. This would be another escalation if it actually came to pass from a Russian perspective, a significant escalation. And the West will be trying to maintain a level of strategic ambiguity about that escalation, not trying to draw red lines, but keeping its options open as it walks that tightrope.
OK, Phil Osborne, for now, thank you very much.
Well, after pretty sustained criticism, the Home Secretary has changed the visa rules for Ukrainians seeking sanctuary in Britain. From next Tuesday, the process will go digital, saving Ukrainians the need to go to an application centre, but many are still trapped in the bureaucracy. Sky's Laura Bundock reports from Lille in northern France.
A fortnight ago, they had jobs, schools and homes. Now they are refugees. 3 cousins and their 4 children.
In the port? Yeah. We sit on the floor. We wait in 10 hours with kids.
They have family in the UK, but 7 long visa forms, all in English, took hours.
Every time it's different information. Every 2 hours. Everything. So some change, and need plus new documents, plus new translators. Everything's new. Some family help in Ukraine and send and now we make everything and translate and yeah.
So you've had to have family in Ukraine send you information.
Yes, my mom is her mom. Yeah.
It is unbelievably difficult. With their husbands in Kyiv now fighters, they just want somewhere safe to stay.
We don't need some benefit, we don't need nothing because we have his family. We need some 1, 2, 3 months, I don't know, when the situation in Ukraine will be good. We are just back.
And everyone here has a similar story.
Things aren't just complicated, they are constantly changing. A day ago, people were brought here from Calais, where they were told there was a visa centre opening nearby in Lille. Now they're told it'll open on Friday, not here, but in Arras, and that's an hour away.
Some have made it through. In the early hours, Maria brought her Ukrainian mum to Edinburgh.
People have nowhere to go. Some people run out of money. People they have no home. They just want to make to their family, and the whole process is too long, too complicated.
After days on the road, they're all off to Paris to finish the applications.
Does it feel welcoming to you, the UK?
No, he not say welcome. No. Yeah. But we try, we're strong. Yeah.
They've left their hearts in Ukraine, but their hope now lies in Britain. Laura Bundock, Sky News in Lille.
Well, Ukrainians may be struggling to reach the UK, but Poland has so far accepted over 1 million people. The authorities have allowed refugees to cross the border freely, and many Poles have welcomed Ukrainians into their homes. But the strain is beginning to show. Sky's Lisa Holland reports from Warsaw.
It's just 2 weeks since Poland became a beacon of sanctuary for Ukrainian refugees. Now, by their own admission, the capital Warsaw is just about coping and close to being overwhelmed. At the central station, a sea of people, some just off trains from Ukraine, hungry, thirsty and tired. But the refugees are grateful to volunteers for the most basic of things, like a toothbrush and helping them get back on their feet.
I had to change the money for her because there is a queue, so we have to go and take the tickets.
You've got a lot of people that you need to help.
As you can see.
Just not stopping, is it?
It's not. Well, it is. It's just, I don't know how long it's going to be, but probably for a long time.
Warsaw has welcomed the equivalent of 15% of its previous population, and nobody knows how many are staying.
Where do you plan to go to?
We don't know. We don't know.
No idea. Poland?
No, we have no
Germany?
idea. No.
Having arrived safely from Ukraine, the refugees then need somewhere to go or stay. These people are queuing for a bus for Germany. They have no idea when it will leave or even which city they'll end up in.
Some have slept rough for days, waiting for somewhere else to go. Others, like Gregory and his 87-year-old mother, who can barely walk, just want to reach a European country where they have friends.
We have no home, we have no cars, we have no nothing, only these 3 baggage. Oh, that's all.
This family would like to go to the UK but aren't eligible as they have no family ties. But they can see the pressure mounting on the authorities in Warsaw.
We are going to Germany because too much our citizens in Poland. We don't want to bother Poland people.
Warsaw says it needs help, calling on the rest of Europe and the UK to step up.
I am afraid that this is just a beginning. So I think you could today think about your offer for them. If you could provide something, it would be really welcome.
The refugee crisis is getting worse by the day, which means it's likely to be a long time before any of these people truly find some peace. Lisa Holland, Sky News, Warsaw.
Well, there's been little progress in the diplomatic talks between Russia and Ukraine, but with its economic might and close ties to the Putin regime, China may be able to force Vladimir Putin to negotiate. But as our Asia correspondent Tom Cheshire reports, so far there is little appetite to get involved.
China has been trying to take an apparently neutral stance so far, but in its media, one side narrative is being pushed over the other. Here in Beijing, discussion of the conflict is tightly controlled, online and offline. The only messages of support are hung from friendly embassies like Canada's. There are no protests against the war, not just because of China's characteristic control, but also because people have a mixed view of the conflict and who is to blame for it.
美国负责最大，因为美国人，你不能老是觉得你多少年前你是一个垄断世界。
我觉得也不是俄罗斯的问题，我觉得就是普京的问题，因为就是民众是无辜的嘛，就是如果就是发起战争的人是有问题。
That's partly because they're getting a very skewed version of the war, one where the term invasion is banned. Every day, this giant screen in Beijing shows China's most important daily news bulletin from state broadcaster CCTV.
It's almost like they're reporting a different conflict. You don't see any sort of devastation. When you do see it on TV here, it's a very sanitized version. You watch Russians handing out foods to Ukrainian citizens. You don't see the cities that they have leveled. This is a big screen, but China is not getting the full picture.
Some experts have hoped that China might play a positive mediating role, given its relationship with Russia.
What we can do at this present situation and it is very, very limited.
Professor Shi Yinhong has previously advised the Chinese government.
It sounds like you're saying China doesn't have that much leverage.
China never, in the past, at present, and I believe in the future, and will support Russia's military attack against the Ukraine, and will support Russia's any, adventurous, actions, and to disturb European security, as well as China will never support American sanctions against Russia.
It means that for all Beijing's power and economic might, it has so far been defined by inaction. From the outside, it can look like indifference. Tom Cheshire, Sky News, Beijing.
And that's about it from Ukraine for now. Let's go back to Anna in the studio.
Mark, thanks very much indeed. Well, that was Sky News at 10. Coming up, we'll take our first look at tomorrow's newspapers in the press preview, including this story on the front of The Telegraph, the headline, British public to be asked to take in refugees. And tonight, I'm joined by Carol Malone and Liam Thorpe, who are standing by. Join you after the break. You're watching Sky News. In just a moment, the press preview. Our first look at what's on the front pages as they arrive. First, our top stories here tonight, and Sky News has seen how wounded Ukrainian soldiers are being taken from the battlefield in the back of cars and treated by civilian medics. The highest level talks yet between Ukraine and Russia have ended without significant progress after Russia demanded that Ukraine should be disarmed and accept neutral status. And the Prime Minister has told Sky News he fears Vladimir Putin may use chemical weapons in Ukraine. Hello there, you're watching the press preview, our first look at what's on the front pages as they arrive. So it's time to see what's making those headlines with the columnist Carol Malone and the political editor at the Liverpool Echo, Liam Thorpe. So welcome to both of you, nice to see you both, and you will be both with us until midnight, so it's good to have you here. So first of all, let's take a look at what's on the front pages then. And The Guardian leads with a report from the city of Mariupol. It describes conditions there as medieval, following what it calls relentless shelling from Russian forces. Chelsea Football Club's billionaire owner Roman Abramovich has been sanctioned by the government and told he has blood on his hands. That makes the front of the Metro. It's the same story for the Mirror with their headline, Blood Brothers. The Eye reports the government's accused him of destabilising Ukraine by supplying steel, which may have been used to build Russian tanks. The Times also leads with Abramovich, mentioning Britain is the first country to sanction the billionaire. The Sun says Chelsea Football Club could go bust as a result of the Russian invasion, their headline, Skinsky. The Telegraph reports the British public will be asked to offer their homes to tens of thousands of Ukrainian refugees. And more than half of Ukraine's economy has shut down, and infrastructure worth $100 billion has been destroyed during the invasion. That's on the front of the Financial Times. And just a reminder that by scanning the QR code that you can see on screen during the programme, you can check out those front pages of tomorrow's papers for yourself while you watch us. But let's bring in now columnist Carol Malone and the political editor at the Liverpool Echo, Liam Thorpe. So good to see you both. Welcome. Let's kick off with the front page of the Mirror, shall we, Liam? A lot of the front pages tomorrow devoted to Britain becoming the first country to sanction Roman Abramovich. Ministers have accused him of having blood of his hands because of what they say are his links to Putin, hence the headline in the Mirror, Blood Brothers. And I know that you interviewed the Prime Minister today. It's not only Beth Rigby that's talked to Boris Johnson today, but you too did talk with him, and you talked about this. So what did he tell you?
That's right, yeah. Boris Johnson was in Merseyside today. He was visiting a shipyard to make a separate announcement, but we obviously asked him about a number of subjects related to the ongoing crisis in Ukraine. And it was the big breaking news at the moment, at the exact moment, was that Roman Abramovich, the owner of Chelsea, had just been sanctioned, had his assets frozen, and of course all the impacts that come with that in terms of Chelsea Football Club. So I asked the Prime Minister why he had made this decision now. I pointed to the fact that there had been calls for action against Mr. Abramovich for some time, including in the House of Commons, and he said that there had been ongoing investigations into Mr. Abramovich and his ties with the Putin regime, and that they had just got to the point now where they had crossed the threshold to take this action now. They were satisfied that he was indeed, did indeed have links to Putin's regime, and as you just pointed out before, there was potentially had benefited financially. And the other lines that have since subsequently come out, is that he may have been producing steel that may potentially have been used in Russian tanks that are committing some of these atrocities in Ukraine. So. Boris Johnson said that it was quite an interesting point, really. He said that in the UK, we can't move as quickly on things like seizing assets as in other countries, and this is something that he wants to speed up with the economic crime bill, which is coming to the Commons next week. So he said this process would have been faster after that. Other people, obviously, his critics believe that he just hasn't moved quickly enough on this, but he has moved today, and obviously the massive ramifications for Mr. Abramovich and Chelsea.
Well, yeah, and if we look at the Metro, Carol, blood on his hands is their headline. In fact, it's exactly the same headline on the Eye as well. I mean, how important is this speed aspect? I mean, some might say that these are very rich people. They've got the money to afford some really good advisors and lawyers, and they could shift their assets. There have been warnings of sanctions for some time.
Well, you're exactly right, Anna. There have been wars. They've had a 10-day head start, the oligarchs, on this to get their money out of the country. You know, the EU has already frozen assets and imposed travel bans. We have been very slow to do that. And I don't know why it's that hard for us if the EU have already done it. So, yeah, but I think it's a really important step. But, you know, targeting oligarchs is something that makes headlines. It's not necessarily the most effective way to wreck Russia's economy or its war machine. You know, the most effective thing is to limit Moscow's access to the foreign exchange reserves. They exist to protect they exist to protect against an attack on the ruble. That would hurt Russia more than the oligarchs. This is something we're doing to make a point. But to be honest, I think a lot of them say in this country they've had a 10-day head start to get their money out. Many of them already will have. They're not multi-billionaires because they're not clever. They will have done already that. But I just think, you know, hitting banks and financial institutions will have a bigger impact. You know, but the problem is, seizures take time, and you know, we didn't move fast enough, and maybe it's going to take a lot more time before these things actually start to bite. There's an interesting story in the Telegraph Business tonight, where it says that Russia could actually default on its repayments within days. Now, if that happens, that would be the first time they've defaulted on a payment since 1917, since the end of the Bolshevik Revolution. So this would show that they're starting to be hit, but I'm just not sure. Okay. You know, I just want to say that sanctions they don't necessarily enforce a leadership change or a policy change. Sorry to rush you, Carol. We're a bit squeezed in this section, and I did want to get on to what the implications might be for Chelsea. Liam, what's your thought on this? I mean, they're not allowed to sell any more tickets for games. Their merchandise shop is closed. They'll be unable to buy or sell players on the transfer market. There are all sorts of restrictions now. They're kind of in limbo, aren't they? What does it mean for the future of the club?
Oh, it's in total limbo. You know, there's reports coming out of Chelsea today that the players are understandably extremely unsettled. You know, you've got to feel for staff members there who are worried about their jobs as well. As you say, you know, the club shop closed. They're going to be limited in what they can spend on travel to matches, which particularly.
Feel like you're doing the work of 4 people? With Monday.com WorkOS, you can put all your repetitive work on autopilot.
See, I'm working down now. I got a bus moves going, working down, yeah.
Saving time for you and everyone you work with. Work without limits. With Monday.com WorkOS. Open your free account today.
You know, conserving something that's so special. It's a real big, hairy, audacious goal.
Katie Milne is a leader at Predator Free 2050 Limited, a charitable company established by the government to carry out the mission. A former president of a farmers association, she says pests also harm farms because they can infect cattle with tuberculosis. Controlling the disease costs the taxpayer $42 million a year, so predator eradication is good for the economy, not just the greenies. Katie says they can achieve the goal by 2050 with greater investment in scientific research.
And that's going to be the key to helping drive out the last of these predators. There is nowhere else on the planet like this, and we now have the technology, the will and the know-how to do it and protect those species, and we'd be fools not to have a go.
Andrew, this is the Animal Research Facility.
Animal behaviourist Patrick Garvey studies predators so that the best tech can be developed to wipe them out in the wild. This research facility helps him and other scientists observe a range of pests at all hours of the day and night, like this stoat roused from his slumber. Ah, they're quite noisy.
It's being a little defensive now because it doesn't like us being this close to it.
What makes the stoat such a killing machine in New Zealand?
So they're voracious predators. It's only 350 grams, but it can kill animals 10 to 20 times its size. They have to eat a third of their body weight every day. I heard somebody jokingly
people turn up here with their child stuff in a black sack and just say, don't want to. And that is what it is. It's first class.
This is June, and when the show left off last season, June's future is shaky after killing Commander Waterford. Have you started filming the new season, and can you dish even a little?
Yes, we have started filming the new season. Very excited to be back working on the show. What can I dish? Every beginning of new season, I'm thinking about what can I dish? I'm still in the show, so that's great.
Well, there's that.
Yeah, we were picking up really exactly where we left off. As you know, everyone who saw the season finale knows what happened with Commander Waterford. And so June, as always, is in a little bit of trouble. But she's in Canada now, and she's living with Moira, my character, and also her husband, Luke. So she has resources around her now that she hasn't had before living in Gilead. So we'll see how that will play out, how June can fight Gilead from within Canada. And the help of her friends.
Now, in real life, you are happily married to your wife, Lauren Morelli, who you met while working together on Orange is the New Black. And in April, you guys welcomed a baby girl, George.
We did.
Now, I heard your poor wife labored for almost 3 days. How is motherhood going? And what's this adjustment been like for you guys?
Starting with that 3-day labor, everything has changed. It's so many things. It's wonderful to see her like figure out the world. Every day has been such a joy. To do it together with my wife, you know, so much of her development has been when I haven't been working, so I've been really able to be around, and that's been really nice. But it's crazy. Being a mom is crazy. I didn't know this is what y'all were doing.
I didn't know what this was everyone was doing. I mean, they don't really give you a preview before you join the club, and maybe that's why.
Correct.
but now you are teaming up with our sponsor, One A Day, to co-produce the upcoming documentary, The Gratitude Project. I just love the name alone, which will debut at the Tribeca Festival this June. Tell us about it and what being grateful looks like for you.
Well, number one, I'm super excited to be partnering with One A Day on the Gratitude Project. It's something that really speaks to my heart. What we're trying to do is just highlight exactly how being grateful every day can benefit you in super positive ways. We're, like you said, we're making a documentary about it that's going to premiere at the Tribeca Film Festival. I'm one that I think really every day I try to practice gratitude, and especially practice it in terms of being grateful for my own body and what that looks like. And we're trying to, I think, show people that what it means to be grateful without just using your words and putting that into physically showing that gratitude. So I've really seen a lot of benefits in my own life, and I'm super excited to spread that to everyone else.
I think on the heels of pandemic wellness and how vital our bodies are, it's become more apparent than ever. But a big thank you. Congratulations to you and your wife on George. Please kiss the baby for us. And thank you officially to Samira Wiley and our sponsor, One A Day. We will be right back.
Everyone asked me, what have you done? Oh my gosh, you look so different. How did this happen overnight? And I was like, well, let me tell you a little story about V-Shred.
So how much have you lost overall?
53 pounds in 90 days.
Dang.
32% body fat when I started, and I'm 16.6 now. I went from 189 pounds to 136 pounds. I was a size 12, 14, and now I'm a size 4.
Holy cow.
I just want to let you know that B-Shred has really, really changed my life. Absolutely. From the start.
Or how long did it take before you started like seeing real results?
I actually saw results within the first week.
Oh, wow.
V-Shred is so easy and so convenient, and it's easy to learn, and it's easy to adapt to any type of lifestyle. That is what I really loved about it. And the fact that you have your program on an app that no matter where you are, you have no excuse. You can do it anywhere. I mean, I've been on vacation and I have been working out on the beach,
Yes.
you know? So there's really no excuses. I'm the excuse, and I had to take myself out of there, right? Transform what I was seeing in the mirror. And you gave me those tools to do that. My journey has really been very emotional for me. My weight was really, really evident. I was kind of like losing myself. And I wanted to look in the mirror and I wanted to love myself. I was having a hard time doing that. So I knew that I had to take matters into my own hands. And that's when I came across you on Facebook, and you literally saved my life. It was so obvious to me that I had no idea how to eat. I thought, you know, by starving yourself, that was the key, right? Just don't eat and you'll lose weight. Well, that's so wrong. You know, your body has a memory. Your body needs fuel. You need carbs. You know, they also tell you like no carbs and you'll lose weight. Just eat veggies and fruit. That's not the case. You know, your body will reject it'll work initially, but then it'll reject that. I'm so grateful for your teachings. I really am. I don't even feel like I have to like even meal prep as much because I know what to eat. So I can go to a restaurant and I can order adequately and maintain my figure, which is amazing. I've never been able to do that.
Starting down this new journey, what would you say were the 3 main benefits that you've experienced?
Number 1, definitely learning how to eat. I can't say that enough. Number 2, I would say loving myself, loving the person that's in that mirror, because this has transformed me in a way that I'm actually accepting of myself. I'm not so critical and so judgmental of myself. 3, giving me my life back, so I could actually enjoy my family. Now, with the transformation that I've had, I would say that you can't put yourself in the back burner, because as a mom or as a nurse or as a wife, you always have to put your best foot forward. And if you
the most powerful stories of our time, anytime. Nightline.
It was an extraordinary story.
A computer salesman was supposed to report to prison to begin a 17-year sentence.
They let him turn himself into jail with no escort.
No one thought he would run.
How do you evade capture for 25 years? How do you do that?
Now, join the search, following the U.S. Marshals as they uncover new leads in a global manhunt. Can you help catch this fugitive?
Have you seen this man?
Have you seen this man?
Have you seen this man? Listen and join the all-new Hunt wherever you get your podcasts.
Now streaming on ABC News Live 2020. True crime, cinematic, real-life drama, stunning, the unthinkable. Follow the clues. The Hunt. True crime 2020. Now streaming on ABC News Live.
National parks are incredibly safe places, but crime will happen.
Hey, Mama. My wife has fallen. She's in really critical condition.
At that time, I thought it was just a tragic accident.
There's still a lot of questions we need to ask.
There were small things that didn't totally add up.
This is 2 lives for Harold that have died now. I was shocked. Something's not right.
Admit it. These days, what you need to know
Seems to change just about every day.
What is it that you really want to know, need to know,
To help you not just get through your day,
but to make the most of it? Feel smarter.
feel better.
Feel happier.
Just so inspiring. It makes me want to go dance.
Breathtaking. I was very impressed.
I'm taking my program and I'm going to mention it on the news because I think it's a great performance and people should see it.
What I loved about the show was the authenticity of it. It was taking me on a journey.
Exceptional. The technique involved that
the thousands of hours of training.
People just float. Everything was exact, and then they worked to the exact moment, and it was beautiful.
You go away feeling with a smile in your heart from it.
Have to come. Life-changing.
Make sure you see it. Make sure you see it.
Don't wait. Get your tickets now.
Before communism, China had a glorious past. What if you could bring it back? Since 2006, Shenyun has been reviving the essence of Chinese civilization, deeply rooted in ancient values like compassion, honesty, and faith. Yet decades of destruction, deceit, and violence have nearly destroyed a nation's values, along with its own identity. So how do you revive what has been lost in today's China? At the core of Shenyun is an ancient art form, classical Chinese dance. In classical Chinese dance, movement begins with the heart. This characteristic makes classical Chinese dance richly expressive and unparalleled in storytelling. Shenyun's original music blends East and West, and we preserve traditional techniques throughout our production. Our artists follow the principles of truth, compassion, and tolerance. This brings a greater depth to our art. Every year, Shenyun premieres a completely new production with new stories, new costumes, new music, and new choreography. This undertaking is only possible with the devotion of each and every artist, for in our hearts is a mission greater than us all. Join us to reclaim the beauty, wisdom, humor, and drama of 5,000 years.
Forget expensive solar panels. Get Tesla Solar and a Powerwall for no cost. Can you get paid $2,500 to get Tesla Solar and a Tesla Powerwall? There's a new governmental clean energy program that your electric provider doesn't want you to know about. If you're lucky enough to live in a qualified zip code, you can get paid up to $2,500 to get Tesla solar panels and a Tesla Powerwall installed on your home without paying for any of the equipment or any of the installation. There are no strings attached, just an insanely cheap way to get the latest solar technology that could reduce your electric bill to zero. These people have already taken advantage of this program, but now it's your turn.
We're actually saving about $150 a month on our light bill from what it used to be. And it was shocking to see in 1 month our light bill was only about $10.
My total utility bill cost for 6 months of energy while having Tesla solar panels was a minuscule $28.86.
My home. Once we installed the solar panels, our bill was cut in half.
Once you have solar and a Tesla Powerwall installed, you'll no longer have to rely on the power grid. Your power will come from the sun, and it'll save you thousands of dollars on your electric bills over time. If you want to see if you qualify for this governmental clean energy program for free, just click the button below this video right now and answer a few simple questions about your home. There's no commitment to see if you qualify. It only takes 60 seconds, and it could save you a ton of money. So click the button below now before this video ends, and you lose your chance. Just look how much money all of these people are saving already.
Before I went solar, I was paying between $270 and $365. When I finally had my equipment installed, finally I'm down to $9.41.
Before the system was energized, I was paying $3,500 a year to JCP&L. Now I have a zero electric bill.
We're actually saving about $150 a month on our light bill from what it used to be. And it was shocking to see. One month our light bill was only about 10 bucks.
It's been over a year since it was turned on, and we've had no electric bills from day one. In fact, because of renewable energy credits, we're actually making a little bit of money every month.
It's 7 o'clock. This is Sky News live from Ukraine's capital, Kiev, where tonight large explosions sounded as night fell on this city. A series of blasts hit major cities in Ukraine, killing dozens as the Russian assault on this country intensifies. In Kiev's main hospital, children's hospital, Sky News witnesses children being treated for gunshot wounds as doctors move cancer patients to the basement. Peace talks between Ukraine and Russia held on the Belarus border while a war of words erupts between them at the United Nations. Western sanctions begin to bite as the UK government ratchets up their response, directing all ports to deny access to Russian vessels. 500,000 people flee the country, but the Home Secretary rules out visa-free entry to the UK, citing security concerns. Also ahead, FIFA suspends both the Russian national and club teams from all international competition.
Hello, yeah, we've come to join the Ukrainian army or whatever they're called.
And British volunteers offer themselves to Ukraine's military to join the fight here on the ground. Good evening from Kiev. Tonight, as darkness fell here, the skyline was alight with explosions appearing to edge closer to the centre of this city. Air raid sirens have once again been sounding, urging families to find shelter underground once again. It comes on a day of attempted diplomacy. Peace talks were held on the border of Belarus and a rare emergency session of the UN General Assembly in New York. Meanwhile, new economic sanctions have also been announced by the UK as Moscow begins to feel the impact of global pressure to choose peace. Ukraine is under attack from the north, the east and the south. Some of the most intense fighting and bombardments have been around the capital Kiev, in Chernihiv, Berdyansk, Kherson and Mariupol. In the second city, Kharkiv, there have been reports of dozens of people killed in Russian rocket attacks. From the nearby city of Dnipro, our correspondent John Sparks reports on the battle for Ukraine.
What could make you happier than this ad being over? Your experience selling your car at Echo Park Automotive.
The Russian government says it's willing to negotiate, but the Russian military has decided to bomb. This is Kharkiv, Ukraine's second largest city, as filmed through the windows of its residents. It shakes and it shudders under a fiery barrage. The attacks seem indiscriminate. The government says dozens of people have been killed. In the north, the city of Chernihiv has been targeted by artillery and by missile strikes too. A popular shopping center was hit and a residential building was partially destroyed. The Ukrainian government said there was an unknown number of casualties. In the south, the Russians have taken ground, securing the city hall in Berdyansk. But the community's residents did not cower. Instead, they faced the enemy and told them to go home. Such confrontations have been replicated around the country. As the attack on Ukraine intensifies, the parties met for talks on the border of Belarus. But there seems little prospect of success. The Russians began the day complaining the Ukrainians were late. We've been waiting all night to talk while their civilians are dying, said their delegation's head. The besooted Russians, here on the left, said little about their aims, while the Ukrainians have demanded an immediate ceasefire. Their president, Volodymyr Zelensky, seeks salvation in the West and sees his country's future in the EU.
We ask the European Union to admit Ukraine immediately under a new special procedure. We are grateful to our partners for fighting with us, but our goal is to be together with all Europeans.
Later, he signed an application for membership and posted it online. As the Russians press forward, the Ukrainians sign up, here registering for the army in the city of Dnipro. We were asked not to show their faces. So many people have put themselves forward, the authorities are turning them away. Many are now making Molotov cocktails instead. Their commander says he's inspired.
Піднесення і любов до своєї України. І вдячність країнам Євросоюзу, Сполученим Штатам Америки, Великої Британії. Раніше вони тільки озабоченість велика, зараз це конкретна допомога. Дякуємо.
The station in Lviv, in western Ukraine, now stands as a beacon of sorts, offering passage to Poland by train. And tens of thousands want a seat.
Sooner or late, everything could come, so me and my kids and my mom, we are going to travel to Poland first. I don't know which way now. We're going to try because it's really hard to do now, and then we're going to go to Germany.
It is a difficult journey, fueled by anxiety and disbelief, and their return beset by uncertainty. It takes courage to stay put in cities like Kiev as the Russians deploy the might of their military machine. They will not sleep in the Ukrainian capital, but the majority seem prepared to defend it. John Sparks, Sky News in Ukraine.
Well, doctors have turned an area of this city's main children's hospital into an emergency department for victims of Putin's war. 3 children have so far been brought to the facility with gunshot injuries. One of the patients, a 10-year-old boy, died en route after his ambulance came under fire. From here in the capital, our security and defence editor, Deborah Haynes, reports on the children of Kiev.
The trauma of war in a children's hospital. This boy was hit by gunfire as Russian forces advanced on Ukraine's capital. Just 14 years old, he suffered face, back and leg wounds 3 nights ago. His latest procedure described as minor surgery. Russia's invasion prompted medics to set up this makeshift emergency department. 3 children have been brought in so far, including a 10-year-old who died en route.
That was the quiet place with just kids, with the scheduled operations, and now, in one moment, it changes. So, okay, this is war. We're 2 days ago, we have the gunfights all around the block with the artillery fights, etc., etc. But this night was a little bit calm. So, and the war changes the priority. So now, if you can take a shower and take a coffee, it is luxury.
He's barely slept. As well as preparing to treat war casualties, he and his colleagues have an equally vital job to do.
Here in the emergency department, the doctors are tired, they're worried about an influx of more patients, and they're also worried about what to do with the very sick children who were being treated in this hospital before the war started.
The lights are off because of we should be like, nobody should see us. So we without light.
4-year-old Nikita has leukemia. He receives chemotherapy and blood transfusions here.
But usually children should not be in the corridor.
The noise you can hear is his teeth grinding, something he's done since Russian missiles started falling. This is where he should be treated, but his mother now has to shuttle up and down from the basement, where it's safer for them to stay.
How are you feeling dealing with all of this? I'm sorry to ask.
You know, trembling, hands are trembling, legs are like you are in fitness gym because downstairs 10,000 meters a day, steps a day, up and down with children, with bags.
She wants to take him out of the country, but it's hard.
Our children can't live without hospital, without medical treatment. You know, it's just a few days and that's all. So we should, if we will go to another country, we should cross the border, but with a doctor.
They're not alone. Other poorly children also stuck in limbo, fighting life-threatening diseases in the middle of a war zone. Deborah Haynes, Sky News, Kiev.
And we'll be talking to Deborah in just a moment, but satellite imagery is being keenly monitored in this conflict as Russian troops advance through Ukraine. We can show you some of the latest images we've received today. These Maxar images show Russian ground forces in an area to the north of here in Kiev. Yesterday, the convoy was seen around 45 miles away from the capital. Today, rather closer, 17 miles from the city centre. It's also grown in size from just over 3 miles in length to 17 miles long today. Those pictures of the Russian ground force, the Russian convoy, heading slowly towards this capital city. And as I was saying, Deborah joins me now. I mean, heartbreaking scenes in that hospital. But just more broadly, we've seen explosions on the outskirts here today. We've seen intense firefights and shelling in Kharkiv. What is happening? What is more broadly the situation here?
Well, I think for Kiev, it was noticeable, wasn't it? Those blasts that we heard an hour or so ago, which one of our cameramen, Dean, caught on camera. It was the closest blast from where we are in the centre. The windows rattled of the hotel, and it did feel pretty ominous. And those images that you were just talking about, the satellite images of this relentless Russian force growing and coming closer, it's pretty sobering. I think what you can say, looking at how the war has played out today, the intensity of the firepower that Russia is now deploying, not just here in Kiev, but also, you mentioned Kharkiv and other cities have come under significant artillery rocket fire. In Kharkiv, there was extraordinary images that we've seen of the damage that was inflicted there. And it really is a sign, it seems, that Russia perhaps thought it could achieve its objectives here pretty quickly and swiftly with a limited force. However, it met significant resistance that has maybe surprised Russia, definitely surprised Western allies. And so therefore you're seeing, as Western officials have predicted, an escalation in the lethal force used, in the indiscriminate nature of the weapons that are being deployed too, which means, of course, as always in war, the civilians pay the highest price. Civilians here in Kiev, those who haven't chosen to leave, living now in underground stations, car parks, basements, very infrequently daring to come to the surface. The streets almost empty, people only coming out to get shopping. It's an eerie, sinister situation, and it's clearly something that's going to get worse. We have seen Russian military action inflicted on other cities. It has yet come to the centre of Kiev, and you can only imagine that is what's going to come next.
And the talks that have been going on up on the border with Belarus, Ukrainian delegation meeting a Russian delegation. I mean, do we set any, store by that? Any chance of that producing anything?
Yeah, wars always end, don't they? Ultimately, through an agreement to a ceasefire. So the fact that the two sides have agreed to talk is something. But yes, it has achieved nothing. Russia, while it clearly has the military advantage on the ground here in Ukraine in terms of the firepower that it has also been left reeling by the significant Western response to its invasion here. I don't think anyone imagined, including on the West, that the EU, for example, the US, the UK, they would all come together in such a way. The fact that EU airspace is now blocked to Russian planes, the fact that Russian banks are no longer able to use international payment systems, the fact that Germany has reversed a policy for years in terms of its defence spending, and also agreeing to fund and deliver weapons to the Ukrainian armed forces. That probably will come too late. However, it's a huge pushback by the West and a signal of their absolute abhorrence to what's going on here.
Yeah, huge changes in foreign policy across.
And I guess on the nuclear thing, we should talk just mention that. I mean, that is it's Vladimir Putin. He has had this unprecedented response from the West to his actions here, and rather than back down, he's escalating further. It's escalate to de-escalate is the theory, but escalating further by mentioning the mere mention of nuclear weapons, putting his nuclear forces on high alert. That is, it's a very serious. Worrying step, and for the West having to deal with that kind of policy move with nuclear weapons, the ultimate weapon, it's incredibly sobering.
Yeah, and it's still difficult to believe it's all going on. Deborah, thank you very much indeed. Well, crisis talks on the situation stepped up today with an emergency session of the UN General Assembly taking place in New York, the first of its kind in 40 years or so. It's also been announced tonight that the Foreign Secretary, Liz Truss, will travel to Geneva tomorrow. Our correspondent Sally Lockwood is in Washington. Alistair Bunkle is in Geneva. And Sally, we'll go to you first. And well, this was a rare meeting, emergency meeting, and a powerful speech from the Ukrainian ambassador.
Yes, that's right, Mark. As you say, just the 11th UN General Assembly emergency session of its kind since 1950. And we heard from the Ukrainian representative once again, who spoke very emotionally, comparing Russia's actions by invading Ukraine to World War II and calling Vladimir Putin's threat of nuclear weapons, what madness, he said. Now, we also heard from the Russian representative, who had a rather different narrative, as you would expect, and once again peddled this message that they decided to take this action by invading Ukraine to clear genocide in the Donbass region, something, of course, that very few people at this stage would believe. But, of course, talks is what the US administration is keen to focus on, along with sanctions. Joe Biden spoke to representatives from NATO, members of the EU, the UK and Canada on the phone in a call in the last few hours about how to respond to this invasion in Ukraine and to continue to coordinate its response. Now, we've since heard from the White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki, who said that the US has decided it sees no reason to change its nuclear alert levels at this time. But we also need to be very clear-eyed about his own use of threats, speaking about Vladimir Putin there to MSNBC. Now, we've also heard from the Pentagon today. Now, they've said that they're still analysing and reviewing what Putin's announcement meant. But they say they haven't actually seen anything specific as a result of the direction that he gave, at least not yet, they said, in terms of putting their nuclear forces on high alert. Of course, Joe Biden had two options when Vladimir Putin made this announcement, to do the same and put US nuclear forces on high alert, or to choose to ignore it. And that is what we have seen from the US president so far, a very calm response, a sort of just strategic silence, if you like, over the weekend, but certainly something that they are continuing to monitor very closely here on this side of the Atlantic. US security officials knowing only too well how quickly this could escalate into a standoff between two superpowers.
Sally, thanks very much indeed. Alistair Bunkle is in Geneva. Alistair, Liz Truss heading there tomorrow. What do we expect from these talks?
You know, not a lot, I think, to be honest. That might sound pessimistic. Liz Truss will have meetings with her Danish, Czech, Polish counterparts. You know, let's not underestimate how important those meetings can be. You were speaking to Deborah about just how staggeringly effective the EU and America have collectively come together in their response to Russia, and a lot of that kind of hard work is done behind the scenes at forums like this. But the reason for my pessimism is that originally the expectation was that the US Secretary of State Antony Blinken would be here, the UN Secretary General would be here, and the Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov would be here. Sergei Lavrov has cancelled his trip, citing the fact that Russian aircraft are banned from European airspace now. Antony Blinken won't attend in person, so I think any hopes that you might have the US Secretary of State meeting the Russian Foreign Minister behind closed doors and perhaps trying to thrash it out to get some sort of glimmer of a breakthrough, well, that isn't going to happen now. Liz Truss, yeah, she will be here, and that is part of the diplomatic push, but it doesn't have, I don't think, the key players, really, that it needs to have if we're going to find any kind of peace or breakthrough emanating from here, or at least the start of it.
OK, Alistair, thank you very much indeed. Now, the Russian central bank was forced to sharply raise its key interest rate to save the ruble from collapse after it dropped 30% against the US dollar. Diana Magnay joins us now from Moscow. And Diana, I mean, how concerned is Vladimir Putin as he watches his economy virtually collapse?
Well, he held an emergency economic meeting today where he called Western sanctions and what the West were doing. He described the West as the empire of lies, and essentially tried his best to look as though he will manage to mitigate, fend off these sanctions. But I'm really unsure as to whether he will. And the strange thing is that I think I've talked to you about this before, that Russia has always billed itself since 2014 as really fairly sanction-proofed, and it would always point to this huge $640 billion that it has in foreign reserves. And as it turns out, a lot of those foreign reserves are held in G7 countries, and now the United States has said that they will freeze the central bank's assets held abroad. And that many other countries will follow suit, which means that the central bank can't use any of that foreign currency to prop up the ruble, which is part of the reason why we've seen this free fall in the ruble. It went down 32% at one point, climbed back up to about a loss of 15%. But I think this is just the shape of things to come. And once again, this will impact the Russian people. And I went out today and talked to people who were worried about what was going to be happening to their money. And at this stage, let me say, there are not huge queues at every cash point. You know, there are people worried. The banks are busier than normal. We have seen social media videos of long queues in certain places, but it's not universal, because I think people are only beginning to wake up and hear the news that the currency is going down. So it will take quite a long time for them to sort of recognize and feel the economic impact, but that economic impact will be huge. You'll see prices in the shops rise, especially of imported goods. People who hold, for example, cards from Sberbank, which is the bank which most Russians bank with, that is now sanctioned. That means that if they go abroad, the piece of plastic that they have will be completely worthless. Their ruble will buy them very little if they do go abroad. So this is just the beginning of a set of sanctions, which I think will set Russia and Russian people back very considerably for the next couple of decades. And when you talk to people who are going out to the streets to protest against this war, they say, you know, this is going to ruin the future that we have. This will isolate us completely. This will make us into a sort of Iran or a North Korea compared to the opportunities that we did have. And I see no rowing back in terms of the sanctions. And in fact, we've just heard from the EU that some more names have been added to the sanctions list. Dmitry Peskov, the Kremlin spokesman, also some of the big oligarchs, Mikhail Friedman, who heads up Alfa Bank. He, in fact, was born in Ukraine and wrote recently that war was never the right answer, but that hasn't stopped him being sanctioned. Also, Alisher Usmanov, who we know from his role at Arsenal, and various others. So I think that the EU, the US, the West have still further sanctions measures up their sleeve. And strangely, even though they said over and over again, if you invade Ukraine, Vladimir Putin, we will unleash full sanctions hell on you, I'm not sure that he took it really that seriously. And it's only day 5 of this terrible invasion, and already the economic impact is being felt back home.
Diana, thank you very much. And from Moscow, let's go over to Washington, live to the State Department, where there is a briefing going on. Let's listen in.
Earlier this year, in the aftermath of the summit meeting that President Putin had with President Biden in Geneva. It was in the aftermath of that engagement that our two countries again came out with a joint statement reaffirming something we have said since the Cold War, and that is that a nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought. Right. That is something that the Russian Federation has signed on to. It is something that we certainly believe, and it is a principle that we must protect and preserve.
Sure, but that was a while ago, and then they invaded. So then do you think that they're still within that understanding? Are the indications that you're getting is similar to what the Swiss are getting, that they're not going to follow through this high alert?
Well, clearly this is provocative rhetoric. We share the opinion with our partners and allies around the world that this sort of provocative rhetoric, more than being unnecessary, it is dangerous. It adds to the risk of miscalculation. It should be avoided. We are assessing President Putin's directive at this time. As I think you have heard us say, we see no reason to change our own alert levels. This gets back to the broader point. Throughout this crisis, while Russia was manufacturing it, and now that we are in the midst of this unjustified, premeditated, unprovoked invasion, we have seen the Russian Federation, the Kremlin, President Putin himself, consistently try to turn the tables by falsely alleging that it is Russia that is under threat, that Russia faced a threat from Ukraine, that Russia faced a threat from a defensive alliance, that Russia was the one that had no choice but to wage a brutal, premeditated, unprovoked, unjustified war against its neighbor. Neither we, nor NATO, nor Ukraine, nor any other country has any desire or intention for conflict with Russia. At the same time, we are unwavering in our commitment to extended deterrence and confident in our ability to defend ourselves and our allies. As you've heard us say, our commitment to Article 5 is just as strong today as it was at NATO's founding more than 70 years ago. Sir.
Thank you. Mark Stone from Sky News. Thanks, Ned. First of all, can you give us any sense of what your reading is of what President Putin meant yesterday? Is he talking about battlefield nuclear weapons, or was he talking about something even more frightening? That's my first question.
Look, I don't think it is wise or responsible for me to try to interpret, to try to read into what President Putin might have been signaling, trying to signal. Again, we think that this type of rhetoric is provocative, it is profoundly unhelpful, and it is at its core dangerous. We think it should be avoided.
So to follow up, what is your assessment of his state of mind, and how are you accessing that assessment? I mean, are conversations like that with Naftali Bennett of Israel yesterday and Emmanuel Macron, are they helpful? What are the lines of communications to work out what's going on in his head?
Well, we are going to judge the Russian Federation. We are going to judge President Putin by his actions. And clearly his actions in recent days have justified and given us cause to justify precisely what we said we would do in the run-up to this unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. President Putin, his cronies, the Kremlin, those around them, they are facing the unprecedented set of economic and financial measures, just as we promised, not based on rhetoric, not based on threats alone, but based on their actions. When it comes to our engagement, look, here clearly our relationship with Russia and the world's relationship with Russia is different today than it was last week or than it was before this unprovoked crisis began late last year. But we still believe in diplomacy. We know that diplomacy is the only responsible, sustainable means by which to end this conflict. It is precisely why we are supporting our Ukrainian partners as they engage in those talks. Other countries around the world have continued to engage with the Russian Federation. If we need to engage with the Russian Federation, we have the ability to do so ourselves, whether it is through the State Department, whether it is through the Defense Department, whether it is through any other channel we have with the Russian Federation.
So the deconfliction lines are open in terms of with defense or with state, that they're there?
We have maintained deconfliction channels with the Russian Federation for the better part of a decade now. Again, we think that the ability to communicate clearly is in some ways even more important during times of crisis and conflict, as we are in now, than it otherwise would be. Yes, Kylie.
And just to put one more question too on the nuclear deterrent aspect of this. What has happened to Russia's nuclear arsenal since Putin said over the weekend that they would be putting their nuclear deterrent forces on alert?
Again, we are not in a position to characterize anything the Russians might have done. You'll have to ask them if President Putin's rhetoric was matched by any sort of action. We have had no change in our posture. At this time, we don't judge there is any need for a change.
Okay, and then after the talks today between the Ukrainians and the Russians, they announced that they'd have another round in a few days. Do you have a response to that? And do you think that the continuation of talks is any reflection of how Russia feels about its military advances in Ukraine?
Well, as I said before, we support Ukraine in its efforts to find a diplomatic resolution to this conflict. Ukraine sought before the onset of this invasion to do just that. The United States sought before the onset of this invasion to do just that. Our allies in Europe sought before this invasion to do just that. The OSCE sought to do just that. The NATO-Russia Council sought to do just that. At every turn, the Russian Federation rejected those offers of substantive, constructive engagement. Now that the invasion, we are in the midst of an invasion, we have heard this very message from President Zelensky, from Foreign Minister Kuleba. You would be right to color us skeptical of what it is that Moscow intends. What we've said before, including last week, applies equally today. Diplomacy at the barrel of a gun, diplomacy at the turret of a tank, that is not real diplomacy. We are ready and willing, just as our Ukrainian partners are, just as our European allies are, to engage in real, in substantive, in genuine diplomacy in order to see if we can find a way out of what is a needless, brutal conflict. But that diplomacy is highly unlikely to bear fruit, to prove effective, in the midst of not only confrontation, but escalation. Well before the invasion started, we made the point that we were all for diplomacy. But in order for it to bear fruit, it needed to take place in the context of de-escalation. That is, in some ways, even more true now. We are supportive of the Ukrainians engaging with Russian counterparts. We are offering, as you know, Foreign Minister Kuleba had an opportunity yesterday to convene with the G7 ministers. President Biden has had an opportunity in recent days to speak to President Zelensky has an opportunity in recent days to speak to President Biden. Secretary Blinken has had several conversations with Foreign Minister Kuleba on a bilateral basis in any number of days. So we are comparing notes, we are coordinating closely, and we are supportive, knowing what we all assume are the limitations on diplomacy in the present context. It is precisely what Foreign Minister Kuleba and President Zelensky have spoken to. We share a sense of skepticism, but at the same time, we want to exhaust every potentially viable diplomatic avenue. Yes.
Well, there we are. We're going to leave the State Department there. Most of the questions are asked by Sky's Mark Stone, but nothing really new, just a restatement of condemnation of what Vladimir Putin is doing, and also saying that diplomacy was still possible, according to the Americans there. Now, the sporting world has waged a widespread boycott over the past week, implementing sanctions against teams, cancelling advertising campaigns and cutting ties with sponsors. And tonight, all Russian teams have been suspended from competing in global and European football competitions by FIFA and UEFA. Our sports correspondent Tom Parminter is at Wembley Stadium. And Tom, this is a highly significant move by the football authorities.
It is. These are authorities who have been very close to Vladimir Putin over the years. Indeed, Russia hosted the last World Cup in 2018. But this decision, I think, was somewhat inevitable given the backlash from so many nations who were queuing up to say that they simply would not play against any Russian sides. That FIFA, who had initially suggested that Russian teams may be able to continue playing under a different name with no national flag, well, that was just utterly unacceptable to so many people within the sport of football, and that has prompted the response tonight from UEFA and FIFA. In a joint statement, they said that FIFA and UEFA have today decided together that all Russian teams, whether national representative teams or club teams, shall be suspended from participation in both FIFA and UEFA competitions until further notice. Football is fully united here and in full solidarity with all the people affected in Ukraine. Both presidents, that's UEFA and FIFA presidents, hope that the situation in Ukraine will improve significantly and rapidly so that football can again be a vector for unity and peace amongst people. So that means that Russia will effectively not take part in the playoffs for the Men's World Cup, which are due to be happening next month in March. We also have real serious doubts now as to whether there'll be a Russian team in the Women's Euros competition hosted here in England, with the final here at Wembley. So a major move from the football authorities and also from the Olympic organisers today, who have said that Russian and Belarusian athletes should not be taking part in international competition.
Okay, Tom, thanks very much indeed. Let's go over to New York now, where the United Nations General Assembly is holding this emergency meeting, and the Russian ambassador to the UN is taking some questions.
Regime against its own people who protested and who were opposed to what the Maidan regime was trying to implement. For 8 years, we've been trying, unfortunately in vain, to make Ukrainian authorities to comply with the Minsk agreements, and we went out of the way to do so. But from day one, after 2015 in particular, the Ukrainian authorities opted to sabotage first, and then simply to deny and to cancel, to abandon and to cancel their commitments under the Minsk agreements. Before that, they were trying to navigate, so to say, within Minsk agreements, trying to make them the way which suited them, but then it became obvious nothing works. And then in February, in January and February 2022, when the West started to beef up Ukrainian state with lethal weapons, when Ukrainian authorities amassed 120,000 servicemen at the border of the contact line with Donbass, and when they upscaled their provocations against Donbass, shelling and killing people again, we realized that that leads us nowhere, and that's why President Putin took the decision to recognize Donetsk and Lugansk republics and to offer them within the treaty that we concluded with them military assistance. And that's why we started this military operation in Donbass and in Ukraine, which, as I said today in the General Assembly, was not the war started by us. This is the end of war that was started by Ukraine. I think that I think that you all know that we many times we said that we were not planning military operation in Donbass unless Ukrainian military, Ukrainian authorities and Ukrainian military would directly threat those republics, which was the case, and we have credible information that the military operation was planned, and that was a move that was inevitable in these circumstances.
Thank you, Ambassador, for the briefing. It's Pamela Falk from CBS News. There have been some reports out of the border meeting in Belarus between Russia and Ukraine. What is it, in your view, that would bring peace to Ukraine and withdrawal of Russian forces? What is that? And then a little follow-up to Valeria's question. Country after country are coming to the General Assembly podium and supporting Ukraine, feeling that Russia is the aggressor. What is your view of that, if not isolation? Thank you so much.
Okay. What will bring peace to Ukraine? We clearly said, and that is demilitarization and denazification of Ukraine, which creates a clear and immediate danger to us, also within the context of geopolitical stability, because as President Putin said, that if not today or tomorrow, one day in 30 or 50 years, Ukraine might and will perhaps become a NATO member. That will move NATO to the Russian border, and that will be an existential threat for us. And that is something that we will not allow to happen. What will bring peace to Ukraine unanswered? I answered on the talks that were held on the border of Ukraine and Belarus were finished at this stage. The result, the details of that are not known to me, but I know that there there was a decision to continue those talks. When and where, I do not know yet. Perhaps in the same place.
But there was some report that there was common ground. Did you hear of any common ground, or what it might be?
I don't know I don't know the details, as I said, but I know that today President Putin spoke to President Macron, and he listed those conditions that we demand from Ukrainians, and they are well known. As I said, demilitarization and denazification of Ukraine, commitment to its neutral status, not to join NATO, and not to move weapons to our borders. I did not answer one question that Michelle posed to me, which is about reports about 100 civilians dead. There are a lot of reports today, and I said that there are a lot of fake news. There are a lot of fake factories that produce those news. We do not have credible reports on civilian casualties. Of course, war is a bad thing, and anything can happen. But to call this, to consider those reports credible, is very difficult, since we are witnessing and we are encountering massive propaganda campaign, using, as I said, troll factories that produce those news, to which we referred to in our recent statements on numerous occasions.
So you just referred to this as war. This is now war?
This is a special military operation, which is commonly called. I wouldn't call it a war, because war means an outright military hostilities. But as you know, we announced it and we maintain it, that we are only targeting military objects in Ukraine. We do not target any civilian infrastructure, nor the cities, as they report.
Thank you, Ambassador. Shervin Briceby, South African Broadcasting. Can you talk about your relationship with the Secretary General, right? We saw you in the General Assembly on Wednesday. You had a very animated discussion. We couldn't read lips, but we certainly saw the body language. There's been a lot of criticism. And the UN argues that essentially all he's doing is defending the UN Charter that says states must settle their disputes through peaceful means, which is not happening here. So that's one issue. What should the SG do in this instance? And in addition to that, this notion of the denazification of Ukraine. Ukraine has a Jewish president. So it just beggars belief that you are talking about Nazis in removing Nazis in Ukraine when the president himself is a Jew.
There was a criticism on my part, on our part, of the Secretary General for the position he took on the crisis. I do not recall, as I said to him directly and out loud, that he took similar positions in similar cases, and there were many, in fact. Syria, take other examples. There were many where his position was much more subdued, but there was no body language, rest assured. That was a criticism within the diplomatic protocol, which I think I didn't overstep. On the fact that Zelensky has Jewish heritage, it doesn't matter, because real power in Ukraine, real political weight, belongs to the radicals and neo-Nazis who defy the president, who have their own agenda, who rule the ball in Ukraine, in fact. And President Zelensky, who came with a landslide victory of 74% of the population, promising to end the war, first thing on the list of his priorities. But then he was slowly backing off this, and he finished practically playing into the hands of those radical and neo-Nazi organizations, which claim that they represent the patriotic part of the Ukrainian society. He demonstrated that he's weak, that he has no political will and power in the circumstances he found himself in, to resist those radicals who are the main political driving force in today's Ukraine.
Well, there we are. That's the Russian ambassador blaming Ukraine for the conflict. He blamed Ukrainian provocations and mass killing in Donbass. He said, this is not a war started by us, Russia. It was started by Ukraine. I mean, whether he believes that or not, he said it. And then he said, war is a bad thing and anything can happen. So the Russian ambassador there at the UN justifying or trying to justify what is happening here in Ukraine. Well, joining me to discuss those latest developments are two former Western diplomats, the former ambassador and UK National Security Advisor, Lord Darroch, Kim Darroch, and a former United States permanent representative to NATO, Kurt Volker. Thank you very much for being with us. And Lord Darroch, just first of all, I don't know whether you heard what the Russian ambassador was saying, but basically saying this is all Ukraine's doing.
Yeah, it was a fantasy version of history or of current affairs, if you like, Mark. And I don't think it carries any credibility with anyone in the West, or one would hope, elsewhere. It's the sort of message which is being pumped out to the Russian people. I don't know whether they believe it or whether they believe what those who can pick up what the West is saying, whether they believe us. But it is one of the more classic cases of disinformation and straight lying that you can imagine.
And Kurt Volker, what do you think Vladimir Putin's strategy is now that things are starting to not go so well for him in Ukraine and the sanctions are biting? I mean, does he have a strategy anymore?
Well, he's doubling down right now. He's moving in additional military forces. He's laying siege to civilian populations, attacking apartment buildings and hitting civilians in Kharkiv, in Mariupol, in Kyiv. He called the Ukrainian negotiating team to Belarus today to see whether he could get them to surrender. Of course, they refused. As you say, it's not going well for him on the ground, but they are spending yesterday and today trying to repair some of their logistical supplies, their fuel supplies, and they're going to be hitting Ukraine very hard again tonight, tomorrow night. And his strategy, if you have it, is simply to try to prevail militarily. He's losing face, and the only way he doesn't lose face is if he actually wins. I think this is going, however, to turn out better for the Ukrainians, and Putin is going to look very bad at this, including in Russian eyes.
And Lord Darroch, the sanctions are biting, the ruble is plummeting. Does Vladimir Putin care at all about that?
Well, it cannot have been part of his plan, Mark, that after 30 years of Germany's allies trying to persuade Germany to spend 2% of GDP on defense, they just announced they will, that the ruble is crashing, that they've had to put interest rates up to 20%, that Russian banks are being excluded from the SWIFT system. So the sanctions are certainly going to have an impact on ordinary Russians. And to the extent that there is already, and there's some evidence of this, disquiet amongst the Russian people about what is happening, when they can't get money out of ATMs and when it feels as if there's a run on Russian banks, then that will really hit home. So sanctions are certainly hurting. Just one very quick point. Britain's USP is London as one of the largest financial centres in the world. So it is crucial that we carry through what the Foreign Secretary and others have promised today, which is to try and drain the swamp of Russian money in London and hit the Russian banking community as hard as is possible, as well as Russian oligarchs who've salted away money here.
And Kurt Volker, I mean, how do you think Vladimir Putin will emerge from all this? Will he be so badly damaged that his time could be up, or is that unthinkable given his sort of all-powerful position?
No, I think it is quite thinkable. Lord Darroch already mentioned the Russian public showing signs of disquiet. I would not at all be surprised to learn that there is disquiet in the Russian military and Russian intelligence circles as well, because Putin is leading his country to ruin. And that is certainly not something that they want. So I think there are two possible scenarios at this stage. One of them is the Russian forces continue to get bogged down. They don't succeed. The economic sanctions bite. It hurts Russia dramatically, and people move to remove Putin. The other is that he actually manages to crush the Ukrainian military, so the Ukrainian public go into a resistance mode. This will make Russia a pariah globally for years and years to come. This will also do great damage to Russia, but under that circumstance, one can imagine the potential for Putin hanging on.
And Lord Darroch, if that happens and the government here is removed, should the West and the British government, the US government support and finance a government in exile and maybe even a military in exile planning to take it back?
Well, the most worrying news, in a sense, today is the fact that despite heavy and extraordinarily courageous Ukrainian resistance, the Russian forces have got that bit closer to Kiev. I think they're now, is it 30 miles away? And they can bring overwhelming force to bear, including overwhelming air power. So it may be, as Kurt has just said, that ultimately they will be able to take Kiev, although advancing on the city is a different thing from taking the city, and it's extraordinarily difficult to actually take a large urban area like Kiev. If that does happen, yes, of course we should offer sanctuary to the Ukrainian government. I think, Kurt will know this, but I think the American government's already offered that, and I think we would want to make the offer if it was necessary. Yes.
And just finally, Kurt Volker, I mean, do you see a kind of long, whatever happens here, if he does take over the government, topple the government, you can't really tame a people. Do you see a long, protracted, messy war of resistance?
Or quite determined. The government has handed out assault rifles to the population. And I've seen pictures of friends, former government ministers, who have their assault rifles and they are ready to go fight. So I think this will be very difficult for Russia to hold, even if they're able to take. And so this will be a bloody, awful, and protracted conflict for Russia, which in the end, I believe Ukrainians will win. And that's because there is no taking away from them their sense of identity, their sense of needing to live in a democracy, their sense of being European. So they will continue to resist in every way possible. And that is essential. That's why it's essential we do everything we can to assist them right now, before any government is defeated, before any military is defeated. Get them the arms, get them the logistical support. Consider a no-fly zone. I know it's controversial, but it needs to be looked at. But everything that can be done to help them get through this. If they make it another week or so, I think the tide may begin to turn against Russia.
Okay, Kurt Volker and Lord Darroch, thank you both very much indeed. So what is the picture here? It's been another day of heavy fighting, more intense bombardment of Kharkiv, the second largest city, also explosions here in Kiev on the 5th day of the Russian invasion. This is Sky News. Coming up in the next hour, we'll have much more reaction to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We'll be talking to the envoy to the United Nations as he warns that his country may not survive.
It's 8 o'clock. This is Sky News Tonight. The top story, large explosions close to the Ukrainian capital on day 5 of the Russian invasion. A barrage of blasts hit major cities in Ukraine, killing dozens as the Russian assault on the country intensifies. In Kiev's main children's hospital, Sky News witnesses children being treated for gunshot wounds as doctors move cancer patients to the basement. Peace talks between Ukraine and Russia held on the Belarus border while a war of words erupts between them at the United Nations. Western sanctions begin to bite in Russia as the UK government ratchet up their response, directing all ports to deny access to Russian vessels. 500,000 people flee the country, but the Home Secretary rules out visa-free entry to the UK, citing security concerns. Also ahead, FIFA suspends both the Russian national and club teams from all international competition.
Hello, yeah, we've come to join the Ukrainian army or whatever they're called.
And British volunteers offer themselves to Ukraine's military to join the fight on the ground. Good evening. Tonight, as darkness fell in the Ukrainian capital, Kiev, the skyline was alight with explosions, appearing to edge closer to the center of the city.
It's just data. But together with AI, you make it something more. Without you, it's just data.
Tenable. Ukraine's also calling for an urgent ceasefire to restore power to the Chernobyl plant because of fears of a potential radioactive leak. Sky's Ashish Joshi reports.
They're looking for survivors or the injured. Anyone who might still be alive under the debris. This building, like so many in Sumy, in northeastern Ukraine, reduced to splinters and rubble. This video was shot by Ukrainian emergency services, first responders in a war zone when so many need help.
Russia dropped here bombs, and you can see that the whole area is totally destroyed.
This is what happens after relentless Russian bombardment. Neighborhoods like this one in Kharkiv turned into ghost towns, devoid of all life and no knowing when it will return. The Russian invasion has entered its 14th day. The plea for Western intervention still as strong today as it was 2 weeks ago.
From the first day of the Russian invasion, Ukraine keeps telling our partners that if you don't close the airspace over Ukraine, you will be responsible for Ukrainian people's death too. Russia uses missiles and bombs to kill our people, to target our infrastructure. This is a responsibility, a moral duty of the world to help us. Look, we've got a war. We don't have time for all these mediation and discussions. It's not a ping-pong game. We are talking about people's lives. Make this decision quickly. Please send us fighter jets.
Russia is keen to show the world the might of its military muscle. Moscow, no doubt stung by Western analysis, suggesting its advance is behind schedule. Its defense ministry has shared footage of armored columns and attack helicopters it claims are in action in Ukraine. And it also wants to show the world that it is responding to the humanitarian crisis that it has itself created. Moscow shared these pictures of aid being distributed among residents of a village outside Kharkiv. But as it continues its offensive on the ground, Moscow has also stepped up its diplomatic attack on Ukraine, accusing it of using biological weapons.
We confirmed that during the special military operation, we uncovered certain facts. We uncovered this urgent cover-up of vestiges of programs that were being run in laboratories. We can't be talking about the use of these laboratories for peaceful purposes. These labs were financed by the US Ministry of Defense. We can conclude that in Ukrainian laboratories close to our borders, components of biological weapons were being developed. The urgent destruction of these materials was ordered in order not to disclose the materials and the programs that were being developed there.
Over 2 million people have now fled this conflict, and Ukrainians continue to pour over her borders seeking safety. Desperate families torn from loved ones, some who remain behind facing an increasingly uncertain future. Ukraine's capital has yet to fall, but fighting inches ever closer. This surreal show of defiance, the Kiev Classic Symphony Orchestra, performing in the city's Maidan Square for the residents who were still here. They played the EU's adopted anthem, Ode to Joy. But there is little of that here. Ashish Joshi, Sky News.
Av Point. It's everything.
Well, let's take you live now to Lviv in Western Ukraine and our security and defence editor, Deborah Haynes. Deborah, first of all, let's take a look at what Defence Secretary Ben Wallace just had to say in his briefing at the House of Commons, talking about the UK considering sending air defence and anti-tank missiles to Ukraine.
Yes, he was updating the House on the UK's contribution to support the Ukrainian armed forces. The UK was the first European nation to send in these defensive weapons, as he describes them. And he said that in terms of the number of anti-tank weapons that have been sent in already, it's more than 3,600 now, which is up from 2,000 at the beginning of the war nearly 2 weeks ago. And he also said that they were going to start sending in another form of anti-tank missile, the Javelin, and he said that they were considering sending in anti-air missiles as well. Now, this is the thing that the Ukrainians have been crying out for. They've been very appreciative of the anti-tank weapons, it must be said. I mean, that's one of the reasons why the Ukrainian military have been able to take out so many Russian tanks and other armoured vehicles. But clearly they're concerned about the ability of Russia to fly still in their skies, drop bombs on residential areas, they say, or bombs on their cities, also launching missiles against them. And that's something that an anti-aircraft system could help. I mean, the one that the UK is talking about isn't the sort of much larger system that can shoot jets out the skies. It's the sort of system that could take out helicopters, for example. But right now, clearly from the Ukrainian side, anything that can help bolster the abilities of their armed forces are welcome. But I thought it was interesting in the UK Defence Secretary's explanation to MPs of the help that the UK is giving. He says that everything they do, he describes it as defensive weapons. He also says that it's carefully calibrated to make sure that they are supplying these defensive weapons not to a level that would then maybe trigger more of a kind of a strategic help from the UK, which then Russia could perhaps view as the UK becoming directly involved in military confrontation here in Ukraine. That's something that NATO allies all seem to be very carefully trying to avoid, but it's not a black and white situation, is it? It's very grey. And so when does a level of military support from a nation to another nation at war cross that line into being kind of seen by the other side as direct military intervention? At the moment, we're not there, but clearly the Defence Secretary very alive to that issue.
Yeah, the language picked clearly very, very careful there, wasn't it? Defensive weapons used. Deborah, also want to bring up with you the fact that while PMQs was on air and we were listening to Prime Minister Boris Johnson, Ukrainian authorities said that power had been knocked out at Chernobyl nuclear plant amid the Russian invasion, and the emergency generators had to be turned on.
Yes, well, it's one of the areas that have caused real international concern is any activities around these nuclear plants. Obviously, the one in Chernobyl is, it's not operational in any sense that it was before, but clearly that was the site of the world's worst nuclear disaster, outside of a war, in terms of what happened in the 1980s in Chernobyl. And then there's been concerns too, hasn't there, about the other nuclear plant that the largest one in Europe that's in the centre of Ukraine, that too came under Russian fire during the war, and Russian military personnel are on that site too, and there are Ukrainians still operating both of those sites, but clearly it's no longer under Ukrainian control, and the International Atomic Energy Agency has been really sounding the alarm about this and has been saying, you'll remember, that they've been offering, the head of the IAEA has even offered to come to Chernobyl to speak to the two parties and try to agree some sort of framework to ensure the safety of these plants. I mean, any disaster, any nuclear disaster in any of Ukraine's nuclear power plants wouldn't just be a catastrophe for Ukraine, but could potentially be a catastrophe for a much wider area in Europe. So it's clearly a problem that's every now and again, like we're hearing today, being illuminated when the actual circumstances at the particular site changes.
Deborah Haynes, Security and Defence Editor, live from Lviv. Thanks very much indeed. Right, well, let's take a closer look then at the situation on the ground in Ukraine for you. Thomas Moore is here with me in the studio, as well as Air Marshal Edward Stringer. Thomas.
It is 2 weeks since Russia invaded Ukraine, and I am joined by Air Marshal Edward Stringer, former Director of Operations at the Ministry of Defence. Ed, this is not the picture that President Putin would hope to see at this stage.
No, and you can see it's not really changed that much significantly in the last week. It's important to say that for Russia to take Ukraine, it's not as simplistic as stationing a soldier on every square yard of the country, so you wouldn't see the map go red. But we can also see that their plan now is revealed, and it was a 2 or 3 day operation to seize the major seats of national government, replace the government with a puppet regime, turn Ukraine into a client state, and assume that 44 million Ukrainians would go along with that.
Let's take a look at what's happening in the north of Ukraine then. And we can see there that they are still hoping to keep open those humanitarian corridors out of Sumy and also from the towns west of Kiev. But it is the military situation around the capital that you want to talk about.
Yes, well, one of the bits that has changed over the last week is this apparent thrust here, almost pure east to west towards Kiev. And that's in contrast to where the initial north to south line was. And we've been covering over the last 2 weeks that convoy that has got stalled. And increasingly, it looks like the Russians have created their own 40-mile roadblock. And this may well be that they have to open another line of communication here. This is yet another logistic challenge. And it seems to be they're trying to double down and come up with a plan B when they didn't have one. And it looks like increasingly it's pressure on Kiev to try and reach some form of acceptable solution.
And the Ukrainian government has been looking for more air power, and there's been an interesting development overnight. The suggestion, if we look at the wider picture now, a suggestion from Poland that they give up their MiG-29 Soviet-era fighter jets and give them to NATO, probably to the Ramstein air base in Germany. NATO then hand them on to Ukraine. But the Americans have said that is not a situation they would get involved in. Why?
As I understand the plan before the Americans turned it off, is that the Poles would fly the aircraft to Germany, where they would be essentially rebadged as Ukrainian. It doesn't then really matter who flies them from Ukraine into Ukraine. Let's assume it is Ukrainian pilots. You have warplanes getting airborne from a NATO, a German and a US base, about the biggest there is, flying directly into a war zone and therefore into combat. That's getting very close to NATO getting directly involved in this confrontation.
So perception of American fingerprints on those fighter jets, and that's not a situation that NATO would want. Air Marshal, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Well, here Boris Johnson says he expects the number of visas issued to Ukrainian refugees to rise to the hundreds of thousands. So far, 957 UK visas have been granted and 22,000 applications have been made.
We've already got 1,000 people in under the existing scheme. That number will climb very sharply, Mr. Speaker. No one has been turned away, Mr. Speaker. That is simply, we want to be as generous and, Mr. Speaker, it is important to have checks. Let me make this point to the House, because I think people need to understand. There are some people, Mr. Speaker, who would like to dispense with checks altogether and simply to wave people through. And I've got to say, and I hear the voices on the benches opposite. I do think that is irresponsible, and that is not the approach that we should be taking. The Schengen countries have a different arrangement. We must be in no doubt, as I said in answer to a previous question, the Kremlin has singled out this country for the approach that we are taking. Vladimir Putin, and we know how unscrupulous Putin can be in his methods. It would not be right, Mr. Speaker, to expose this country to unnecessary security risk, and we will not do it, Mr. Speaker. We are going to be as generous as we can possibly be, but we must have checks.
Right, well, meanwhile, UN Refugee Agency says nearly 2.2 million people have now fled Ukraine. Let's break that down for you then. Of those, nearly 1.3 million have crossed into Poland. More than 200,000 have gone to Hungary, which has changed its earlier hardline policy on accepting refugees. More than 150,000 have crossed into Slovakia. More than 85,000 Ukrainian residents are now in Romania, and there is a similar number in Moldova too. It's important to note that huge numbers have already passed through after arriving in these countries. More than 230,000 are now in other European countries, and nearly 100,000 people are reported to have left for Russia. Well, I'm joined now by Sky's Laura Bundock in Calais. Laura, tell us about the scene there and, of course, extraordinary reports that we have been covering of people arriving in Calais only to be turned away.
Yeah, well, this is the situation right now. So this is the youth hostel behind me where there are lots of Ukrainians, and they've been arriving steadily here over the past few days. We're expecting a bus to turn up at some point. It's already late, and it is said to be taking some Ukrainians to a visa application centre. But we don't know who it's taking, and we don't even know which centre it's meant to be going to. It could be Paris, it could be Brussels, or it could be this new temporary pop-up centre in Lille. We just don't know. And I think that paints the picture of the amounts of confusion, the complex situation that is facing the Ukrainians as they arrive here. Now, I met Mohammed. He's travelled from Kyiv with his wife, her daughter, and some friends. They have been catching trains for days. They went through Slovakia, Austria, Germany, France, ending up here in Calais. He thought he'd be on a ferry by now to the UK, where he has family, and they are going to welcome him in, they said. But he realises he needs this visa. He has on spec gone to Paris this lunchtime to try and get an appointment there. That's not what the Home Office says he should do. They say you need to book the appointment and then go to it. But he was very surprised and frustrated by the difficulty he faces going to the UK when he has family there, he said. He said it is a complex, a difficult way of getting in. We also met the Bolotina family. Now, they drove here in their car, taking with them their dog and their 3 guinea pigs, everything they can carry. They've also left Kyiv. They've got their appointment booked in Paris tomorrow, but they know it could be a long wait before they get the decision. And I met this young couple, Anatoly and Natalia, and they too drove across from the Polish border, taking their most precious possession, a scan of their unborn baby. Natalia is 14 weeks pregnant. She had this scan the day before she decided she had to leave Ukraine. Now, they've been told it's a 5-day wait to find out if their visa will be approved. They are just sat inside. She is pregnant. They are waiting. They simply do not know. They do not know the baby's due in September. They don't know where they will be living then, and they just don't know where their baby will be born. It is a pretty bleak picture here in Calais today.
For us to give us an idea of what people are going through. Thanks very much indeed. Well, while the UK's refugee scheme has been criticised for its slow start, Ireland says it's now taken more than 2,500 refugees from Ukraine. Live then to Dublin Airport and our Ireland correspondent Stephen Murphy. Stephen, Ireland comparatively doing all it can to help refugees coming from Ukraine with a woeful response from the UK.
Well, a really steady stream of Ukrainian arrivals here in Dublin Airport. We're in the arrivals hall of Terminal 1 here at the moment, and a really steady stream. I was just talking to a gentleman from County Carlow who said he was moved to come down by the coverage he saw on Sky News to volunteer his spare rooms in his house. He's now collecting 2 Ukrainian families from a flight from Dusseldorf. Never met them before in his life. He's going to drive them down an hour-and-a-half south and host them for as long as needs be. Around 400 or so per day are arriving here at Dublin Airport. The true figure may be higher. The Irish government only has statistics for Dublin Airport, not the other ports of entry. We just saw the Justice Minister down here as well. A desk has been set up where the new arrivals are given leaflets outlining the social protections. They're entitled to work. Their children are entitled to access education. Housing will be provided. We appreciate this may be a very difficult time for you and your family as how this information starts off. It's available obviously in Ukrainian and Russian as well. Not everybody, though, appears to be quite so enthused about Ireland's open door policy. Reports in the last 24 hours or so that there are those within the British government have certain security concerns, given that Ireland, with its open door policy to Ukrainians here, has obviously an open border with the United Kingdom, about an hour-and-a-half north from here in the UK. So I put that and those concerns to the Irish Justice Minister, Helen McEntee, about an hour ago, and this is what she had to say in reply.
I think the conversations that I have with Priti Patel are the most important, not perhaps reports that I read on a newspaper. I'm very confident and happy with the conversations that we've had.
But you don't understand the concerns expressed?
I think we all have to be vigilant. I think we all need to make sure that anybody coming into our country, be it Ireland or any other country, any other member state or beyond, that we take the appropriate measures and checks to make sure that people are who they say they are. And that, of course, is happening in this instance, where information can be shared and provided to the UK and the Home Office. That is being done.
The Minister was also extremely clear that the common travel area arrangement, that's free movement between Britain and Ireland, would be in no way impacted by the current crisis. So for the moment here at Dublin Airport, as I said, the steady stream. We're expecting between 400 and 500 more Ukrainian citizens to arrive here. It continues, and they are being given temporary protection measures. They can stay here for a maximum of up to 3 years. And as I was just saying, there are ordinary Irish people here, as well as Ukrainian relatives, opening their homes to these new arrivals.
Stephen, thanks very much indeed. Good to see a positive response out of all of this destruction. You're watching Sky News. Coming up, we speak to the World Nuclear Association amid concern about the ongoing situation at Chernobyl.
Sheet of flame, and it's moving this way.
And over there is Dover.
We track the changes happening to our world right now.
I think it's a procession of the Taliban. There they are, right here.
Would you, as Prime Minister, be able to look them in the face?
Let's have a look at both of those two things.
I just want to say thank you for having the courage to speak to us.
We do genuinely believe in what we do, to show the truth.
I thought there was an astonishing story there.
Welcome back. Well, the war in Ukraine is having a global economic impact. Fuel prices at UK forecourts have hit another record high. And according to data firm Experian Catalyst, the average cost of a litre of petrol was 158.20 yesterday, while diesel reached 165.20. Our business presenter Ian King joins me now from the city. Ian.
Thanks, Simon. Well, a host of big European companies have today been joining in with the sanctions against Russia and have announced today that they're suspending or shutting their operations in Russia. The French cosmetics giant L'Oréal announced that it's closing its stores in Russia and it's suspending investments in the country. And it also said it would be donating €5 million to charities and organisations supporting humanitarian aid to Ukraine. Meanwhile, Heineken, the world's second biggest brewer, said it was stopping the production, advertising and sale of its brand in Russia. It also attacked the Russian government for launching what it called an unprovoked and completely unjustified attack on Ukraine. Well, that news follows last night's announcements from McDonald's, PepsiCo, Coca-Cola and Yum Brands, the owner of KFC and Pizza Hut, that they were suspending operations in Russia. Meanwhile, Unilever, the company behind Dove and Lifebuoy soap, Magnum and Ben & Jerry's ice cream and Domestos disinfectant, has suspended all imports and exports of its products into and out of Russia, and it's to stop all media and advertising spending in the country. Alan Jope, Unilever's chief executive, said the company would not invest any further capital into the country and would not be profiting from its presence in Russia. However, while condemning the war in Ukraine as a brutal and senseless act by the Russian state, the company said that it would, for now, continue to supply everyday essential food and hygiene products made in Russia to the people of the country. Meanwhile, another German car maker has been forced to suspend production due to a shortage of parts from Ukraine. Porsche said it was suspending production of its electric Taycan model in Stuttgart due to a shortage of wire harnesses. That's equipment which bundles together up to 3 miles worth of electric cabling in the typical car. Well, these were previously supplied by the Ukrainian company Leoni. It follows a similar move last week from Volkswagen, which has had to suspend production at 2 of its German plants, putting 8,000 workers on furlough. A third German car maker, BMW, has also warned of interruptions to production. Well, all eyes continue to be on the oil price following last night's news that the US and UK are to stop importing Russian crude and crude products. Here's the current price of Brent crude, currently trading at $124.33 a barrel. That is down by just shy of 3% on the day. Meanwhile, the price of natural gas has eased after it, of course, hit £8 a therm on Monday. Having closed last night at 511p a therm, it was trading at £4.07 a short while ago. On the equity markets, following a fall on Wall Street last night, there were more overnight declines in the Asia-Pacific region. The Nikkei 225 in Tokyo fell for the 4th straight session to hit a 16-month low, while there were also declines in Hong Kong and in Shanghai. But markets in Europe have bounced this morning, staged a solid rally. Here's the current picture. As you can see, all of the main European indices up by, in some cases, 5% or more. The MIB in Milan up by 5.25%. The DAX in Germany up by just north of 5%. Sentiment appears to have been lifted by reports that the EU may issue bonds to finance spending on energy and defence. Well, Well, here in London, the FTSE 100 is also in positive territory, currently up 1.75% in what looks to be a broad-based rally. The leading blue chip gainer in percentage terms right now is Electro Components. That is a parts distributor, and that is on the back of a trading update. The share's currently nearly 9% to the good. The fund manager M&G, which had results out earlier this week, its shares are also ahead by more than 8%. Outside the FTSE 100, the bus and coach operator Stagecoach, its shares currently up some 36.25%. That is on news of a takeover, valuing it at £595 million. On the foreign exchange markets, meanwhile, well, sterling had been drifting earlier on against the US dollar. The dollar very much in demand since Russia launched its invasion of Ukraine. Sterling currently, though, up by 1/3% against the greenback. It's off by 0.5% right now against the euro. We have a rates decision from the European Central Bank tomorrow. Well, joining me now is the Chief Market Analyst at Markets.com, Neil Wilson. Neil, welcome to you. What's behind this rally, do you think? I mean, it's a pretty spectacular move upwards for European equities today.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I think you're right pointing out that sort of news about the EU maybe issuing joint bonds, anything that sort of nudges the European Union towards a more fiscal union is sort of lapped up by the market. We've also got expectation for the ECB tomorrow, I think potentially. Some in the market thinking they might be doing something big, but also you have to look at this as a bit of a dead cat bounce. I feel the technicals may be looking a bit oversold, compelling valuations because prices have come down so much, but you've still got the spectre of stagflation, of much slower growth in Europe, and also we're going to see guidance being cut quite significantly. A lot of the big European corporates, as they have to change their production and deal with far higher input costs from soaring inflation. So I think this is probably a bit of a bear market rally, and one that will be reversed in due course.
Neil, we obviously heard yesterday that the UK is joining the US in trying to wean itself off Russian oil and gas. By the end of the year, there'll be a ban on Russian crude imports here to the UK by the end of this year. Now, Grant Shapps has said this morning that the only way out of this, to make up this shortfall, is going to be increasing North Sea oil production. How feasible do you think that is?
Well, I think in the short term, obviously not very. The problem with oil markets and gas markets right now is the immediate delivery, and that's just simply not there. We can't make that up very quickly. I think longer term, you could see incentivization for more oil and gas in the North Sea. I don't see anything particularly wrong with that. Even if you're looking at going to 100% zero carbon, you need the bridge. You need to get there. Now, we were going to bridge that gap with imports of Russian oil. About 10% of our oil in 2019, I think, came from Russia. So we need to find a bridge. We obviously need to work. We want that Russian oil, and we also need to contend with the fact that Russia might retaliate with further sanctions on the West. The threats in recent days to pull the Nord Stream 1 pipeline, that needs to be looked at as well. But I think the North Sea can deliver some incremental oil and gas to the UK, but it will take time. It takes about 3 years for a new project to start flowing. So it's not a solution for the immediate term. I think at the moment we'll be looking for securing LNG shipments and hoping and praying that the wind keeps blowing in order to power the wind turbines.
All right, Neil, got to leave it there. Neil Wilson from Markets.com there. Good to see you, Neil. Thank you. Simon, back to you.
Ian, thanks very much indeed.
I think I can.
I think I can.
I think I can. I think I can. I think I can. I think I can.
Ukraine's government has called for an immediate ceasefire around the Chernobyl nuclear plant to allow repairs to the site's power supply. The state-owned nuclear company had warned that radioactive substances could be released into the atmosphere if power isn't restored soon. Well, let's bring in Jonathan Cobb from the World Nuclear Association. He joins me live now. Thanks very much indeed for joining us on what is an incredibly worrying update coming from Chernobyl. Just how worried should we be?
I think one of the things we can bear in mind is that the International Atomic Energy Agency's Director General, Rafael Grossi, has just put out a statement. He has been informed by the Ukrainian authorities of developments at Chernobyl, and he said there is no critical impact on safety at the moment. Now, reasons for that include the fact that on site at Chernobyl, like at the active reactors that there are in the Ukraine, there are diesel generators, and these start up very soon after any power supply loss from the grid to start supplying power to the site. The second reason is the reactors at Chernobyl haven't been operating. The last one closed in 2000. And so the fuel that was discharged from those reactors has been cooling over those 21 years. And it is now very much cooler than it would have been when it was discharged from the plant. So that, in fact, on the 3rd of March, the IAEA released a statement saying that in the event of power being lost, the water itself in the spent fuels, where the fuel that was discharged from the reactors while they were operating, where that fuel's being kept, the water alone would be sufficient to keep that fuel cooled.
Okay, well, that's good news at least. And how long do we expect the diesel generators to last? Do you have an idea of a time frame of how long they can keep things going?
Well, the thing that probably would be one limiting factor would be the availability of diesel fuel. So in reactors, there tends to be a few days, maybe up to 7 days of fuel supply available for those diesel generators. And so that would need to be replenished if they were required to operate further than that.
Yeah, exactly. And with so many of Ukraine's major cities on lockdown, we've seen the catastrophic situation in Mariupol as well. That diesel getting into Chernobyl is clearly very important. Rafael Grossi had also offered to visit Chernobyl or Zaporizhzhia, hadn't he, because of his concerns about keeping these nuclear plants going. Just how concerned should we be about the fact that this has happened now and the potential for perhaps the diesel won't get there in time? Or do you think that there are negotiations that must be being conducted as we speak to get the diesel there in time?
Well, I think one thing to bear in mind is that it was, in fact, in the first days of the conflict that Russian forces entered the site at Chernobyl. So there are Russian forces who are controlling the Chernobyl site at the moment. And it is the Ukrainian operators who would have been there normally and the international operators who would be assisting them who are carrying out the day-to-day operations. But it is being controlled by the Russians. So this isn't a situation where the site is within an area of high conflict. So that is something to bear in mind, that the Russians are actually operating the site. So they have been allowing the operators to carry on their activities. There are concerns over the way in which the operators are being treated. For example, the operators haven't been allowed to leave. So although they have organized into shifts, the same operators who were on the site when the site was taken over by the Russian forces are still working there. And that's obviously a stressful situation to be in. And that's one issue I know that Rafael Grossi, the Director General of the IAEA, is wanting to resolve.
Yeah, of course, because presumably if people are working long hours and are getting tired, then you don't want anyone to not have their eye on the ball at a nuclear plant in particular.
No, I mean, they are very professional people who are at that site. They have organized into shift systems, so they have the potential to get the rest that they would need. But clearly it is not as good as it could be, and it is not the same as is happening at the Zaporizhzhia site, which is the operating nuclear plant that has also been occupied by Russian forces. There they are allowing workforces to exchange their shifts in a more usual fashion.
Right, OK. Well, I also want to ask you about if you have any information about the radiation levels coming from Chernobyl. Are they still normal? Is there nothing to worry about as far as that's concerned?
I have no direct information on that. There were concerns raised by the IAEA that some of the automatic readings that they would normally expect to receive weren't being delivered, but I don't think there's any indication that there is an issue at present, because I refer to that statement from Rafael Grossi that there is no critical impact on safety at the moment.
OK. Jonathan Cobb from the World Nuclear Association, thanks very much indeed. And a reminder that here on Sky News, we're keeping you up to date with all the latest on the situation in Ukraine. Every day we are bringing you special programmes like this one with all the day's developments. The next will be at 7 o'clock this evening. And to let you know that tonight we're also running a special programme looking at President Putin's invasion tactics. That's Putin's war, the battle for Ukraine, this evening at 9:30 p.m. here on Sky News. This is Sky News Today. Coming up, as the war continues to devastate Ukraine, I'll be speaking to the Managing Director of Operations at the World Bank to discuss the financial impact on the country. More now on the financial situation arising from the Russian invasion, and the World Bank has approved an emergency financing package of more than $700 million for Ukraine. Joining me now from Berlin is Axel van Trotzenberg, who is the Managing Director of Operations at the World Bank. Thanks very much indeed for joining us. I know typically support loans don't come with restrictions or conditions. Can you tell us a bit about what you expect this money to go towards?
Well, first of all, this was an emergency operation we prepared in less than a week. Normally, these operations take months to prepare. What we have been doing is the Ukrainian government needs desperately budgetary resources to pay pensioners, to pay the salaries of civil servants, to keep the health system going. And there are large needs, and they need these resources. So we put a package together that is joined by a host of countries, including Britain, to help financing. And so we went to the board on Monday, and we are proceeding with disbursements.
So if we can break some of that down, then it is an emergency package. You have moved to act as quickly as possible, clearly. So then countries have been generous and forthcoming, would you say, with putting this package together?
Well, okay, exactly. So what we have done, we originally had 350. Then we got guarantees from Sweden and from the Netherlands that allowed us to go to about 500 million. We have about 100 million parallel financing from the Japanese government. And then a trust fund was created where 5 countries will put in about $134 million, including 100 million from the United Kingdom. So this is a package that is needed. This is for us certainly the first in a set of packages we would like to prepare. The government desperately needs international financial support, so we are prepared to provide a total of about $3 billion in the months ahead.
And presumably, as you mentioned briefly there, that's to help the government keep everything moving and ticking along while it kind of redirects a lot of its funds towards the war effort. So this is for pensions, hospital workers and social programs?
That is exactly. Right now it is to keep the government going and to provide maximum support. And clearly, once the war is over and its government needs reconstruction help, we will be there as well.
And what about support for neighbouring countries that are taking in tens of thousands of refugees, a record number for Europe, to more than 2 million now?
Yeah, exactly. That is also, so there is direct support to Ukraine. Then there is the next one.
I'm afraid I have to interrupt you. Let's take you live now to the House of Commons and Business Secretary Kwasi Kwarteng.
I'm sure all members will join me in thanking him once again for his inspiring words, his great leadership. And it is with those words in mind, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we come, or certainly I come here today. With your permission, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to make a statement on the UK phase-out of imports of Russian oil in response to Vladimir Putin's brutal and illegal invasion of Ukraine. The UK joins key allies, including the United States, in halting the import of Russian oil, which makes up 44% of Russian exports and 17% of the government's revenue through taxation. This action follows the most punishing set of sanctions that the British state has ever imposed on a G20 nation. Our trade, financial and personal sanctions are having an effect on the Russian economy. The ruble, as I speak, has now fallen by nearly 42%, and the Moscow Exchange's stock trading has been shut since the 25th of February. The British government has sent a clear message to Putin's regime and to those who support him in his war against Ukraine. It is important to remember, Madam Deputy Speaker, that Russia produces only a fraction of the fuel products currently imported to the UK. In a competitive global market for oil and petroleum products, demand can be met by alternative sources of supply. And as a result of international revulsion at Putin's invasion, Russian oil is already being excluded from much of the market, and currently it is trading at quite a sharp discount from other crude oil sources. But we want to go further, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yesterday, I set out that the UK is phasing out imports of Russian oil during the course of the year. This transition will give the market, it will give businesses and supply chains more than enough time to substitute Russian imports. Businesses should use this year to ensure as smooth a transition as possible so that consumers will not be affected. The government will work with companies through a new task force on oil to support them to make use of this period in finding alternative supplies. Yesterday, I spoke with businesses, unions and representatives from the sector, and of course, I and officials in BEIS will continue to engage and support British business. While Russian imports account for 8% of total UK oil demand, the UK is also, one should remember, a significant producer of both crude oil and petroleum products. We participate in a global market for these products, and we have resources in place in the unlikely event of supply disruption. Over the course of the year, the task force we set up will work closely with international partners, including the USA, the Netherlands, and the Gulf, to ensure alternative supplies of fuel products. Last week, I addressed the International Energy Agency, and tomorrow we will have an extraordinary meeting of the G7 energy ministers to discuss further steps. While businesses should do everything they can to source oil from alternative sources, they will still be able, it's important to emphasize this, they will still be able to import Russian oil during this transition period. These measures target oil-related products imports only. The UK is not dependent on Russian natural gas, making up less than 4% of our supply. However, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will be exploring options to end this altogether. I want to make clear to the House that we fully intend and we must end our dependency on all Russian hydrocarbons. In the meantime, we need more investment in North Sea oil and gas production as we make the move to cheaper and cleaner power. Turning off domestic production, as some are calling for at this moment, would be completely the wrong thing to do. We're not going to do it. The Prime Minister has also confirmed that the government will set out an energy strategy to explain the UK's long-term plans for greater energy security, including both renewable and nuclear power, building on our 10-point plan. This measure and those being taken by our allies in terms of the phase-out, the oil phase-out, will move the West away from a dependency on Russian oil. It will take us on a road to building a stronger, more resilient British energy system. It will also increase the growing pressure on Russia's economy and will ultimately hamper Russia's ability to impose further misery on the Ukrainian people.
Ed Miliband.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I start by thanking the Secretary of State for his statement. Madam Deputy Speaker, we are united against Russian aggression. We stand together in solidarity with the Ukrainian people, and let me echo the admiration he expressed for President Zelensky and his address to us yesterday. His bravery and eloquence was both extraordinary and inspiring. On the Secretary of State's immediate decisions, we know that Putin's war machine is being funded by oil and gas. That's why it's right for every country to do what it can to isolate the regime and every company to do so. So we fully support the government's decision to ban oil imports. It is a right and welcome step. And it is right also to work with the companies and unions on how we implement this policy. I'd like to ask the Secretary of State in his reply, maybe he could tell us what assessment he has made of the impact of the ban on petrol and diesel prices. We also support him in his decision to seek to find ways to rid ourselves of Russian gas imports. And I want to ask him about the wider energy security context to his statement, which he talked about. But I think it's essential that we learn the right lessons from this crisis. Although 50% of our gas comes from the North Sea and only 4% from Russia, we pay the same price for our own gas as that which we import because we operate in an integrated gas market. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are absolutely exposed to the rocketing wholesale gas prices that we are seeing, currently up 100% on the month and 800% on the year. The right lesson to learn is therefore surely that we have to go much further and much faster in developing homegrown zero-carbon power, including renewables and nuclear, which can free us from the whims of autocrats and dictators who can use fossil fuels as a geopolitical weapon. Does the Secretary of State agree this is the right lesson and that policy will need to change? In particular, does he agree we should finally end the effective moratorium on onshore wind in the planning regulations, which has denied us power each and every year since 2015, equivalent to our gas imports from Russia? Does he agree we should ramp up our offshore wind so we go well beyond 40 gigawatts? And does he agree, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's time to finally get serious about energy efficiency, the best way of cutting energy demand, and where the government has not succeeded in the past years? On the North Sea, Madam Deputy Speaker, there needs to be a phased transition, but will he now clarify the government's position on fracking, and will he confirm that the moratorium that was put in place will remain in place? No ifs, no buts. No ifs, no buts, as fracking would not make any difference to the prices consumers pay, is dangerous and would take decades to come on stream. They don't agree with me. I've got a position against fracking. They support fracking. We'd love to know what the Secretary of State and the government thinks, and I'm sure they would too. Finally, let me ask him about the cost of living crisis facing families, arising from what is happening to oil and gas prices. We have consistently warned the government that their measures were wholly inadequate for the rise in energy bills. I asked the Secretary of State today, will he undertake to tell the Chancellor that in his spring statement he must come back with much, much more help for both families and businesses? Let me end by saying this, Madam Deputy Speaker. We are united in our support for people in Ukraine. We will support the government in everything it does, which can cut off support for the evil and barbaric Putin regime. And we urge the government to learn the right lessons from this crisis for our country so we can achieve both energy security and energy sovereignty.
Deputy Speaker, in his customary way, he raised a large number of questions, the majority of which I hope to deal with. In terms of his words against Putin's barbaric invasion, his completely illegal actions, I'm very pleased that he's reflecting our sentiments, and we have a mutual interest in making sure that Putin fails. As far as the cost of living is concerned, Madam Deputy Speaker, there was an extensive intervention by my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Exchequer. And I think it's quite wrong for opposition politicians to say that the price cap, which will be set in August, is going to necessarily be higher than what it is today. We simply don't know. He will understand that the price cap will be set at a time retrospectively looking at the average price. It may well be higher, but there are circumstances in which it won't be increasing as much as he imagines. And of course, as is always the case, we have an ongoing look at the price cap. We speak to Ofgem all the time, and Ofgem is engaging work in terms of how the price cap is calculated. In terms of the North Sea, I'm pleased to hear that he's very keen to support investment in the North Sea in terms of making sure that gas is a key transition fuel. That's something which I think many people on the benches opposite may disagree with. And of course, he's absolutely right to stress an increased focus on renewables and nuclear power. We are absolutely at one in our agreement on this.
Robert Jenrick.
Kwasi Kwarteng, the Business and Energy Minister, speaking there, announcing that there's going to be a meeting of G7 ministers in response to this energy crisis tomorrow. He was giving further details there of the announcement he made yesterday online about the UK government's strategy to wean the UK off Russian oil and oil products. He said it's going to be phased out by 2022, saying it gives businesses and industries plenty of time to find alternative supplies supplies, and the government will be helping them with that. So that's Kwasi Kwarteng speaking there in the House of Commons. More on that a little later on. Now, Ukraine's president has been warning of a humanitarian catastrophe if the West doesn't do more to help his country. Volodymyr Zelensky was speaking after a Polish plan to provide Ukraine with fighter jets was rejected by the United States. In the past hour, Ukraine issued a warning about the Chernobyl nuclear plant because of a power cut. However, the international watchdog says there is no critical impact on safety. Well, let's take a look at the latest developments on Wednesday so far across Ukraine. The capital, Kiev, woke up again to the sound of air raid sirens and later the sound of explosions echoed around the city. Kharkiv, Chernihiv, Sumy and Mariupol are all surrounded by Russian forces and continue to experience heavy shelling. Ashish Joshi, our correspondent, has an update on the story so far today.
They're looking for survivors or the injured. Anyone who might still be alive under the debris. This building, like so many in Sumy,
Good morning, it is 7 a.m. This is Sky News Breakfast. It's day 14 of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and it's all up in the air. Will the promise of another ceasefire to allow civilians to escape from besieged cities come good? Poland's offer to provide jets for Ukrainian pilots appears to have been grounded by the United States, while it's now a criminal offence for Russian aircraft to enter UK airspace. We'll hear from the Transport Secretary, Grant Shapps, shortly. It is Wednesday, the 9th of March. Not cleared for takeoff, the United States dismisses Poland's plan to provide fighter jets to Ukraine. The Red Cross says conditions in the besieged city of Mariupol are apocalyptic ahead of a new ceasefire to allow civilians to escape. The victims of war, the United Nations says that more than 470 people have died so far during the conflict. Well, the sky's the limit. It's now a criminal offence for any Russian aircraft to enter British airspace. The no-fries zone at McDonald's, Starbucks and Coca-Cola join the list of global brands suspending business in Russia. And harmony amongst the horror, the southern city of Odessa finds sanctuary in music. Well, this is the scene in the Ukrainian capital, Kiev, this morning. We'll be live there for the latest very shortly. Also on the programme, a little after 9 o'clock, following President Volodymyr Zelensky's historic address to MPs yesterday, I'll be joined by the Ukrainian ambassador to the UK, Vadim Prostaiko. And at 9:45, I'll speak with a renowned neurosurgeon who's been delivering trauma surgery tutorials to Ukrainian doctors on the front line. Good morning. When President Zelensky renewed his calls for help to ensure the safety of Ukrainian skies, he'll have been buoyed by Poland's offer to give its MiG-29 fighter jets to the US to then pass on to Ukraine. But late last night, the Pentagon said such a move is untenable and raised concern for the NATO alliance. Well, these are the main developments this morning of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Russia claims that it's observing a ceasefire beginning just now to allow safe passage for civilians leaving Kiev, Chernihiv, Sumy, Kharkiv and Mariupol. Now, it's unclear if the evacuation routes go through Russia or Belarus. Ukraine's accused Russia of shelling an evacuation route that was to take civilians from Mariupol yesterday. The Red Cross says the situation in the city is apocalyptic. And the UN's Human Rights Office says that it's verified at least 474 civilian deaths so far, including 38 children. And in the last hour, the UK Ministry of Defence says that Ukrainian air defences have had considerable success against Russian aircraft, preventing Russia from getting control of the air. Greg Milam reports.
Vova has undergone surgery after being hit in the head by a bullet. How are you, asks the doctor.
Vovочка, как дела?
Fine, comes the faint reply. This is the Children's Hospital in Kharkiv, a city that's seen some of the fiercest fighting of this war. 8-year-old Dima was hit by shrapnel when a shell struck the family home. It's lodged at the base of his skull.
We have operated on 4 children suffering from shrapnel wounds or bullet wounds. Sadly, one little girl died yesterday.
The staff here continue to work in the face of regular bombardment and constant anxiety. Russia denies targeting civilians, but few in Ukraine believe that. There is some hope for those trying to escape. Buses bound for humanitarian corridors, finally able to pass without being shelled. Some from the city of Mariupol, though, did reportedly come under fire. They leave behind a desperate situation. What their government really wants is to get their hands on these Polish fighter jets. Poland happy to send them, but only via the US military in Germany.
We are ready to give honor of our fleet of jet fighters to Ramstein, but we are not ready to make any moves on our own because, as I said, we are not party to this war. Thank you.
It came as news to the Americans. Within hours, the Pentagon had killed the idea. It is simply not clear that there is a substantive rationale for the US or NATO to be flying jets over Ukraine, it said. But concerns over being dragged into this conflict haven't prevented sanctions, again welcomed by Ukraine's president.
Він дуже простий. Кожен цент.
Every cent paid to Russia, they turn into bullets and missiles that are aimed at other sovereign states.
But satellite images show the continuing destruction of his country. There is hope for another humanitarian effort today, but US intelligence assessments say Putin has been surprised by the resistance from Ukraine. His response, they say, will be to escalate this war. Greg Milam, Sky News, Washington.
All right, let's bring in our special correspondent, Alex Crawford, who's joining us live now from the Ukrainian capital, Kiev. Good morning to you, Alex. So what's the latest where you are?
Well, there's still a lot of people coming out of Irpin. Irpin is the town nearest to the capital. It's the west of the capital. It's basically the gateway to the capital. They're still streaming out. They've only just started doing this in the last hour or so since curfew lifted. We know that there are several hundred, maybe 1,000 people who are trapped not just in Irpin, but also Bucha and Hostomel, which are all 3 towns grouped closest to the capital. This is what the Russian troops will face. This is one of the entrances, and you can see they're trying to fortify. We're about half an hour's drive out of the capital right now, there are a lot more of these checkpoints and trenches built as you go into the capital, but they're basically trying to fortify the capital because we're told that the Russian troops are within 500 meters of coming out of Irpin and have taken up positions. So if they do make it this far, and they're expecting the inevitable, I think, fairly soon, the roads have all been littered with these spikes to try and stop the advance. The people are all who are streaming out now and taking, there's no official humanitarian corridor in this area, but they are taking advantage of any lull in fighting to try and reach safety, which is in the capital right now, and then try and get, if they can, out of the capital. They've set up little first aid stations here, and you can see some of them are obviously told us that they've been trapped there for many, many days in Irpin, where they've been under siege. They're They feel that troops have been entering. They talk about seeing tanks. There's no food, there's no electricity, there's no light, there's no water. So many of them felt that they didn't have any choice but to try and pull out. Those are the ones that we've spoken to. If they are injured, they're taken to this first aid tent, or if they need some sustenance, many of them are dehydrated. They haven't had access to food or anything for many days. And then they try and get buses to go into the capital, many of them heading either straight to the train station, which is absolutely besieged with people on a daily basis now, just trying to get any trains that they can, any transport that they can out of the capital. The worry is that the capital itself is going to be ringed and there's going to be no escape route from the capital. And a lot of people feeling very worried about the immediate future, Kamali.
OK, Alex, thank you for that reporting. Really appreciate it. Stay safe. Thanks for now. All right, well, the UK government has made it a criminal offence for any Russian aircraft to enter UK airspace. Let's bring in the Transport Secretary, Grant Shapps, who's joining us now live. Mr Shapps, thanks for being with us on Sky News this morning. First of all, let's just pick up on that line that the government will now ban Russian aircraft from coming in. What does that actually mean?
Yeah, we've already had a ban, of course, on Russian aircrafts, as in Aeroflot, the state-owned company, and even private jets or other commercial aircraft. What we're doing now is going further. We've taken some additional powers. I signed the law late last night, which actually means we'll be able to be more specific. And for example, where we have aircraft which might be connected with Russian oligarchs flying into the country, they should know this sends the clearest signal of all. You can't do that anymore. We can impound your aircraft. It turns this into a criminal offence, and I hope sets out this position very, very clearly to them.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking a lot about aircraft this morning, aren't we, Mr Shapps? President Zelensky, of course, wants the UK to protect Ukrainian skies. We've had this discussion overnight about Polish jets being used by the Ukrainian Air Force. Where are we with that? Because there seems to be a bit of confusion. The US saying that idea of Poland loaning its MiGs to the Ukrainian Air Force is untenable.
Yeah, look, I mean, actually, Poland's in NATO. We all work together on this, and it's important. I think that we are a defensive organisation, which means that we won't be getting directly involved in the war. As you rightly say, the United States has said that it won't be taking those MiG jets. They don't even fly MiG jets themselves. So that's not something which is going to develop. But make no mistake, we're providing huge amounts of aid and support. The United Kingdom was the first country to provide anti-tank weaponry before this war broke out, before Ukraine was attacked, as well as training 22,000 Ukrainian troops, which is something else the United Kingdom did. So we stand fully behind Ukraine. We heard from President yesterday in Parliament in that remarkable speech that Zelensky gave, with echoes of Churchill, and we are doing everything that we possibly can to support our Ukrainian friends.
Yeah, so you're saying now that the British government doesn't support the idea of Poland loaning its MiGs to the Ukrainian Air Force?
Well, I should say it was nothing to do with the British government. This is between the Polish and the Americans.
Of course not. We are sorry, Mr. Shapps. Of course not. But as you mentioned, we are part of the NATO alliance, and you know that yesterday on this programme, the Defence Secretary said that it would be entirely up to Poland if they wanted to loan their jets to Ukraine. Poland say they will loan those jets. So where does the UK government stand?
We're not involved in this particular loan idea, and the Americans have said that they will not proceed in that manner. And look, I think, let me just be completely upfront with you. We need to make sure that in our absolutely stringent support for Ukraine, who are not a NATO member, of course, we are not inadvertently doing something which escalates this war in a way that would be unacceptable to the entire world. And so we're being, of course, rightly careful and cautious, providing huge amounts of humanitarian aid, providing military support as well, as you already heard, but not involving ourselves directly in the fighting. And I think that is absolutely the right stance.
And some may say not providing adequate refugee support. I mean, you've seen the numbers, Mr. Shapps. You've seen that some 500 visas have been accepted. 500 visas accepted. No idea how many Ukrainians have actually come here. It's shameful, isn't it, the way that the UK has handled this refugee crisis in Europe?
760 granted now, 22,000 applications which are on their way through. Look, I don't agree with you. No country has given more humanitarian assistance to Ukraine than the United Kingdom in the world. We've given £400 million. In addition, the British people have been incredibly generous as well. Geographically, we are, of course, spaced further to the west. And President Zelensky and the Ukrainian government have told me that they do not want people to move far away, if at all possible, from the country, because they want people to be able to come back. Having said that, we have two schemes, one of which allows up to 200,000 Ukrainians here. That's the extended family scheme, and it does extend to all parts of somebody's family, aunts and uncles and that sort of thing. And then, of course, we've also announced a sponsorship route, again, for those people without family ties and unlimited. So, you know, we are really leaning into this, at the same time respecting Ukraine's wishes, the government's wishes, not to pull people a long way away from Ukraine, which is not something that they want to see happen, but as ever showing the British generosity, particularly in humanitarian support, as the largest donor nation.
Absolutely right. Lots of money's been given and lots of people are giving up things for Ukrainians. But the geographical thing doesn't quite work when Ireland's taken some 2,000 people and people in Calais are stuck at the border unable to come in.
I think it's right that, and people would expect us to be wanting to check people's status before they come in. We know that Russia are involved in all sorts of all manner of operations. So it's absolutely right to check that somebody's come from Ukraine, know who is coming to this country, essentially, and that's what we're doing. But we will, undoubtedly have a lot of Ukrainians come here to seek refuge. They'll be incredibly welcomed by the population, by the local authorities, by the government. We've shown that huge generosity, this country. I mean, most people probably don't realize that over 100,000, for example, Hong Kong Chinese have taken up their right of citizenship that we've granted, 25,000 from Syria. This country has always been incredibly generous. But as I say, I do want to stress, President Zelensky has asked us to proceed in the way that we are doing. I do agree with you with the need to make sure that there are sufficient places for people to be able to access that visa support. An office in Lille has just been set up. Paris is available. I checked last night. There are appointments available for people who are making their way west. But as I say, we are, no country outperforms the United Kingdom when it comes to humanitarian assistance at 400 million, and no other country has provided more of that assistance. So we really can be proud of what we're doing on the ground, and it's help that the Ukrainians are specifically asking us to provide as well.
Yeah, I mean, on that, Mr. Shapps, did the Home Secretary Priti Patel mislead Parliament when she said that there was a visa centre set up in Calais? She said it twice, and there isn't one.
So there's visa assistance in Calais, I know. So there are British officials.
Not a visa centre where you can take biometrics and those kind of details that are necessary if people are to pass the visa requirements to get into the country.
Yeah, I didn't hit the specific comment, but I do know that in Lille there is a centre being set up. I do also know that because of the nature of the situation in Calais, of course, very long-term issues there of criminal gangs bringing people across. We're very keen to separate these two issues so that people don't get involved or caught up in some of that. And on their way towards the United Kingdom, if they're coming here, particularly for those family schemes or later for the sponsorship schemes, we want to make sure that people can have been processed via the visa application centres. We've got 6,000. This has been massively expanded. Usually, I think about 800 slots would be available. We've got 6,000 slots available now for people who are seeking those visas. I think it's very important that Britain does throw its arms around and try to assist. But I do want to stress that President Zelensky has directly asked us for the humanitarian provision and doesn't want people, broadly speaking, unless they have those family ties, but broadly speaking, would prefer people to settle closer to Ukraine because he wants people to go back again, which is very important when it comes to rebuilding this country post-war.
No, you're absolutely right. We will listen to what President Zelensky has to say, because, of course, you do want people close by to the country. But you said you didn't hear the Home Secretary yesterday. I'll tell you what she said. She said that there's a visa centre set up in Calais. Sir Roger Gale says that that's not true, and if you've lied to Parliament, it's a resigning matter. Do you agree?
Oh, look, I didn't hear the comments, although I accept what you're saying to me. I do know there's a visa centre in... Yeah, sure. I do know there's a visa centre in Lille. And I know that there are a number of centres as people travel west. There are also people assisting in Calais in order to help provide people with direction and information. I do just stress that point, that what we don't want to do is see people fleeing Ukraine caught up with what is, we know very much is a criminal people trafficking operation that runs out of Calais, which is something that we certainly don't want people escaping war to then get caught up in. So what we encourage everybody to do is to use one of the 24-hour phone numbers, arrange for the to see somebody through one of those 6,000 now visa appointments which are available, and take up one of the routes. As I say, we've got very I've seen this reported a lot, and it's slightly mystifying. We've got very generous program in place, and further programs coming along. The program for the extended family, for example, could see 200,000 Ukrainians come here. The sponsorship scheme again will be unlimited when that's launched, and I think it's a tribute to the British people, the amount of help and assistance people have been giving, and this country has provided more humanitarian support by the government, plus in addition to what people have privately been given, than any other country.
OK, Mr. Shapps, and finally then, and quickly if you can please, appreciate all of that, but some people will say that they need more help to get to this country. But we'll move on quickly to the news overnight that the UK, US and EU are going to phase out the use of Russian oil and gas. Where's the UK going to get its energy from if it stops using Russian supply gas?
I should point out, yeah, sure. I should point out the UK doesn't buy, for example, petrol. None of our petrol comes from Russia. We do have some gas and some diesel, as you point out. Look, my view is quite simple. We need to stem the flow of Putin's gas and oil blood money from funding his war machine. And I think that the British people, even though it will, of course, lead to some higher energy prices, although we've probably already seen that happening already, the British people are not prepared to see us funding Putin's horrific war. And so I think it's very important that we take this step. We will step up our own production, and we're fortunate in the UK that we don't buy proportionately very much Russian oil and gas, and we do also produce our own. So we'll step that up as well. But I think it's incredibly important that we do this, because we must not be providing the blood money to fund his war.
Mr. Shapps. OK, Grant Shapps, UK Transport Secretary, thank you very much for your time this morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's take a look now at how the newspapers are covering the crisis in Ukraine this morning. The FT leads with the US government's banning of Russian oil imports and also mentions the UK's decision to do the same. The Metro reacts to the speech given to the House of Commons by Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky with the headline, "Hear, hear, hero." And the Telegraph leads with the offer from Poland to supply Ukraine with MiG fighter jets, MiG-29s we just talked about with the Transport Secretary, to deal with the Russian Air Force over Ukraine. Well, the Times has that story too, pointing out that it's risking even greater confrontation between NATO countries and Russia. While the Daily Star has an interview with the former Ukrainian boxing champion Vladimir Klitschko, who is now the mayor of Kiev, as you'll know, and is defending in his country what he calls the biggest fight of his life.
And the world wants to pull us apart. This is our reason to pull together.
Now, with Russia promising to observe a ceasefire to let civilians flee some of the major cities, let's take a look at the latest developments all across the country. Well, the capital woke up to air raid sirens this morning. No reports of shelling there yet. We'll get the latest from our correspondent Alex Crawford. Kharkiv, Chernihiv, Sumy and Mariupol are all surrounded by the Russians and continue to see heavy shelling there. Now, 80 miles west of the capital, Kiev, at least 5 people have been killed when bombs destroyed a textile factory in Zotomir. In Borodyanka, local officials say that heavy shelling is making it impossible to remove the bodies of some 12 people who died in a hospital where 200 patients were stuck without food and medicine. And in Kharkiv, 2 people, including a 7-year-old, were killed in a bombing. The regional governor also claimed that the Russian attempts to enter that city had been beaten back. Now, 90 miles away in Sumy, authorities were able to evacuate 5,000 people yesterday. That's according to Ukraine's deputy prime minister. But Russian forces continue to surround the southern city of Mariupol, where residents have been without water and electricity, and bodies lay uncollected in the streets. The Red Cross describes the situation there as apocalyptic. Let's take a look at some other stories emerging from the crisis now. And the United Nations Human Rights Office says that it's verified 474 civilian deaths and 861 injuries in Ukraine since the Russian invasion began at the end of February, with the real death toll likely to be much higher. The UN have also said that more than 2 million refugees have fled since the start of Russia's military offensive. In the UK, the Home Office announced the number of visas had risen to 760, as we heard from the Transport Secretary just now, while a new processing centre is to be set up in Lille, expected to be ready to go within the next 24 hours. And the UN's nuclear watchdog says it's lost contact with systems monitoring radioactive material at Chernobyl. The radiation levels there initially spiked when Russian forces took over nearly 2 weeks ago, but experts say another disaster is extremely unlikely. Well, the musician Bob Geldof is among several musicians taking part in a concert to raise money for Ukraine. The event will be held at the Roundhouse in North London and features Imelda May. Organisers hope to raise vital funds for people who are fleeing the fighting. Now, McDonald's, Starbucks and Coca-Cola are just a handful of the latest Western companies to halt their operations in Russia, bowing to pressure over sanctions. They join the likes of Microsoft, IKEA and Netflix in pulling out following the invasion of Ukraine. Well, Shaman Freeman-Powell has more on this story for us and joins us now live from the newsroom. Shaman, good morning to you. So McDonald's have decided to pull out. It's a no-fry zone, some are saying.
Yes, it has been dubbed a no-fry zone. These are all major companies that have operations in Russia and have all said that they will no longer be operating there. And in the last few moments, we've also heard from Mothercare, who also says that they will be ceasing trade there too. And this is very significant, particularly for Pepsi and McDonald's. Decades ago, the fact that they were prepared to work under the Soviet Union and post-Soviet Russia had been recognised for developing international relations. But for now, at least temporarily, those international relations have come to an end. McDonald's, Pepsi, Coca-Cola, Starbucks have all announced they will stop selling their products in Russia. McDonald's say it will close 847 of its stores, but will continue to pay 62,000 of its employees that work there. Also, Starbucks say it will stop operating its business in the country too, which includes any shipments of its products to Russia. And it will also close more than 100 of its stores as well. Sky News did speak to the chief executive of Starbucks, Kevin Johnson, who said, "We condemn the horrific attacks on Ukraine by Russia, and our heart goes out to all those affected. We have decided to suspend all business in activity in Russia, including shipment of all Starbucks products." And this is the latest move from the West, showing a united front and attempting to isolate Russia economically for what's happening in Ukraine. But we must remember that companies, governments and individuals for the past few weeks have all been sanctioning and cutting ties with Russia, with companies like Apple, Netflix and H&M all taking a stand. But these companies, Starbucks, McDonald's, Pepsi and Coca-Cola, had faced criticism over the past few days. Thousands had taken to social media calling for customers to boycott these companies for sitting on the fence. And it seems that they have listened. And as I say, in the last few moments, Mothercare also have said that they will be suspending its trading in Russia too. So it seems that many more companies will be following their lead.
OK, Shaman, for now, thank you. Well, new nighttime satellite pictures from NASA show how the lights have gone out all across Ukraine. This timeline shows how Ukraine's cities have gone dark since Russia's invasion nearly 2 weeks ago. A stark contrast with the neighbouring states, Poland to the west and, of course, Russia to the east. The lights of Moscow are clearly visible there at the top of your screen. Well, still to come on Sky News Breakfast, as the humanitarian crisis in Ukraine worsens, the Transport Secretary tells this programme the UK will not get involved in any decision to provide Ukraine with fighter jets.
I am there to speak truth to power. One question to ask the questions that people want answered. Yeah, good to see you. When I'm interviewing a politician, it's more rapid fire, but this is not. This is a conversation. The format of the show, so we're going to have an hour-long interview show once a week on a Thursday night. It's at 9 p.m. It's a moment to press pause on this frenetic pace of news and just reflect on things. And when we do have a politician on the show, you might see them interviewed by me in a different way than you perhaps normally see it. What they do, why they do it. If I can find some of that and bring it onto Sky News, I'd be really happy.
Hello and welcome back. You're watching Sky News Breakfast. Our top stories this morning. The United States has dismissed Poland's plan to provide fighter jets to Ukraine, calling the proposals not tenable. The latest intelligence from the UK's Ministry of Defence identifies ongoing fighting in the northwest of Kiev, with a number of cities, including Mariupol and Sumy, encircled and suffering heavy shelling. And the United Kingdom has imposed new sanctions on Russia, making it a criminal offence for any Russian aircraft to enter British airspace. Well, the United States has dismissed Poland's plan to provide fighter jets to Ukraine, calling the proposals not tenable. The Transport Secretary, Grant Shapps, told me earlier that the UK will not get involved in any such proposals.
I should say it was nothing to do with the British government. This is between the Polish and the Americans. You've heard what both sides have said on this. But we're not involved in this particular loan idea, and the Americans have said that they will not proceed in that manner. And look, I think, let me just be completely upfront with you. We need to make sure that in our absolutely stringent support for Ukraine, who are not a NATO member, of course, we are not inadvertently doing something which escalates this war.
I'm pleased to say our political correspondent Tamara Cohen joins us now live. So Tamara, I wasn't dreaming yesterday. Ben Wallace kind of left it open for this to happen. There was lots of talk about it overnight, but Grant Shapps making it quite clear there that this idea of providing jets to the Ukrainian Air Force is just not going to happen.
Well, this was not something the UK was actually involved in at all. This was an idea that the Polish government would send some of their MiG-29s to Ukraine, and then the Americans got involved, saying that they might then replace the Polish fleet. Now, the Poles always thought that this was incredibly high risk for them to do on their own, as Ben Wallace set out to us yesterday, saying they took the risk of Russia deciding to escalate this and see this as a NATO member joining the war. Now, even a week ago, this looked very tricky, and I understand that Boris Johnson has been involved in these discussions. He talked to the Polish Prime Minister about it when he was there last week. He talked to the leaders of other countries in the region who were in London yesterday. He apparently refers to it as rent-a-MiGs. Now, the UK has always, I'm told, thought this was going to be very difficult to achieve without escalating things into World War III, frankly. And it sounds as if the Americans are now of that view as well, pretty much, for want of a better word, shooting down the proposal overnight. And it now looks like it's not going to be able to go ahead, although everyone wants to do everything they can to help the Ukrainians. It really does sound like, from the UK's point of view, that this is not something that's really likely to work.
No, it's not going to be the way to close the Ukrainian skies for now. All right, tomorrow. Thank you very much. Now, over 1.2 million people have fled Ukraine into neighbouring Poland since the start of Russia's invasion. Now, one of those is someone we were able to speak to last week on Sky News. Stuart Mackenzie is a Brit who left Ukraine with his Ukrainian wife. He's joining us now from Krakow in Poland. Stuart, good morning to you. Pleased to be able to speak with you again. It wasn't me who spoke to you last time, but thanks for being back on Sky News. Just tell us, what's the situation with you now and your wife? Are you able to come to the UK when you want to?
Well, we know there's lots of problems with visas to get to the UK at the moment. My mother-in-law, who's elderly, who doesn't have an international passport, we will be stuck. I don't want to be stuck in Calais or other places. We've rented a house in Poland. Like many Ukrainians, they don't want to go far from Ukraine. We want to stay close to our homes, close to our families, etc., hoping that we'll be able to go back soon. But I'm not going to take my mother-in-law the stress of trying to get into the UK without it. With the news reports I'm seeing at the moment, it's better for us to stay here. We've rented a house. We're getting all my staff members and friends. Everybody's helping everybody trying to get over the border and get accommodation when they're here. There's of course charities, but there's also, the rentals. People are asking for 1 month's rent, 1 month's deposit, 1 month's final. And these are people, the purchase power of the local hryvnia when they come over is very small for what it was. And that's very difficult for people. So, we're constantly putting people in their house, sheltering them for a few days until we can find other accommodation. But yeah, we're not certainly going to, right now, the situation of trying to get into the UK under the problems that they're having is not what we're going to do.
Yeah, I mean, we'll come on to talk a little bit more about the effort that everyone's sort of putting in to help those who are fleeing. But just on this access to the UK, so your wife is able to come with you, that should be no problem, but it's now your mother-in-law, and you're saying you're getting your information from news reports. The Home Office aren't giving you details as to what you need to do.
It's not what we will get to that point. I think right now, if we chose to leave from Krakow and get to the UK, and the news reports and also personal reports that I've heard about, having them to go back to different places to get different visas and having to take my mother-in-law through that whole journey she's not physically capable of doing that at the moment. And we're not going to put her through that stress of what we've already been through on top. So what I want to do is stay here safe, get the family in a routine, and then start that process. My wife, I've been married for 25 years. She's got a Ukrainian passport. My 3 children have got British passports. She's always had visas, but she's not got a visa for the UK right now because of COVID. We just let it run out. She'll always get a visa. That's never a problem, but we still have to go through that process. So, we're safe in Poland, and we'll start that when I start to see better reports of how easier I can make it for my mother-in-law, if indeed we wanted to go back to the UK. Our number one thing is hoping that we can get back to Ukraine.
Yeah, you all just want to go home back to Ukraine. And you mentioned a little bit, Stuart, earlier about the effort that people are putting in once they've managed to escape the war zone. You said that you're opening up the home that you've rented to people who are crossing the border. Is that something that's quite common, that everyone there is just kind of pitching in to make sure that everyone gets all the help they need?
Most definitely, and not just here in Ukraine. I'll speak to my financial manager who can't leave. I mean, remember, the people that I'm putting up in my house are women with children, and they've got little money, and their husbands can't get out. So not only did you have to leave 2 weeks ago a normal life where you had a home and school and friends and family, not only did you have to make a big decision to leave that under bombing and the war, but then you had to get to the border with your husband and then leave your husband behind and children. So we're putting up with women, we're putting women up here with their children. And it's heartbreaking when you see them on the phone at night saying, "Hi, Daddy, this is where I'm sleeping tonight." It's just a nightmare of all situations. But what I'm trying to do then is speak to the husbands, say, "Don't worry about your family. Don't worry about your children. We've got them. We've sheltered them. You worry about yourself." And they're here now. You've got them across the border. You've done a great job in doing that. Now leave it to us to look after them and make sure that Daddy comes home.
Okay, absolutely right. Stuart Mackenzie, thank you very much for now. Let's bring in Jeff Vinnell. Now, he's an American who also fled Ukraine with his wife. Jeff, good morning to you. I believe you know Stuart. You met him in a hotel when you guys managed to get out of the country. Just tell us, what's your situation right now? How are you and your family?
We're doing really okay right now in the sense that we have a place to stay and we're safe. As far as my family goes, there's a huge tank battle going on in their neighborhood. It's been raging for 3 days. We're in and out of contact with them. And, we don't know about their safety on a day-to-day basis, and that's extremely scary. We have a lot of people inside Ukraine that we're contacting at all times, trying to move around, let them know any information that we have. And So basically, from the time I wake up till the time I go to bed, I'm doing everything I can to help. My wife is also volunteering at an aid station here, and she gets up every day and goes and does that, you know, gathering supplies. We've greeted people at the train station and things like that.
You said your family sort of cut off, surrounded by a tank battle. Whereabouts in Ukraine are they?
They're about 50 kilometers outside of Kiev, and it just so happens that the village that they're staying is apparently some sort of key point. Professional. 2 weeks ago, I was teaching kids how to hold a 7-iron. I'm in the PGA of Ukraine, and now everyone in my organization, the PGA of Ukraine, is now holding a weapon in their hometown, getting ready to defend their territory. And I'm trying everything I can to, you know, get information to them. The golf course where I work is currently a staging ground for Russian paratroopers, and it's been shelled. And I feel that, you know, that the guys in my organization have gone from being golf pros to fighters overnight, and the women in our organization are helping relief. They may be holding weapons too. Ukrainian women hold weapons in their hometowns. So I'm doing everything I can to support my organization because I know they're helping. They're also getting people to safety. They're doing a lot of things. This is the PGA of Ukraine. I'm wearing my shirt now, my PGA of Ukraine shirt. I tried to get some fundraising organizations going. I tried GoFundMe. I tried everything that I could to get some money to them to help them. They need bulletproof vests. They need helmets. They need all kinds of things. These are not professional soldiers. They're golf pros. And if I could, just for a moment, I'd like to say to my fellow golf pros out there, and I'm not just talking, you know, Lee Westwood, Ian Poulter, Tiger Woods. I'm talking anybody out there who plays golf, who wants to help us. You can follow me at PGA Ukraine. I'm on Twitter, and I'm trying to find a secure bank account, something that I can do. The traditional fundraising methods have failed me, and so I know that we're getting people out of harm's way, and we're doing everything we can to help in Ukraine. But it's a helpless feeling to be outside the country and know that you can help people inside the country. And there's just these, I don't know how to say it, just these kind of like brick walls in between trying to find a way to raise money and get it directly to people who are doing really important work inside the country.
Definitely. Jeff Vinnell, I hope that people are listening and will hear your plea and provide you. Just give us your online account again, just quickly, if they want to use it. At PGA.
Well, I'm at Twitter at PGA of Ukraine or PGA Ukraine. And I'm going to be, you know, updating information. If there's anybody that can help me with a secure link so that we can raise money to get to the PGA of Ukraine, to protect my brothers and sisters who are golf professionals, who are now soldiers and relief workers, then please do try to help us because this is life or death situation, and we all just want to go back to golf. You know what I mean? We all just want to go back to living our lives and feeding our families and enjoying our beautiful country. I'm not going back to America.
Jeff,
a lot of people have asked me.
Sorry to interrupt you, Jeff. Sorry, but we've just run so short of time. Everyone's heard your plea, and I'm sure that
thank you very much for your time.
Those who can help will. No. Thank you for all you're doing. Thank you, Jeff Vinnell there in Krakow, who's fled Ukraine. Now, the Home Office is being accused of dirty propaganda after appearing to suggest that Ireland's welcome to Ukrainian refugees posed a security threat to the UK. Well, Dublin's joined the rest of the EU in waiving visa rules and is expected to admit as many as 100,000 people fleeing from invasion. Our Ireland correspondent Stephen Murphy reports.
Putting back the pieces of family life. Surrounded by newly donated toys, Ivan, Ihor and Lisa and their mother Hannah are adjusting to new surroundings in Ireland. The family fled Kyiv after the Russian invasion. They were taken in by an old Ukrainian friend, Pavlo, who lives in the Dublin suburbs.
В Ирландию мы приехали только потому, что у нас есть здесь близкие друзья, которые помогли нам найти дом и остановиться где-то. Но сразу, когда начались выстрелы, мы собрались, не знали, что делать, уехали в никуда.
Hannah's husband Andriy is allowed to leave Ukraine as he's a father of 3 and will join his family in Ireland soon, a beneficiary of visa requirements being scrapped.
Я думаю, что на сегодняшний день они делают очень много для помощи украинцам. В частности, мне в Ирландии очень понравилось.
Ukrainian families have been reunited here in their hundreds.
The steady stream of Ukrainians here at Dublin Airport continues. They say they're grateful that Ireland has dropped the visa requirements, but they're also honest. They don't want to be here.
Lubov arrived on a flight from Poland, collected by her brother Vasyl. She's a reluctant arrival.
They hope to come back to home, but at the moment, you know, everything it's kind of like disaster there.
Hannah too is adamant that their stay here will be temporary.
Is the future going to be here, or is the future back in Ukraine?
На сегодняшний день я очень мечтаю вернуться домой.
Ireland will never be their home, but it is for now at least their haven. Stephen Murphy, Sky News, Dublin.
Now, and amidst the horrors of the war, a musical interlude now. Well, the video here that you're watching was released by Ukraine's Ministry of Defense. It shows, as you can see, a military band playing outside the opera and ballet house in Odessa. The city so far escaped shelling, but it is in the sights of the Russians. Well, still to come on Sky News Breakfast. We'll take a closer look at how Europe has responded to Russia's invasion. Hello and welcome back. Now, much of Europe has already imposed significant sanctions on Russia, and tougher measures are still on the cards. Well, let's talk now through the European response with Raphael Loss. He's from the European Council on Foreign Relations. Good morning to you, Raphael. Thanks for being with us. So just describe how you think Europe has handled this crisis on its eastern border.
Look, I think in the weeks leading up to Russia's attack on Ukraine, European leaders with transatlantic partners have sought to communicate to Vladimir Putin, the Russian president, that any attack would have severe consequences in the political and economic, but also in the strategic realm. This message clearly hasn't sunk in with Putin. He was not deterred by this prospect of significant sanctions. And so we're now looking at how sanctions can be used as a tool to compel Russian armed forces to de-escalate and to nudge Vladimir Putin to take one of the off-ramps that have been offered to de-escalate the crisis and to spare lives in Ukraine.
I mean, this is the banks, not tanks, isn't it, Raphael? But we're kind of, some would say that we're past that moment now. And you know that there's long been talk of some kind of European army. If that was in place, do you think he would have behaved like this, Putin?
I suspect that a European army is not really the answer to this challenge that Putin poses, and it's really tanks and banks that we're seeing sort of on the move now. We see NATO countries reinforcing their posture on the eastern flank of the alliance. NATO leaders have long made clear that they wouldn't send troops into Ukraine to fight alongside Ukraine's army against the Russian attackers. But there are certainly measures that are being taken. We've seen significant numbers of anti-tank weapons and anti-aircraft missiles being brought into Ukraine, and those have shown some successes against advancing Russian forces. And it's really critical for Ukraine's army and for the Ukrainian resistance to have a steady supply of ammunition, of fuels, of other military supplies to keep up their defensive fight for Ukraine.
And Raphael, a thought then on the humanitarian response. We've seen many European countries open their borders to Ukrainian refugees. And of course, there is a war going on the continent, but it does seem stark when compared to other refugee crises in recent years in the way that some European countries have been putting up fences.
It is really remarkable. We see a lot of countries in the immediate vicinity of Ukraine accepting tremendous numbers of refugees. Those include countries that are both within the EU. So if you look at Poland and Hungary, for instance, accepting significant numbers, but also countries like Moldova that have not had the benefit of being part of the European Union, of being integrated into an economic and legal framework that would allow for sort of moving refugees from there quickly into other European countries to lessen the burden on Moldova. And so this raises questions for how Europeans within the EU framework, but also other partners like UK and the United States government can support countries in Ukraine's neighborhood to lessen the pressure on them. But I think you're right to point out that it's remarkably inconsistent how some Europeans have responded to this crisis compared to previous refugees crises. If we just remember 2015 or so, Syrian refugees arriving in Europe, Germany opens its doors. Some other countries were less welcoming to them.
Right. Okay, Raphael Loss from the European Council on Foreign Relations. Thank you very much for your time this morning.
Thank you for having me.
Well, still to come on Sky News Breakfast, we'll have all the very latest from Ukraine. This is the capital, Kiev, this morning, just 5 to 10 in the morning as Russian forces continue to encircle the city, forcing the Ukrainians to defend their land and their people against a Russian invasion. We'll have the very latest from our reporter on the ground, Alex Crawford, who is just outside of Kiev in Irpin, coming up in the next hour. And I'll also be speaking to the Labour Shadow Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper, to talk about what Labour would be doing if they were in charge of the current refugee crisis. All that to come after the break. Stay with us.
It's 7 o'clock. I'm Mark Austin, live in Lviv in Ukraine. Coming up, a maternity hospital is hit by a Russian airstrike in Mariupol during what was supposed to be a ceasefire. The Ukrainian president says children are buried underneath the rubble and calls on NATO to close the skies. More than 1,200 people are said to have died in the city, with the Red Cross describing conditions as apocalyptic. Also coming up. Here in Lviv, funerals for Ukrainian soldiers as the UK pledges more military support. And we hear from the people of Moscow as the Kremlin says the US has declared economic war on Russia. Good evening from Lviv in the west of Ukraine. President Volodymyr Zelensky has again urged NATO to establish a no-fly zone after tweeting that children have been buried under the rubble of a maternity hospital destroyed by a Russian airstrike in the southern city of Mariupol. The attack came during what was supposed to be a 12-hour ceasefire to allow civilians to leave that city, where more than 1,200 civilians are reported to have been killed so far in this conflict. That pause in fighting, which was intended to establish a number of humanitarian corridors across the country, has officially come to an end in the past few minutes. Ceasefires were supposed to hold in 6 locations across Ukraine today to allow civilians to escape the fighting. But as we've heard, attacks have continued on Mariupol, and Ukrainian authorities say the airstrike on the hospital happened during the agreed ceasefire period. Local officials said some civilians have managed to leave Sumy and Enerhoda, but in Izium, the regional governor says Russian shelling stopped the rescue effort there. No other evacuations happened except for on the outskirts of the capital, where some civilians managed to escape these towns via a small bridge in Irpin into the relative safety of the capital. Our first report tonight comes from our security and defence editor Deborah Haynes here in Lviv, and a warning: it contains images of those injured in the attack at the hospital, including children.
Horror and devastation. This was a maternity hospital. Terror for babies even before they've been born. They rushed to take her away. No safety here. Ukraine's president said a Russian airstrike caused this carnage and children are under the wreckage. Just look at the size of the crater. Britain's Prime Minister called the attack depraved and said Russia's Vladimir Putin will be held to account for his crimes. For Mariupol in southern Ukraine, it's already a city in ruins after days of bombardments. Perhaps trying to soften its image, Russia released what it said was aid being delivered to another bombarded city, Kharkiv, in eastern Ukraine. The Kremlin also claimed, without evidence, its military operation had uncovered a Ukrainian biological weapons program.
They were carried out by Kiev and financed by the United States of America.
But information or disinformation is as much of a weapon in this war as tanks and troops, and Ukraine strongly denied the allegation. Far away from the front line, the other unmistakable sound of war. 3 Ukrainian soldiers killed on different days, remembered together. Comrades broken by a war they're still fighting.
And Deborah joins me now. Deborah, is Russia saying anything at all about this attack on the hospital?
We've not heard anything yet officially from Russia, but it maintains this line that it's not targeting civilians, and yet the evidence of on the ground is painfully the reverse of that. And this attack on this hospital, the fact that it's been hit, whether deliberately or not, is just a whole new level of horror. The images that are emerging from there are really hard to look at, even to think about. The idea of heavily pregnant women about to give birth and instead being injured or worse in the explosion. And just looking at those pictures, the size of the crater that was caused by whatever hit the hospital is again underlining the kind of weapons that Russia is suspected of using, large-scale bombs, missiles launched into these cities. The UK's Ministry of Defence has actually this evening also tweeted about the kind of weapons that Russia is using, saying that Russia itself has said it's using a certain weapon system that can launch thermobaric rockets. Now, you and I have talked about them before. They're the kind of incredibly indiscriminate weapon that sucks oxygen out of the atmosphere, uses the oxygen to generate a higher temperature explosion that lasts for longer, causing even more damage. The fact that the weapon system that Russia is using here on the ground includes that, again, really counters this argument that Russia is making that this operation it's conducting is only going after military targets, because using indiscriminate weapons like that means you cannot be sure of what is going to be at the receiving end of what you're firing.
Yeah, OK, Deborah, thank you very much indeed. Well, taking over the city of Odessa, also in the south of this country, is seen as one of Russia's next strategic goals. Along with Mariupol, it's key to Russia's plan to create a land bridge in southern Ukraine between Crimea and the Donbas region, both controlled by Russia or its proxies since 2014. Odessa is home to Ukraine's main Black Sea port and is crucial to the nation's economy. Sky's Mark Stone is there tonight and told us what it's like in the city now.
Odessa is Ukraine's third city. It is a key prize for Vladimir Putin. It is a vital seaport, the gateway to the Black Sea. It is quite clear strategically why Vladimir Putin would want to get his hands on this place, and they are well aware of that here. There is a very tense security situation here. I've just been watching from the balcony where we are, the police stopping cars because a curfew is an hour old now, checking cars, people coming out, they're being frisked outside of their vehicles. They are tense, there's no question about that. Many people have decided already to leave Odessa. As we approached from neighbouring Moldova, we saw a growing number of refugees who have already passed into Moldova, and many along the roads leading west out of Ukraine. Many, though, have decided that they will stay. Some will stay to fight. Some are too old, too frail to be able to move, and so they will hunker down here. A very, very difficult situation for the people here. The Russian military are about 100 or so miles to the east of here, in another city where they have been making gains over the course of today. And of course, the Russian Navy is out in the Black Sea as well. So there are concerns of a pincer attack, effectively, from the east, from the ground that the Russians already hold, and an amphibious assault from the Black Sea as well. Although it must be said that at the moment, the Americans who are monitoring movements of Russian troops say that there is no sense right now, immediately, that an amphibious assault is being prepared. But as we have seen, that could change, and it could change quite fast.
Mark Stone there. Well, more and more multinational companies are pulling out of Russia, with Coca-Cola, Pepsi and McDonald's all joining them since yesterday. Meanwhile, the ruble has collapsed as the economic sanctions imposed in protest at Putin's war begin to bite. 5 days since a new law clamped down on reporting from inside Russia. Sky's Diana Magne reports on the effect that the war is having on Muscovites.
Last orders for a Big Mac and fries in Moscow. When the Golden Arches opened on this spot in 1990, there were queues around the block. It was a symbol of glasnost, or opening up, as the Soviet Union came to an end.
My father and my mother was here at the open this first McDonald's.
Wow. What did they tell you about it?
They tell that it was very crowded, but the food was very amazing because it's something new for them.
Now, as sanctions close in on the Russian economy, it's shutting its doors.
McDonald's says it wants to just pause operations and that it'll keep paying its 62,000 staff here. But as most foreign companies pack up and go, one member of the ruling party has warned that the state should nationalize foreign assets, a retaliatory measure, he calls it, in accordance with the laws of war. which, by the way, is a word that has been banned in relation to what Russia is doing in Ukraine.
Because if on state media what Russia is doing in Ukraine is known only as a special military operation, what the West is doing to Russia, Putin calls an economic war. Fast food, fast clothes, Apple iPhones, you name it, they'll be gone. The ruble down almost 40% this year, knocked further by the US and British ban on Russian oil imports. Moscow's streets now packed with police. State-run radio Sputnik today took over the frequency of Russia's last independent radio station, Echo Moscow. Set up in 1990, just like McDonald's, Echo Moscow was also an icon of the post-Soviet era. We visited last week, its final day in existence. Shut down for refusing to comply with new legislation about what you can and cannot say on air. Sergei Buntman was its founding editor.
We are professional journalists, and we don't want to make propaganda or anti-propaganda, something like this. But we want to learn facts and to transmit facts, opinions.
He tells me his family came from Kherson, the first Ukrainian city to fall to Russian forces.
And when I recognize all the streets of Kherson now occupied by Russian troops, I can remember by my parents and grandparents that Kherson, it's a 5th or 7th occupation of that poor city of Kherson, for example.
But the narrative told in Russia is one of liberation, not occupation, a military operation to bring peace. The last vestiges of independent Russian media have now left the airwaves, broadcasting as they did another symbol from Soviet times, Swan Lake, always aired on Soviet TV to buy time when a seismic event was happening. And that's certainly the case now. Diana Magnay, Sky News, Moscow.
Well, the US Secretary of State has once again ruled out a no-fly zone above this country. In a news conference with the UK Foreign Secretary Liz Truss, Antony Blinken said an escalation caused by direct combat with Russia could make conflict even deadlier.
Introducing, in our case, American service members in Ukraine, on Ukrainian territory or soil, or American pilots into Ukrainian airspace, whether on a full or on a limited basis, would almost certainly lead to direct conflict between the United States, between NATO, and Russia. And that would expand the conflict. I'm absolutely convinced that Putin will fail and Russia will suffer a strategic defeat, no matter what short-term tactical gains it may make in Ukraine.
Let's go live then to Washington and Sky's Sally Lockwood. And Sally, did anything significant come out of the meeting between these two?
Not really, Mark. They presented a united front and vowed to extend more tough sanctions against Vladimir Putin and the Kremlin. But the uncomfortable truth is that everything that has been done by the West so far has not deterred Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine, and it's not stopped the bloodshed of innocent Ukrainians. That press conference came shortly after the news broke that that maternity hospital in Mariupol had been bombed, and both the Foreign Secretary and the Secretary of State were asked about it. Liz Truss describing it as abhorrent, reckless and appalling, and Antony Blinken saying that the goal is to end this aggression and save lives. But we also have to see that this war does not expand, and by introducing US service members on Ukrainian soil or American pilots into Ukrainian airspace, that would certainly lead to direct conflict between the US, NATO and Russia, which of course is at the heart of this. This is the biggest problem the US, the UK and NATO allies face, is how to help Ukraine without becoming direct participants in this war. And of course, we saw that play out, and it's continuing to play out with that offer of Polish MiG-29 fast jets to help Ukraine. Poland offering those yesterday, announcing it without any warning to Washington that they would give jets to a US NATO airbase in Germany for them to then pass on to Ukraine. Well, that was rejected by the Pentagon. John Kirby, the Pentagon spokesman, saying it wasn't tenable and that it's not clear the rationale for this move. Well, the rationale is the same for NATO and the US, which is that they don't want to be seen to be giving these jets directly to Ukraine because, of course, they're nervous that that would be viewed by Vladimir Putin as direct involvement. They would become participants in the war and could potentially face severe consequences. Now, Antony Blinken also touched on that, saying there are complexities when it comes to providing this additional security assistance. We understand the Pentagon continues to talk to Poland about this potential deal when it comes to offering air support, but it's certainly something that is proving problematic. And in the meantime, President Zelensky, of course, is calling for this air support, which still hasn't arrived, and they are still facing these nightly bombardments from Russian missiles. Just one last thing to mention is that Antony Blinken did say on President Putin that every time there's been an opportunity for an off-ramp, he's pressed the accelerator. I'm convinced that Putin will fail. That said, they don't know how long this is going to take for Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine to fail. And in the meantime, of course, the bloodshed continues and this war potentially could escalate yet further.
Yeah, OK, Sally, thank you very much indeed. And just to let you know that we're running a special programme this evening looking at President Putin's invasion strategy. That's Putin's war, the battle for Ukraine, tonight at 9:30 here on Sky News. And sorry about that. As the fighting continues in Ukraine, the refugee crisis deepens here. The UN Refugee Agency says that nearly 2.2 million people have now fled Ukraine. Of those, nearly 1.3 million have crossed into Poland. More than 200,000 have gone to Hungary, which has changed its earlier hardline policy on accepting refugees. More than 150,000 have crossed into Slovakia. More than 85,000 Ukrainian residents are now in Romania, and there is a similar number in Moldova. It's also important to note that huge numbers have already passed through after arriving in these countries. More than 230,000 people are now in other European countries. Well, Boris Johnson says he expects the number of visas issued to Ukrainians fleeing the violence to rise to the hundreds of thousands. The government has set up 2 special visa schemes open to Ukrainians looking to seek refuge in the UK. The Ukraine Family Scheme allows family members of British nationals to come and stay in the UK, and the Local Sponsorship Scheme allows communities, private sponsors and organisations to bring those forced to leave Ukraine to the UK. It's been revealed that 957 UK visas have been granted so far, whilst over 22,000 applications have been made. But how the visas are processed and the time it takes for them to be approved looks to be just one of the issues facing Ukrainian refugees looking to come to the UK. Sky's Laura Bundock reports from Lille in northern France.
Anatoly and Natalia left everything behind, except their most precious possession.
Your baby.
Natalia is 14 weeks pregnant. The day after this scan, Putin invaded and she fled. They've applied for British visas, but won't hear for 5 days.
We have a hope that will be good. Will I get visa? Yes, but I don't know.
Are you worried?
Yes,
Yes. Are you worried?
Tetiana is also worried and waiting.
We did application. Application is really hard because you need to do it for each of us separately. So if you have in family 8 kids or 8 people, you need to do application for everyone, and it takes hours.
While we were speaking, a Ukrainian man comes over.
Nothing here. Nothing. No.
He's deaf, confused, and needs help. The whole situation is utterly overwhelming.
It's too hard. Wait. Because I've been there. Wait, I can't. I traveled all those places and they are gone. I'm sorry.
The government says hundreds of thousands of visas will be issued.
The Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, the Home Secretary are directly descended, Mr. Speaker, from refugees. And we understand how much refugees have to give to this country, and we understand how much this country has to gain from welcoming refugees. And we will be generous, and we are being generous.
But it doesn't feel generous to Mohammed. Countless train journeys through Europe seem easy when facing British visa bureaucracy.
If they're going to give us like easy visa, we can do it. Yes, I respect them rules, I respect our things, but at least they give us this visa as fast as they can.
The Home Office is starting a pop-up visa centre here in Lille, but it won't offer appointments or walk-ins. It's for Ukrainians who are the most vulnerable. But how that's determined isn't clear. Coaches are taking Ukrainians to Lille. Long journeys continue, final destinations still unknown. Laura Bundock, Sky News, Lille.
Let's go live to Westminster and our chief political correspondent, John Craig. And John, so the government's still under quite considerable pressure over this.
That pressure's been going on all week, Mark, starting on Monday when the Home Secretary was bitterly criticised at the start of a debate on economic sanctions against Russian oligarchs, the economic crime bill. Then yesterday a junior minister was dragged to the House because of more concerns, and Tory MPs really vented their fury. It was noticeable that it was Tory MPs who were the most angry at the failings of the Home Office. And today, at Prime Minister's questions, you heard there, that was Boris Johnson responding to questions from the SNP's Westminster leader, Ian Blackford. It was also raised by Sir Ed Davey, the Lib Dem leader. But there was a Conservative MP, Julian Smith, who used to be Chief Whip and Northern Ireland Secretary, who criticised the tone of the government's statements on refugees. And there is still real concern. Those numbers of just under 1,000 getting their visas is still, critics claim, far below what other countries are getting, processing, despite the Prime Minister saying that the UK's record is much better. Today, as well as fierce criticism from MPs in the Commons, there was a bitter attack on the government's record from the Ombudsman, and that's the Whitehall watchdog that investigates maladministration, as it calls it, in Whitehall. And the Ombudsman, Rob Berens, has talked about how in this horrendous situation, swift actions needed to make sure the process of getting a visa is simple, accessible and quick. And he says lives depend on it. Well, that is backed by many, many Conservative MPs as well as opposition MPs.
All right, John, thank you very much indeed. And by the way, the war in Ukraine will, of course, dominate tomorrow's newspapers. We'll have our extended press preview and news review from 10:30 this evening with tonight's news and tomorrow's headlines. Joining us will be the consultant editor of the Daily Mail, Andrew Pearce, and the associate editor of the Daily Mirror, that is Kevin Maguire. Right, you're watching Sky News. Coming up, 2 weeks since Vladimir Putin launched his so-called special military operation in this country, we'll bring you the latest on the situation here on the ground.
their first move and they've gone in firing tear gas.
We aim to be the best and most trusted place for news. There are hundreds of these turbines, with thousands more across Gansu. That's what's left of the North Tunnel, where the North Koreans exploded 5 nuclear warheads. This is a show of strength at a time when China is more fragile than it has been at any time in recent years. Shrapnel from that explosion, so you can see it littered along all the way. We take you to the heart of the stories that shape our world. The train station and the airport, they're both closed. We're not sure about the roads. We've seen reports that they are being blocked by police, so we're going to try and find a way out of Wuhan. After 5 days stranded here, this is deliverance. We help you understand the world with us. Tom Cheshire, Sky News, Beijing.
ba ma dalee commencé liggéey bi yokkute bu bari am nañ ko ci.
Well, up till now, the UK has only sent defensive weapons to Ukraine, such as anti-tank missiles, and refused, of course, to impose a no-fly zone. Well, today, the Defence Secretary, Ben Wallace, said he was exploring the possibility of sending Starstreak anti-air missiles. They would help Ukraine defend its skies more effectively. Mr. Wallace says he's confident it wouldn't be classed as an offensive move against Russia.
To date, the international community has donated over 900 man-portable air defence missiles and thousands of anti-tank guided weapons of varying types, as well as various small arms. But the capability needs strengthening. So in response to Ukrainian requests, the government has taken the decision to explore the donation of Starstreak high-velocity man-portable anti-air missiles. We believe that this system will remain within the definition of defensive weapons, but will allow the Ukrainian force to better defend their skies.
Well, the Defence Secretary also said Russia has changed its tactics and now Ukraine has too. Let's get more on the situation on the ground. Thomas Moore is at Sky News Centre.
It is now 2 weeks since Russia invaded Ukraine, and to give his assessment of the situation, I'm joined by Air Marshal Edward Stringer, former Director of Operations at the Ministry of Defence. Now, Ed, that is not the map that President Putin would be hoping to look at 2 weeks into the operation.
No, and as you can see, the map really doesn't appear to have changed that much in the last week. If we look into the south, what we can see here is that long-standing Russian ambition of a land bridge from Crimea, which it grabbed in 2014 through the Donbass back into Mother Russia. But also what it's trying to do is project forward further into the Black Sea and to seize Odessa, which is the major port. Before I go further, what I do want to say is you don't win wars by seizing all the territory. You won't see this whole map go red. There won't be one soldier in every square yard. You do it by seizing that critical national infrastructure, vital ground, and the centres of national government. So, if we look in the north, what we can see there is obviously the reveal plan was a 2 to 3 day operation, a lightning operation, to seize the capital, to put in a puppet regime, to turn Ukraine into a client state and hope that 44 million Ukrainians would just accept that. A heroic assumption.
Well, let's take a closer look at what this is happening in the north then. First of all, of course, we have got the attempts to open up those humanitarian corridors, and they did work in Sumy and in the towns to the west of Kiev. They didn't work so well elsewhere, unfortunately, in Ukraine. But you want to talk a little bit more about what's happening around the capital here?
Yes, one of the bits that has changed is this thrust we see here from east to west aimed at Kiev, which we must assume is directly related to that convoy that we've been talking about over the last week, the 40-mile convoy that's come north to south aimed at Kiev, but now looks very much like a self-inflicted wound. That looks like a 40-mile roadblock that the Russians have put in on that vital line of communication. So this now looks like the line of communication they're opening up on this thrust into Kiev, but it looks about 2 or 3 times as long as that one, and it's yet another logistic challenge for them to solve. Clearly what they're looking to do here is put pressure on that centre of government, that seat of government of Ukraine in Kiev, and position themselves to seize some form of ground to give them a better bargaining position to try and find a political solution.
And if we take a closer look then at what's happening in the air, we know from what's happened overnight with the Americans, the offer to the MiGs from Poland into NATO and then to Ukraine. The Americans didn't want any part of that, but the UK Defence Secretary has said that the UK will supply missiles. So it's a subtle difference, perhaps.
Well, if you look at what Ben Wallace, the Defence Secretary, said, the missiles he talked about both had an anti in front of them, anti-tank missiles and anti-air missiles. Those are not a problem to you unless you are yourself offensive and you're driving tanks towards the Ukrainian defenders or you're flying your aircraft in. So they're purely defensive missiles. If there was no attack happening against Ukrainian forces, then those defensive weapons have no offensive purpose.
Air Marshal Edward Stringer, thank you very much indeed. It is a significant difference for NATO.
Thomas, thank you very much. You're watching Sky News. Coming up, Poland's plan to provide fighter jets is dismissed by the US. We speak to a former NATO official on the fine line for NATO in supporting the Ukrainian forces. Welcome back to Ukraine. Let's get more now on NATO's response to the war here and the balance that it needs to strike between supporting the Kiev government and avoiding becoming a participant in the war. The Polish plan to provide Ukraine with fighter aircraft has been rejected for now by the United States, dealing a blow to President Zelensky. Last night, the Pentagon said such a move was untenable and raised concerns for the NATO alliance. Well, joining me now is Robert Pashtel, a former NATO official and senior fellow at the Kazimierz Pulaski Foundation in Poland. Thank you very much for being with us, and good evening to you. I just wonder whether I can ask you, first of all, for your comments about this attack on a hospital in Mariupol.
Well, it's for the whole world to see. It's barbaric, but unfortunately, it's part of the pattern. You know, if you look, it does remind one of the scenes we have seen during the so-called First Chechen War. Okay, it was within Russia, but still leveling the Grozny and so on. And we've seen it in Syria. This is the way that the Russian army, it's Russia's army trademark. They're not that good conducting what one would call proper, normal, state of military art operations, but unfortunately they are, very quick to go and engage in indiscriminate bombing. I mean, this crater, I think it's been shown now, it came from a 1-ton bomb, and that's, between a maternity ward and a hospital. So it's barbaric. That's, and there's, there's growing evidence of essentially war crimes, which are on the Russian government's conscience.
What is your sense of where all this ends, how this ends?
Well, I mean, various predictions have been proven wrong, apart from the intelligence predictions by US, UK, prior to this invasion and Russian denials. What we have seen is that Russians have not won this yet. And that's due to a large extent to, of course, Ukrainian incredible heroism and extremely good organization and mobilization. The other reason is, frankly, ineptitude combined with brutality of the Russian military. But, the calculus is, of course, not exactly in Ukraine's favor, because Russia is a much bigger country with huge amount of, arms to bear. So the assistance from the outside world, including from NATO countries, which, of course, Ukraine has every right under international law, it's defending itself, it's a victim, is supremely important. And that assistance, apart from sanctions, political support, humanitarian support, is happening. And Poland is actually one of the, if not the key hub for actually providing this assistance. And we've heard announcements from the UK's Defence Secretary just now.
So what do you make then of the Americans being, a little bit lukewarm at the moment on this whole idea of putting fighter jets into Ukraine?
Well, I mean, I would not really describe it exactly like that. I understand why you're using those terms, but I mean, there's been clearly some kind of perhaps miscommunication. But the facts of the matter are, it's a very generous offer. It's over 20 fighter planes offered for free. But Poland, is already, if you like, at the forefront, and it's a good ally. And NATO's unity, and this is very important. There's some countries who are not in favor of this, not in favor of that, or others are. So we need to have one position. And on an issue like this, if there are questions raised about missiles, the tank and the aircraft, surely there are questions concerning the fighter planes. So the offer stands. And I've heard earlier today, for instance, the White House spokesperson saying that, the logistics are tricky. Of course they are. I'm sure tomorrow Vice President Harris is coming to Warsaw. I'm sure she will be discussing. Of course, there are ongoing talks between Poland and US, but also within NATO. And this is the Polish position. The offer has been made, but Poland doesn't want to be essentially, out on the limb. He wants this to be properly coordinated and done on behalf of, of a much wider grouping, and also US, who has been actually pressing, if you like, because Ukraine is pressing, and we understand understand that, for a number of days. So, I hope that, the most important thing is that Ukraine gets as much help as it can. And those fighter planes could be helpful because Ukrainian pilots know them. They are in pretty good condition, I understand. So this is not a spat. This is not a quarrel. It's a debate because these are tricky issues. And again, the UK's, Ben Wallace was saying himself that one needs to strike a careful balance and was very careful to say these are not offensive weapons. So of course this applies to the fighter plane. So I think Poland is, in my view, not just because I'm Polish, is doing the right thing, but it wants this to be properly kind of coordinated and done as part of a wider setting. Because again, we need to be united on this, and we need to do things right. Again, these are the words I think used by even US officials today.
Right, just a minute left, but I mean, from what you're saying, you think there is still a way that this could happen and that the American objections at the moment could be removed?
Well, we hope so. I mean, again, this is about the logistics. The question, where should they go first, and so on. The defense assistance, it's literally, pouring into Ukraine as we speak. Been drones. There's, UK actually has led the way. So everybody has helped. The fighter planes are a bit more complex, and that's understandable. So that is again the reason why this issue perhaps has given rise to some perhaps unnecessary miscommunication. That's how I would call it. But it's the end effect which matters. And I hope very much this is possible. I think Ukrainians are asking for it for very, very good reasons.
Okay, Robert Pushtel, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
You're watching Sky News live from Ukraine this evening. Coming up, how the war here and the subsequent sanctions has impacted on global oil prices and what people are paying at the pumps.
Government is confirming that they are now engaged with Russian soldiers. Air raid sirens fill the airways.
In the distance, artillery rains down.
It feels very close to the centre of... There's one.
They found this devastation to their apartment.
Lots of people live here. Quite a few of the windows of the houses have been blown out by the blast.
And it feels that it's changing each day.
Welcome back. It's not only the sanctions that have been imposed on Russia that are driving up global commodity prices. Most of the goods that are traded from Ukraine pass through the coastal port of Odessa, where we heard from Mark Stone a little earlier. And with the city under threat, the prices of products like wheat, sunflower, oil and many vital metals are already on the rise and leading to increased inflationary pressures across the world. Our business correspondent Paul Kelso reports.
Wrights have been milling flour in Essex for 150 years, but they've rarely seen anything like the impact of the invasion of Ukraine, which has brought Russian tanks to the wheat fields of one of the world's largest producers.
In the last 2 weeks, we've seen wheat prices increase by more than 30%. So now getting into the regions of £340 a tonne, which is unheard of. We've never seen wheat prices at that level. We will need very soon to get flour prices increased through into the market. Otherwise, at these sort of levels, mills will go out of business.
In the last month, wheat prices have soared, reaching almost $13 a bushel. That's enough for 90 white loaves. Wheat is a crucial commodity, the source of 20% of the world's protein. This is a global problem that will be felt at kitchen tables.
Any serious disruption of production and exports from this region, from Ukraine, from Russia, will erode food security for millions of people around the world. You will feel the impact in the UK, you will feel the impact in many places in Europe, and especially in the most vulnerable countries like the Middle East, Africa, some countries of Asia.
Wheat is not the only commodity under strain. The London Metals Exchange has suspended trading in nickel, a key element in stainless steel and electric car batteries, after the price quadrupled. Commodities are the golden thread that run through the global economy, or in this case, copper. This Doncaster firm makes 1 million metres of cable a week, and prices are rising. Even the wooden drums are made of Russian timber.
There's a lot of uncertainty with copper. We don't actually know the price of copper when we're ordering it, so we order in the morning and make a commitment, and if the price is volatile, we can end up paying a lot more than what we thought we were going to pay. In a week, 70 tonnes. 10 days ago, that cost us about £500,000 to buy 70 tonnes, and now it's over £550,000.
Rising prices on the factory floor are tomorrow's household inflation.
With inflation already at a 30-year high, the Bank of England was telling us that this was going to be the sharpest fall in living standards on record. What's happened is the situation in the Ukraine has made that more intense. We'll see a big squeeze on incomes across the board. Everyone will feel that through higher prices, and it'll erode everyone's wages.
The Bank of England had baked in inflation at 7% next month before the invasion. The economic war it's triggered means that may just be the start. Paul Kelso, Sky News.
Well, as the war in Ukraine continues, the price of oil continues to rise dramatically, bringing with it impacts around the world, not least in the UK, where the RAC said yesterday saw the largest ever rise in the average daily price of diesel. Well, joining us now is Amy Myers-Jaffe, research professor and managing director of the Climate Policy Lab at Tufts University. Thank you very much for being with us. First of all, just put into context for us how important Russia is as a global oil producer.
Well, you know, Russia is one of the largest producers of crude oil in the world, 11 million barrels a day. Of course, half of that they use for their own domestic production, but we're talking about exports of 5 or 6 million barrels a day. And there's a concern that either through the conflict or because of sanctions, some portion of that might come off the market. Some analysts are saying that we already have a disruption of about 1.5 million barrels a day of Russian crude oil, just from the fact that refiners are not buying it or afraid to buy it, both for moral reasons and also because they don't want to get caught up in the legal complications of sanctions.
So how badly do you think this will hit Russia?
Well, you know, the crude oil, especially even more than natural gas, you're talking about $110 billion a year of revenues in like based on last year. And so it's a vital stream of finance for the ongoing budget of the Russian government. This banning purchases of Russian crude oil is sort of like the last or one of the bigger arrows in the quill of financial sanctions. So one has to believe, no matter what governments say, it remains a tool that's on the table. And therefore, the question is, how do markets get prepared? How do governments get prepared? What countries are still out there that might be willing to raise their production? What is the appropriate level of strategic release of oil stocks in the EU and the United States and Japan that would be appropriate? We've already seen some releases like that by the United States. And also China has released some of its strategic stocks. So thinking about how to manage if we get to the point where sanctions are necessary, how do you manage global supply, and what are the options to either get people to use a little less or to squeeze a little bit more supply out of the places that still can do that?
Yeah, and when it comes to the ban, for the US, it's much easier, isn't it, to do than for some European countries?
Well, you know what? In the United States, effectively, companies had already stopped buying Russian crude, around the first of the year. We were already taking a very small volume as it was. So it's really not difficult or painful in the United States. We have a lot of our own production. We have a field in the Gulf of Mexico, several fields that produce the same quality of oil as Russia. So again, no problem there. We have a lot of refining capacity in the United States, so we're not experiencing the same diesel shortages that Europe has, because Europe was very dependent on diesel exports from Russia. So for Europe, it's a much more complicated factor. How are you going to narrow the gap? How are you going to cope with a cutoff of the use of Russian oil if it becomes necessary?
So how does a country like Germany, for instance, deal with this, do you think?
It's going to take a vast variety of different kinds of interventions. I've seen some statistics about how much less heating energy demand there needs to be if everybody just turns down their thermostat 1 degree. But, we have a lot of tools. Telecommuting means people are not having to use their car to the extent that people are using their cars to go to work. We have strategic stocks. You can look at, in Germany, you have a lot of homes that have rooftop solar, not the most productive solar in the world in the middle of the winter, but we're starting to approach the spring. So maybe some of those homes could be attached to batteries, and that would stretch out the availability of the energy to different parts of the day. So I think there's still, a lot of different options. Of course, Germany has announced a very proactive plan for their long-term energy strategy. It's a very good plan. But, we have to get through the next couple of months. Is really going to be the biggest part of the challenge.
Okay, and in 20 seconds, literally 20 seconds, how long will global prices be very high?
Well, I think we're in for a long haul. Sadly, what history has shown us is that when we have an oil price shock like we're having today, the solution is the country or the government or the regions or even the global economy goes into recession, and that reduces the need for oil, and the price of oil then collapses. So if we're going to follow history, a year from now we'd be in a recession and oil wouldn't be needed.
Got to leave it there. I'm sorry, we've got to interrupt you there. This is Sky News. Coming up in the next hour, we have an exclusive interview with President Zelensky of Ukraine.
billion have been destroyed already in Ukraine since the invasion started. And already there is a huge shortage of money among people. People are attacking each other today in Mariupol for food. They don't have water, they don't have food, they don't have power. You know, they were actually using snow as drinking water the other day. So they're in a mess. It is a humanitarian and a financial catastrophe.
For the moment, Carol and Liam, thanks very much indeed.
Let's take a look then at the weather.
Look forward to brighter skies. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Well, the next few days will be unsettled, with strong winds taking rain across most places today. There'll be a mild and mainly fine start, but Scotland will see a few showers and the southwest looks wet and windy. Cloud and rain will spread across many areas during the morning, but northern and eastern Britain will stay largely dry with some sunny spells. There'll be just a few showers for central and western Scotland. It'll be mostly mild, but it probably won't feel it in the strengthening wind, with coastal gales possible. The afternoon will take outbreaks of rain across the rest of Britain, whereas brighter, more showery conditions will move into Ireland, Wales and western England. Heavy downpours there will bring the risk of hail and thunder, and the wind will ease for many during the evening, but severe coastal gales will threaten the Western Isles. On to Saturday then, and it will bring a mix of sunny spells and showers, but Ireland and southwest Britain will turn wet and windy later.
The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
This is Sky News, the headlines. Casualties of war, the wounded Ukrainian soldiers ferried away from the battlefield in the back of cars. We have a special report from a makeshift hospital close to the front line outside Kiev. Ukraine's president warns claims made by Russia about biological weapons mean it could be preparing a chemical strike, and Boris Johnson agrees.
The stuff that you're hearing about chemical weapons, this is straight out of their playbook.
The dead of Mariupol buried in mass graves as diplomatic talks fail. And Chelsea out in the cold after the UK freezes the assets of Russian owner Roman Abramovich. Hello, good morning. It was once a normal hospital on the outskirts of Ukraine's capital, Kiev. Now it's the nearest medical facility to the front line, given over entirely to treating wounded Ukrainian soldiers. The doctors and nurses have no training in treating shrapnel injuries or gunshot wounds, but they're now part of the war effort against the Russian invaders. Meanwhile, the highest level talks yet took place between the two sides as the dead from the shelling of Mariupol were buried in mass graves. We'll bring you more on that shortly. But our first report is from our special correspondent, Alex Crawford, and a warning: it contains some distressing images.
They arrive stuffed into car boots and on the back seats. They're taking some terrible hits trying to stop the Russian troops entering the Ukrainian capital, laid out on already blood-soaked stretchers. The soldiers have just been shelled on a front line which is creeping ever closer to Kyiv. And it's the nearest hospital, now entirely turned over to dealing with the war wounded. These aren't army medics, they're the town's doctors and nurses who 2 weeks ago were dealing with births and bone breaks. Now they're plunged into a new world, spent trying to save the lives of soldiers and civilians torn apart by bombs and bullets.
It's the World War III.
It's World War III.
It's World War III, and it could be stopped here, or it could move through all the world. Please help us to stop this war.
They are shell-shocked and shaking, and so far the politicians' peace talks have got nowhere. Hospitals are protected locations under international law, but no one here trusts that to be observed. Yet there's an astonishing resilience and perhaps a realization they have no option. It's not difficult for us to fight, he tells us. We're defending our land and will continue to protect it. But then he delivers a rousing call, not just to his fellow Ukrainian men and women, but also the rest of the world. Everyone has to stand together, he says. Glory to Ukraine, our army will win. This is on the northwest edge of the capital, and we found multiple vehicles and homes which had been hit, apparently indiscriminately. There seems to be no shortage of lucky escapes. He was on duty as an emergency worker. So you just live close by?
His house 5 houses from here.
There are thousands of lives abruptly halted by this war. Pets abandoned in the rush to keep out of the way of the rockets and bombs. Families who've upped and left everything just to try to survive. There's a constant sound of artillery and shelling going on, and you can see the devastation that some of the attacks have already had. We know, according to the locals here, that the Russians are only a few kilometers down the road, and this is the constant backdrop. So those who can't or won't leave live in a shadowy underground world below the booming war sounds. About half of the capital's population has fled the city, according to the mayor. Smells good. Smells good.
Все ждем победы.
We're just waiting for victory, for everything